Never even heard of that.
Bumbleclap. You ever see this Rasta monster?
Never even heard of that.
Bumbleclap. You ever see this Rasta monster?
Never even heard of that.
Bumbleclap.
You know it's a good day when you got a parking spot right in front of Drip World and DMX comes on the radio. For sure, dude.
Never even heard of that.
Bumbleclap.
Damn, homie. In high school, you was the man, homie. What the fuck happened here?
Get ready for the game, baby.
Look at that. You got two on fucking one bait.
That's good.
Wagwan, you know what time it is, baby, when you hear them horns are ringing. That's right, your boy Rockstar. Monster is alive streaming back on the PC. We back home, baby. We finished the day. We worked hard as fuck. We worked hard as fuck today, baby. To go to LA. Yo, we're gonna be gaming today. We finna be gaming tonight, baby. We finna be gaming tonight.
She don't wanna change up. She just moved to LA, go to UCLA, and tryna party. She be tryna party. She just moved to LA, go to UCLA, and she drive a Maserati.
And she got a body. Said she gonna party, tryna party. She be tryna party. Yo, you wanna check out the threads I got today? We went to the thrift store. Got some things. Got some things. We got this jacket right here. Nice winter jacket. It's a nice winter jacket right here. Right here is a nice winter jacket. A nice jacket. It's a nice jacket. You're gonna hack it. We got USA hoodie. We got a USA hoodie. Aeropostale. USA. Then we got Live Strong Nike windbreaker. Nike with the hit right here. Nike hit. Live Strong hit on the back. Or Live Strong right here. The Live Strong along the zipper, baby. Then I got this Nike hoodie with this classic Nike swoosh. Bro, I now got this cool Rams shirt. The Rams hoodie. LA Rams hoodie. Look at that. That's a sick Ram right there. It's a hoodie. This is nice. This is nice. Next item. Tommy Bahama quarter zip pullover sweater. Tommy Bahama. Give it to me, mama. And last but not least, these things have been selling like hotcakes in my store. Under Armour shirt. Just like a dry fit shirt. These things sell so easily. And that's what I got today. Did you sell everything in your store? Not yet. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Bruh. I just spilled my bong. Ah. That's disgusting. Ew. This bong is done for. Bruh. This is disgusting. That sucks. Now my room's gonna smell like a bong. I needed a new bong anyways. I gotta fucking vacuum. There's fucking glass all over my floor now. Don't support the Rams. I just found it in the store. I thought it was a nice hoodie. All sports memorabilia, anything sports related, sells. It sells. Ugh. How was your day, Gator? How'd you do today, homie? So this is the plan. Yo, do you have Marvel Rivals? I downloaded that bitch last night. Thinking about playing a little today. Thinking about playing a little bit of that today. Doing some Fortnite, and then we're doing 60 days in the Discord again. You're playing my roller coin? It's a new season? Okay. Alright. No worries. No worries. I'm gonna be playing a little bit of Fortnite, maybe some Rocket League, and we're doing 60 days in again in the Discord. That's the plan, at least for me. Actually, I want to finish watching this. Yo, you know who Dax Flame is? This guy?
Song because I like how they look.
God, imagine a world where these are real and Sophia has to watch that. Unbelievable.
I think we live in that world. Do you have restraining orders when you're a child? I don't know, but I feel like there needs to be one in place.
Yeah, I do think the teacher should keep a special eye on Dax, aka Bernice, aka fake name.
Well, spoiler alert, Stans. Obviously, that very real girlfriend that he had, he's got a new girlfriend.
Oh, it's not Sophia?
My day was excellent today. The teacher starts out, she tells us we have to turn in our homework. And I didn't do the homework. Oh, no. I just didn't do it. And my partner, the girl who sits next to me, who is pretty, I may add, she didn't do her homework either. So she pulled it out and she said, "Oh, crap. And then she started filling it out real quick because I guess she had forgotten. I said, "Oh, you didn't do that? That's easy." And so I just told her a bunch of answers. And she said thank you to me.
Oh.
Yeah, I think he's in there, honestly.
That's not even the best part. Just wait.
What's the best part?
Idiot.
Oh, Dax.
Just wait, idiot.
What about your day?
Around this time, during all of these almost daily diary videos being uploaded, it was a gradual, but like he was becoming huge.
He was becoming famous. Yeah.
He was getting close to 1 million views a week at one point. He was the 16th most subscribed YouTube channel at one point.
What?
And because of this, he would get invited to events when YouTubers started to do events.
Right.
And creators around that time would then get to meet Dax Flame in the flesh and be able to figure out real time if it's a satire bit.
Yeah, instead of this 180p camera and like carefully curated videos that he puts up, you can't hide it if you're with that person in real life.
And one of those people was Bo Burnham.
What?
What's up? How do you feel about this conversation that you just had with Dax Flame? Dude, I can't I am 100% absolutely stumped on this kid. He's literally either the most brilliant person ever or like the most brilliant person ever in a completely different way.
what a nice way to
Amazing
say
put it.
Yeah.
I have no idea. Because I was 100% positive that it was a complete contrived character.
That's me. I'm Bo Burnham. I'm 100% positive it's a complete contrived character.
Are you ready to flip flop, Stans? Are you on the edge of your seat?
If Bo's telling me something, I'm listening.
You know what I'm saying? Like I was 100% sure there was this big character because everything he does, every slip up he makes seems so intentional.
Yes.
Seems so, like everything is like perfectly timed.
It
When
is.
his voice cracks or whatever. But like,
Bo, you're fucking preaching, dude.
He's in our
if
minds.
that's true, that means he acts this entire time and stays in character. I have no fucking clue. I have no clue. And if it's not, and if it really is him, then like, fucking props to him for doing that and putting himself out like that and taking shit and everything. If it is a real character, I mean, he's the most brilliant person of all time because I literally,
High praise.
I don't know.
Ah, damn. Okay.
That changes things because these people are meeting him in person and
Yeah.
he isn't a different person when they're talking to him.
Yeah.
And that's a whole other level of commitment if you are doing a bit and it is satire. Right?
And it wasn't Bo going like, oh yeah, it's totally real, wink wink. Like, yeah, this is how it is. It's Bo going like, wait, what? I'm confused as well now.
He's the same
Like,
as us. He has no idea.
Yeah. It's like, man, that is exactly the way it was, and I don't know how that makes me feel.
I think that those clips are from either the first VidCon or an early precursor to VidCon. So whether these videos were fake or real, they definitely made a huge impact in Dax's life. So he decided to step away from making YouTube videos in 2008. Because you think about it, it's either real and people are seeing this and going, oh my god, this is real, he's like crying in a Superman suit, or it's fake and people think it's real. He decided to take a break and tries to get into acting and stand-up.
Really?
We see this in 2010, like 2 years later.
Yeah, 2.5 years
where he
after he took
posts
his
this
break.
video on his YouTube channel.
My acting and stand-up comedy.
You stupid girl. You cheated on me, didn't you? No.
He's playing both roles?
He's fucking got it all.
The
Stan.
range,
He's for both
dude.
sides.
You cheated on me, didn't you? Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
No.
Please, you can stop it.
Oh.
Tell me this. Did you cheat on me?
Oh.
Yes.
Oh. Oh, shit.
Why did you stab me? Put on my armor.
Oh. Oh, he stabbed Maria.
I just made that up on the spot, so yeah, you can see I practiced these scenes.
He's an improv?
I could have sworn there was a script for that. Was
Yeah.
that not an Oscar-winning
Shakespearean, I would say.
Yeah, so I just made that up on the
Would you
spot.
believe that this video works?
No, I wouldn't.
Well, let's cut to him being in Project X, the movie that came out in 2012.
Wait, really?
Good evening. This is Dax.
He was just in the movie?
Big high school party movie, and it's all shot as though it's from the perspective of a cameraman who's like documenting the party.
Uh-huh.
He's the cameraman. That's
Really?
the guy that's behind the camera the whole entire movie.
That's insane. I saw this movie and I had no idea.
Okay, what if I told you, Stans, that this wasn't the only movie he was in? Here he is in 21 Jump Street.
Oh. Really?
My favorite molecule is water. I'd marry.
Oh, he's the water guy.
Its solid form floats on its liquid form, which makes it far outside the norm. It allowed life to form on ancient Mars, and we use it to wash our cars. H2O.
Dude, I love rhymes. I'll tell you, I'm loving this.
I love it too, and I'll say it. This isn't acting. I think this is real, and this is he is.
They just turned the camera on,
and they
we're
filmed
like,
him.
Dax, do whatever you would like to do.
H2O. H2O.
Oh, the chant.
That's okay. Oh, thank you. You look really old. Were you held back or something? Or?
No, you look super young. Were you held forward? I went to school in France, and they do like 2 extra years of middle school there. It's so lame.
Francais à la langue des morts.
Oh, that's cool. Nice to meet you also.
I'll say it. Dax, whether he had to act for the role or not, he killed his.
Yeah, he did a great job. That he was born to play this student in this high school, to play exactly the character he is in the videos, right?
He was also in The Watch and 22 Jump Street.
Let's watch Daily Dose. Bruh, what's going on here?
Hello everyone, this is your
daily dose of internet.
She decided to go for a run in extreme freezing temperatures.
What the hell?
Det är det sjukaste jag varit med om.
Thank you for being so patient. You've been so patient.
Oh, the other one.
Okay, now. Be good.
A truck was carrying...
What? I missed it. Oh, he slapped her with their ear.
Giant planks of wood when they accidentally fell off directly into this car.
Holy shit!
As scary as that might have looked, the good news is that nobody was hurt. Does anyone know what this is? A few days ago, a weird glitch moved across the sky in Texas.
Yo. It's like a riff.
Equipped with a doggy obstacle course.
This guy was out fishing when he realized that he was directly underneath a thunderstorm and it was time to leave.
Ooh! Alright, yeah, that's probably dangerous.
Here's a great way to ruin a Christmas present surprise.
Close your eyes, 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 close your eyes. Oh, what the f? Close your eyes, get inside, get inside, that is not for you. You did not see that. You did not see that.
Look at its little butt.
You got this? Oh, dude. Oh, no!
These thieves were trying to steal a slot machine.
Slot machine?
They couldn't figure out why this light pole wasn't working. It turns out that some squirrel completely filled it up with some nuts.
That's crazy.
He put a regular piece of paper in his bed to see how he would react. This photographer was trying to get some good nature video footage when this happened. I can't tell which bird is more angry.
Is that for real? What the hell's wrong with this guy?
This poor little guy doesn't know how wheels work.
Yo, I'm gonna go to jail. I'm going to jail now. I'm going to jail. Somebody call the cops. I'm going to jail now. Somebody call the cops. I'm going to jail now because of you.
This kangaroo is trying to drown this guy's dog.
I'm gonna punch your head in. Look at my dog. Merry Christmas.
This poor cat doesn't know how to drink water. This is called a mantid fly, which is a type of flying mantis that looks like a wasp.
He's completely harmless, as it turns out. Looks really ominous, but pretty harmless.
That's a crazy looking fly right there, bro.
So apparently, it's not uncommon for food vendors in Thailand to remain open during major flooding.
What? That's insane.
I think this pigeon might be a little too close.
What the fuck? That's pretty cool.
That's enough, Rocky. Back away from the water.
I have never seen a cat with bad posture before.
Today we're gonna be making churros. All right, they're looking pretty fire. Let's go. I'm gonna get the biggest one, so it better taste good.
What the
For some reason, this dog loves to steal this towel from the kitchen.
What are you doing? What? No. No. No.
Some biking schools use a training wheel device to teach people how to safely do a wheelie. This horse wanted to join in with making a snow angel.
Aww. Bro, what? Holy
I have never seen a cat
shit.
experience enlightenment before.
Yo, I was sick.
This is probably the
Oh!
most talented thing you'll see today.
What? No way. Bro, that's insane.
I think I now want a baby rooster. I have never seen someone run in lowercase before.
What does that mean? Run in lowercase?
So this is pretty cool. The oldest albatross in the world is 74 years old and is about to become a mom again. This poor seal only has 2 brain cells. These robots are being used in parking lots in China to deal with illegal parking or bad park jobs. That is the end of this video. We hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you guys again
Very soon.
Later.
Alright, let's game. Let's game, guys and gals and extraterrestrials. Marvel Rivals. Let's try this out. Why isn't this game launching? Ugh. Is it gonna launch or not? Like, this is weird. There we go.
I'm not the kind of girl who has to lay it down before I fall in love. It's been kind of nice hanging with you, baby. But baby, you gotta slow down. But I hope I didn't lead you to thinking that I was like this before. It's been kind of nice hanging with you, baby. But baby, you gotta slow
Marvel Rivals is so hard to say.
We're friends. We're no friends. We're friends. No friends. I have no friends. Anybody want to play? Anybody in chat trying to play some Twitch, Marvel Rivals? Some Twitch Rivals? I'm gonna call this bitch Twitch Rivals because it's so much easier. What do we do? I'm just gonna play. I don't even know how to play.
Pick your hero or villain. I'm not judging.
Who should I be? I don't know who to be.
I'm your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Only my neighborhood is now like multiple realities. Cool, right? Doing the right thing just makes you feel good, doesn't it?
30 seconds before you attack.
Okay,
Get
E.
ready.
With a few upgrades, that suit of yours could be... It is not a suit.
What does that do?
Are living beings. Organic tech. I can work with that. Wait, is it slimy? Not as slimy as you, Star.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Typical Hydra.
There isn't much music in a place like this.
Watch out, they're headed our way!
Snipers locked in on us.
I'm dead.
Back in the swing of things.
This is like
The mission area is yours.
F.
That's how it's done.
What have we here? A sniper?
Bro, I don't know what I'm doing.
Spider sling.
Enemy ahead.
Spider Fist is ready. The symbiote Spider-Man returns.
We've got a sniper.
It's the grand finale.
Nice.
I'm just fucking.
You've captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going. I am ready to put on a show.
Spider Fist is ready to punch.
Counterattacks. Cap, get up. We need you.
Spider Fist is ready to punch.
Plasma burst. The area is almost yours.
Watch
Control
out there,
lost.
That is. I don't know what I'm doing, yo.
Hide your body heat.
I have no clue what I'm doing.
I gotta do better this time.
Fire! Nothing personal.
What the fuck?
By the eye of Agamotto!
Partners like the old days.
Control seized.
I don't know what I'm doing, bro.
A nice deep.
What's Q do?
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man. Take cover. We got a sniper. Round and pound. Woo!
I am ready to put on a show. Control lost.
Partners like the old days.
Sniper.
Oh no, not Cap. Hang on, the cool stuff takes time.
Their team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
Take cover. We got a sniper.
I got killed. Did I kill somebody though?
I am ready to put on a
I got one
Making
kill.
the cut. I'm not a vengeful person.
I don't
but
know how to
today
play
I'll
this
make an
game.
exception.
You're relieved of duty.
They've almost got it.
Oh, I hate this
I
part.
like the cold. Plasma.
Round and
Keep fighting until we have a winner.
Victory! You can always count on me, partner. Bogey's coming up behind. For freedom.
That's a problem. But I'll fight you one.
I'm dead again.
Fear best.
I'm just not good, huh?
Double KO.
Now I've got something to prove.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
What the fuck is going on? What the fuck just happened right there?
I hate this part.
How do I get health?
Spider Fist is
There it
ready
is.
to punch. Dinner
I am
handmade
ready to
chicken
put on a
soup.
show!
That's a problem. But also I feel more comfortable.
Control lost!
By the eye of Agamotto!
The numbers aren't in our favor.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Okay. I'm just terrible at this game.
That was close. Don't mess with the amazing Spider!
Oh, I could change heroes? We lost? I need to play with like a controller or
Just
something.
go down to the bodega for a sandwich.
I should play with a controller.
Huh, 30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
According to my scans, we're going up against some real heavy hitters.
Sounds like now would be a perfect time for a quick suit upgrade, Tony.
My armor's already as bleeding edge as it can be, Spidey. I'll be fine.
Oh, I wasn't talking about your suit, but good for you, I guess?
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
I got it.
The truth is, I can do some amazing stuff. I should enjoy this more.
I'm gonna try it with a controller.
It's the grand finale! Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Get in here, y'all.
Together to victory! The symbiote Spider-Man returns!
The mission
Gonna
area
get
is
sticky.
yours! Time to celebrate. I like it.
Push.
Nice.
They're behind us.
Put you on ice.
Ground and
Plasma burst!
We've got a sniper. I've neutralized the shooter.
Pulse charge! Now I got you! I hate this part! Protons!
Come on, time! I am ready to put on a show!
Round and pound! Yeah. Sniper!
You captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
I got it.
Now I've got something to prove.
I wanted to change my hero. Fuck.
Get ready. A nice deep fight. The area's almost yours.
What the fuck is this shit?
Gonna get
By the eye of Agamotto.
I'm about to die. Bro, this is so stupid.
Unleash the Vishanti's power.
You'll have to keep fighting until you have
I
winner.
gotta do better this time.
I'm holding X.
Spider-Fist is... Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
This is so stupid. Hope we lost. We won? Bro, I have no clue what's going on in this game and how to play it.
Life is hard sometimes, but at least maybe I can make it easier for other... I'm your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man.
Fuck
Only my
Spider-Man.
neighborhood is now like multiple realities. Cool, right?
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Anyone stands in my way, they won't.
Same here.
This ain't my first rodeo. Sure as hell won't be my
You should
last.
just be asking for mine. When's the last time you sold out Stark Arena, Prince?
All right, K-pop, let's go save the world.
I suck. The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
No.
Rebuild the space-time continuum and defeat 2 Dr. Dooms? Piece of cake. I see you, sniper.
Coming at you. Needed a little
Hold
boost.
still. Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now. Sometimes. Or a dagger. The mission area is yours. I am ready to put on a show.
Suit looks good on you, Tony. You're mine.
Plasma, burst!
Pulse charge, fire!
Let's do this. That's supposed to hurt.
Together to victory!
Sniper shooting at us. Endless fury. Shooter's been dealt with. You're mine.
You captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
I'm even better than my mutant power.
Suit looks good on you, Tony.
You're mine.
Enemies on approach. This is war.
The area is almost yours. Double KO.
Yeah, that covered.
A nice freeze. Everybody needs a hand sometimes.
Let's do this.
Pulse charge, fire! That's what happened.
Oh, I'm dead finally. I'm fucking crushing it with
Another epic victory. Big win.
This is voice chat.
Pick your hero or villain. I'm not judging.
Anyone stands in my way, they won't be standing much longer. This ain't my first rodeo. Sure as hell won't be my last.
Wagwan, everyone.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
You kids should stay out of this.
It's our world too.
All right, somebody tell me this isn't some kid's birthday party again.
So this is just like fucking
Battle starts in
Overwatch,
5,
but Marvel heroes,
4,
basically.
3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Typical Hydra.
So when timelines are all entangled, how many MJs are there? This could get complicated.
I don't think that's the welcoming committee.
There's somebody who needs a bullet.
Bogey's coming up behind.
Let's do this.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now. They captured the mission area!
Let's do this. That's supposed to hurt. You're out of your league.
Let's go.
A health boost. Fine by me. Got eyes on some bogeys coming at you.
Fight for the good guys next time.
Even better than my music. Let's do this.
So cool.
Sniper, watch your head.
Don't see Wolverine go down.
Damn.
A legend shall never fall.
Maximum.
Like a bad penny, I just keep coming. Let's do this. Just like Weapon X. Maybe worse. Needed a little boost. Thanks. Got eyes on some bogeys. Coming at you.
You've captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
I have never felt worse about a win. You get a weapon! You get a weapon! You get a weapon!
Come on, time!
Once I get it stuff!
Fury. This mutant carves his own path.
Let's go, baby.
Man. I'm just hearing you yap, Spidey.
Get down, sniper! I'm doing this my way! Magneto!
Bro, how did that not heal? What the fuck?
We'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Ain't over yet. You're out. Needed a little boost. Thanks.
Captain America's so low back.
Damn.
That's gonna.
Shake it up.
Time to do some damage.
Put some pep in my step.
Control lost.
Put me down, but I always get back up.
Their team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
Even better than my mutant power.
Pulse charge. Fire. Take cover. We gotta spend.
You're mine.
You get a weapon. You get a weapon. You get a weapon.
We are undefeatable.
Endless fury.
Andy needs help.
Let's do this.
They've almost got it. Control seized. You'll have to keep fighting until you have a winner.
Good here.
Watch out there. Headed our way.
Coming at you.
Went down pretty hard.
Coming at you.
Nice going, Webhead.
气犯长虹。
Wasn't very nice, was it? Let's do this. Break free.
Let's go.
That was
GG's. GG. Can y'all hear me? Hello? Mic check.
This ain't my first rodeo.
Can y'all hear me?
As hell
Mic
won't
check.
be my last.
No? Okay. Oh.
Seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Tony Stark. I'm totally fangirling.
Oh, same here. We can swap autographs after the fight.
Swap? You should just be asking for mine. When's the last time you sold out Stark Arena, Gramps?
All right, K-pop, let's go save the world.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Since we have 3 healers.
Space-time continuum and defeat 2 Dr.
Always.
Dooms. Piece of cake.
Is that good?
Enemies on approach.
I am ready to put on a show! Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now. The mission area is yours!
We got it! That one hurt.
Let's do this.
There's another one down.
Assemble!
Pulse charge. Fire.
By the coming at you. Got eyes. You're mine.
You get a weapon.
Fuck,
you
I was
get
so
a weapon.
close.
You get a weapon.
A nice deep freeze.
You've captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going. Glad to help.
Needed a little boost. Thanks.
Be your best self.
Let's do this. No holding back.
Fire.
like the glory is almost yours. It's the grand finale.
Anyone say,
Let's do
Pulse
this.
charge, fire!
Let's go. Let's go, baby.
Another epic victory. Big win.
A GG. A GG. I had 21 kills. They had homie had 31. Who had 31? Oh shit. 28. They had like no kills. This is pretty cool. I wonder what Fauci and Narrator think about this game. What the fuck? Should I hop on Rocket League? Yeah, this is not my style of game, kind of. It's okay. It's cool. What should I play? Rocket League? I think I should do Rocket League. I'm gonna play the 8 p.m. tournament. Maybe hop on some what's it called? Some Fortnite for a little bit. Nah, after the 8 p.m. tournament, the gaming is done. No more gaming. We're ending the night. I gotta fucking put this stuff away.
Ugh. I thought that was gonna hit the ceiling. Oh, I thought I got the reset there too. There we go. That's what I was trying to do. That's all I was trying to do right there. I gotta fix my stream title. Fuck. Ooh, that was nice. That was kind of nice, right? That was a little nice one. Ah. Wow. Wow. I missed it. Nice. Oh, you faked me? Oh, that little touch. Oh no! I was the best player on the team. What do you think, Daddy Gator? Oh no, he beats me to that. I'm trying too much. Ah, I went for a flip reset. Ah, nice. Oh, yikes. What's this guy doing? Oh, my bad. Oh shit, that's a shot on net. Yo, what up, Anton? What up, Anton? I thought he was gonna go up. I messed that up. Nice, faked. Fuck. And GG. How you doing tonight, man? Oh man, I'm hungry. I need to cook some food. How'd you do today? How was your day, man? I did pretty good today, even though it was a shitty ass rainy day. I'm alright. I'm a little bit better than average. Trying to see if there's anybody online that wants to get down. I might have Nexus. Bro, I'm fucking stoned, man. I can just tell. I can see the way I look now, like before. My eyes are all chinked out and like glossy and red. I see myself, I'm like, damn, I look a stony baloney. Bro, this is one of those games you have to practice at to get really good at. That's why I really like it. I mean, it's like that with most games, but like the fundamentals to the mechanics of this game are like no other game. So it's like you can't, you know, for example, Shroud. You put him in a new FPS first-person shooter game, he's going to probably be good at it. You know, it's going to have the same mechanics, same functionality. Doesn't matter what type of game it is. And Rocket League, it's not like that at all. It's a completely different beast, and that's why I love it. It's like an actual sport, let alone an esport. Cheers, brother. Cheers, brother. You trying to blaze one up? Brother, let's do it. Remember Kel's on the bot patrol? That's right, brother. We're out here to catch them bots every single day. Oh yeah. Round them up, round them up. You on a hiatus? Let's the fuck out of it. Plays one for me. Got you, bro. I already did. We already hit that up for you. Split shot, heat seeker doubles. What the hell is? Oh, I know split shot is. I gotta go after this game. I'm in. No worries, bro. Where you going? I'm trying to get like at least a 3. There you got hockey. Did I play competitive 3s? Bro, look at my threes. 885 and 794. That's horrible. That's plat, right? Is that plat? It's got to be plat, right? All right, here we go. Here we go. My first competitive match of this season. Oh no, of course. Nice. Ah. Damn it. I just gotta play smart. Oh my god, bro. Wow. Oh. Bro, like... There's nothing I could do there. Nice. I'll take it. I could have had such a better touch on that. Right to him, fuck. Ah! I went for the boost, fuck the ball. Ah! Can you go for that touch? Okay. Oh, nice touch by that dude. Didn't expect that. Oh, I missed the boost. Nice. Oh my god, bro. Oh no.
Please don't touch it. Oh my god, that guy was about to block it. You see that? He almost fucking blocked it. I don't trust this guy behind me. Oh no! Bruh. Like, my teammates are terrible. Fuck. Oh my Atlanta. Come on, do something good. Oh, God, my teammates suck. Like, they are not doing anything right. Bruh. This guy is terrible. What is that chicken doing, man? Come on. He has no boost. Please. Thank you. Get away from me. This game's over. Like, my team sucks. Like, is that... That's such bullshit. Bro, that's horrible. How can I lose right there? Bro, yeah, right. Are you kidding me? My teammates are horrible. I mean, I could have probably saved that one shot, but it didn't. I didn't see it coming. Bruh. Not like these guys. These are plats. Like legit plats I'm playing with. Nice. It's in. No, it's not. Fuck. Ah! Oh my god, bro. Like... Oh my god, my other teammate left the match. Bruh. This is ridiculous. Now I'm gonna have to 2v3 these guys? Let's do it. It's just me? Solo dolo?
I can win this 2v3 with this homie. We got this. Oh no. That's not good. Nice. Good touch. What is my teammate doing? Fuck, bro. Nice. Nice. We're in this, baby. We're in this. Nice. Oh. Oh, I fucking got it past me. Oh my god. It's okay. Oh my. Thank you. Thank you for cleaning that up. Oh, okay. I passed it right to him. He got lucky. Bruh, I thought that was in. There's no boost. Ah! Oh, my bad. No, that's my bad. We could have won this game, bro, if that dude didn't fucking back out. It's such bullshit. Oh, I missed it. Let's just forfeit. It's over, buddy. Oh my god. Anybody else online? Oh, I missed it. So I was in that match. I guess I'll join the second chance. Whatever.
What's up, Greg? You guys know how when you buy something online and then return it, it gets sent back to the warehouse, repackaged, and then sold to somebody else? Maybe you picture some kind of alternate evil version of you that likes really tight-fitting t-shirts? Yeah, that's not true. It turns out stores like Amazon realized a long time ago that it's actually a lot of work to look at each item that gets returned and try to figure out if it's broken or dirty or if Shadow Danny would even like it. So they thought of kind of an ingenious method to get rid of it all. They throw it in a landfill. That's where an estimated 6 billion pounds of returned items end up every year, but luckily, some of them escape this fate. Sitting in giant boxes in these third-party facilities across the country, these mysterious forgotten items cling to some sense of hope that they might find a new home. And I am very curious as to what's in these boxes. On Amazon, you can buy like anything, from a dancing monkey plush toy to a clapping monkey plush toy. And everything in between. So I want to get my cold, sweaty little hands on one of these boxes of Amazon returns, but I don't know how. So I reached out to Raleigh Williams, the host of the YouTube channel Climate Town. So Raleigh, you're working on a video about free returns right now, right?
Yeah, I saw this expose on a bunch of like brand new returns in a landfill and stores like throwing out cordless drills and perfectly new laptops and stuff. And I just thought like, we shouldn't be doing that. That shouldn't be how this system works. And so we've been reading up on it, and the reverse supply chain is not making me super optimistic.
How do free returns go from like me returning an item to these random warehouses across the country where they end up in these mystery boxes?
Yeah, so what's the last thing that you bought online?
I think I bought AirPods.
You know how there was like an option on the AirPods to, if you buy this, you can get it delivered to your house right away? Like they'll put it into a cannon and fire it at your window?
Yeah, that's the option I picked because I needed them now.
So that doesn't really exist in reverse. You can't you don't have your own cannon to like jam the AirPods in and fire it off back to Apple. So you put it into a box and then you ship it to what sort of seems like is back to the store. But it's not really going to the store, it's going to a thing called a returns center. So that's like this big ass warehouse where they get hundreds of thousands of returns from like all the crazy shit people bought from the internet. A lot of the returns get just thrown away at the dump. Some of the returns get donated, and then in some cases, they're gonna sell those returns to these bulk item liquidators. And this is kind of a good solution sometimes because you can actually get a little bit of money for those returns. So let's say you're like Sports Authority and you get a bunch of hockey sticks back. You can sell those to a bulk item liquidator for like pennies on how much they actually cost.
Got it. So it's only hockey sticks at these facilities then?
Oh my no, it is so many different items.
Hockey nets, hockey pucks,
goalie masks, hockey sticks. Did we say that one?
So all these boxes full of returns, who do they sell these to? Do people like me just come in and buy giant boxes of Amazon returns?
Yeah, there's a lot of liquidators that just have an open door policy, and it's like, bring your kids, let's make a Sunday out of this. Come on down and spend $400 on a box of random returns.
So I could just go to one of these places if I find one and just buy a box?
Yeah, this would actually be kind of a good section for my video that I'm making too. So maybe we'll just go to one together. I think it'd be a good challenge to see if you can actually resell the items in the box at a profit. To actually see if it's possible to like get your money back from the big box of returns that we buy.
Maybe at the end of the video too, whatever like profit I make, we can give to a charity or something. That'd be a cool way to end it.
Yeah, that sounds great. I mean, I do want to manage your expectations. I don't know how much you're actually going to be able to get from selling these items off. So I don't know how much profit this box is going to generate.
It was the perfect plan. Given that this is actually a pretty common side hustle I'd seen before on YouTube, I figured I would have no problem turning a profit and donating said profit to charity. Some creators have actually gotten so successful flipping pallets that they've actually turned their operation into a full-time business.
Just 3 years ago, Mitch was selling furniture out of his garage.
Yes, I was.
Now we're in this 30,000 square foot place.
We did some research and found out there was a liquidation center not too far from where I live. So Raleigh hopped on a plane, and before we knew it, there we were, in a place filled to the brim with things that for some reason or another, someone thought they wanted, but then changed their mind. A baby car mirror so you could start a safe road trip with your lovely baby. A breast enhancer that takes 2 AAA batteries. I was captivated by the untold story behind each item. This place also had overstock items in bulk like $66,000 worth of pacifiers and hundreds of this one aquarium decoration. I don't mean to sound like Cotton Eye Joe when I say this, but where did all this stuff come from? And where will it go? Raleigh and I searched the grounds for a while, looking for a box that spoke to us. We walked down corridors of bubble makers and as seen on TV products. We thought these women's blouses were pirate shirts, but eventually, we found the box for us. Priced at just $340, this box was a hodgepodge of various Amazon returns. Big boxes, small boxes, a Chewy box, a box of what appeared to be sweet and sour chicken. What rare, priceless gems could be waiting in here to uncover? We paid the fee, and a few hours later, the box was delivered. All right, guys, it's time to unbox the pallet. Honestly, I'm feeling pretty nervous about what's in here. I don't even know how many boxes are in here. I mean, what do you think, like 100?
I think like probably 25 to 30 boxes are in here.
Okay, so my guess was stupid then?
Well, no. All right, box number 1. This is a tent. We could do the rest of this video in a tent.
This is kind of sick. I'm liking this already, man. I'm not selling any of this stuff.
This is exactly 1 person's worth of tent, or 2 very good friends worth of tent.
And I like that if it's a clear night, you can see the stars from inside your tent. It's not going to protect you from
I don't know if I
bears
want to
or
play this
anything,
tournament.
but most tents don't. Oh, a pet gate.
Yeah, pet safety fence.
Wait, that's actually kind of sick. I might need one of these. I mean, I've got a baby that can crawl now. I also have dogs that crawl all the time. When dogs walk, is that called crawling? They're on all 4s.
It's just walking. But when a horse walks, is it called crawling?
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's a Keurig. It's got the K right on top and everything. I wonder if it works.
Now I'm noticing, if you look right here, there's like a little bit of scuffing.
schmutz?
Yeah, I think this might be a gently used Keurig.
As long as they used it gently. Oop, did a piece of... I lost a bit. I lost a bit of the Keurig. I'm going for the sweet and sour chicken.
Oh, baby.
Will it really be?
So this is an example of a return. Somebody has like put it in a different box probably, and they've returned a thing. So they almost certainly took it out of the packaging, lost the packaging, and then said, fuck it, I'm returning it anyway.
Oh, is it a vacuum maybe? I'm thinking...
He don't need me. It's like he became a millionaire, I think, at like 16. So like, that's amazing. Like that's hard work, and he said he plans to never give up. He wants to do streaming as long as he can. So I admire his work ethic. I admire his drive and his motivation. But his content is not something I'll necessarily watch. But he don't need me. He don't need me. He's got everybody else. But he's a W human.
Who's your favorite streamer on Twitch?
He's a W human.
Twitch. Oh man, that's a good question. Hold on, I don't know where Tommy P is. Tommy P, if you're watching Nico's stream, I need you to send me the name of that person that plays 5M, that plays the girl. Like it's a dude, but he plays a girl in 5M. You know what I'm talking about, Tommy? I know Tommy knows what I'm talking about. He plays with DG the 99. I'm not talking about DG the 99, but he plays with him in his city. But there's a lot of streamers that I like, a lot of them. But streamers.
Nacho Mama Q&A. What are your thoughts on Chris Tyson?
Who is Chris Tyson?
I'm pretty sure he's like that transgender predator, Mr. Beast's friend.
I don't know who he is. I think predators should all go to jail. As far as trans goes, be who you are. I like to say, I say this all the time. I don't care if you put your, fuck it, I've said all kind of words. I'll say, and I'll quote myself, I don't care if you put your dick in a man or a woman or a toaster. It don't bother me at the end of the day. Do you, okay? Just be cool to me. That's how I feel about it. So if you're trans, you're trans. Just be cool to me and I'll be cool to you. But as far as predator goes, no. Get the hell off. Get out of the streets.
Facts.
Predators need to go.
What are your thoughts on Kai Cenat?
Kai does some stupid shit. I swear to God. Look. Didn't it? Well, no, it wasn't him. Speed just got Streamer of the Year, right? Didn't Speed just get Streamer of the Year? That's because Speed's better than Kai. That's how I feel about it. Speed's better than Kai. Kai is, I don't know.
He's getting too good for her
I'm not
britches.
a big fan of Kai. I'm not a fan of Kai. I don't think he's a bad person. He's just not somebody I want to watch. And I do think Speed is a better streamer than Kai.
What do you think about Jinxie?
I don't really know that much about Jinxie. I watched a little bit of him on YouTube when he was talking, maybe to Sneeko. Did Jinxie talk to Sneeko? He's talking to somebody. Sneeko's a bitch, by the way. But Jinxie's cool. Jinxie's cool. Look, I called Sneeko out on live stream before with Aiden. I was in a Discord call with Sneeko and Aiden and Goat Anime, and Sneeko will take your words and turn them around and make it sound like you're saying something that you're not. And I told Aiden on live stream, I muted Sneeko. I told Aiden, I said, I can't hear him anymore. I said, it's just your stream. If you want me to unmute him, I will. But I don't want to listen to that kind of toxicity and bullshit.
James
And Aiden said, no, you do what's
765
comfortable for
donated
you, so you
$3.
stay muted.
Currently watching on the toilet. Please speak up. It's hard to hear over the shit hitting the water.
What are your thoughts on Jack Doherty?
My thoughts on Jack Doherty. I think that he just plays into the most hated person and makes his money.
That's true.
I'm pretty sure he likes being hated. Like, I don't know. It makes him money.
I wouldn't even say that I hate him. I just don't understand why people watch him. I don't
It's because
understand why
it's
people
something
watch
like
him. What, puppy
the
dog?
fact that you can't look away. It's like it's almost hard to watch. Like you said with my videos, like it's.
Oh, your video's
makes
like a
you,
car wreck. Yeah.
I don't know how to explain it, but when people are controversial like that, like Sneeko, or
Yeah.
like I don't know, any controversial streamer,
Andrew Tate.
people will watch just to hate on them.
Yeah, that's true.
Or like the Hawk Tua girl. What are your thoughts on the Hawk Tua girl?
That hooker said 2 words and became famous overnight.
Wait, hold on, your camera's lagging. Hello? Where did she just...
My Discord had a brain fart. I don't know what the hell happened. You said something about Hawk 2 and Discord said I don't fucking think so. That's
Okay,
bad.
so what are your thoughts on the Hawk Tua girl?
The Hawk 2 said 2 words and became somebody overnight, okay? And look, I was Hawk 2ing before she was born. I'm just saying, she didn't invent that shit.
Yo.
She didn't invent that shit. That's all I'm saying.
Wow. Okay.
I'm married, Nico. I'm not dead. I'm old, Nico. I'm not.
Did you hear that she pulled a crypto scam?
Somebody told me that recently. I don't know a lot about it. I didn't learn about it or anything, but I heard a little bit about it. What the hell does she do?
She just scammed her fans out of millions. Yeah.
She need to come to my house. I've been to her money and spank her ass like her mama should have a long damn time ago. That's
Oh,
what's wrong.
shit.
Look, with a lot of kids nowadays, and I'm old school, okay? It was today, the 10th. In 17 days, I'll be 55 years old, all right? Well, growing up, my mom and daddy would spank us. There's a difference between a spanking and a beating, okay? Those are 2 different things. A spanking is like smacking somebody on the ass 2 or 3 times with your hand, or maybe a belt or something. But like when we did something stupid, we got punished for it. We would get a spanking. I sassed my mama once, at the kitchen table in front of my daddy. I never did it again. Never did it again. But you can go now to like freaking Target or Walmart or what the hell ever, and you can see kids that are 5 years old, 6 years old, all the way up to 10 or 12, look at their mama and tell her to
James
shut up.
765
My mama would have knocked
donated
me so hard Google wouldn't
$3.
have found me if I'd
Spank
said
me
that shit.
Nakamama.
So these kids today, they are not being raised properly. Let me tell you what's happening with kids today. Parents are busy, right? Because the economy is nuts, and it takes a 2-parent household, both parents working to make their time. And what that does is that lets the internet, and that's what am I saying? Limit the screen time, limit it, especially at a young age. You're familiar with Monkey Omegle apps, right?
Yeah.
Do you know how many times I've been on Omegle or OME now and seen kids that are under the age of 10 years old on that freaking app?
Yeah.
Where are their freaking parents?
Who knows?
But I tell you, let me catch one of my nieces on that app. I will drive to their house in the middle of the night. Ain't no way. Ain't no way.
What are your thoughts on Vitaly?
Vitaly. I had no clue who Vitaly was until he came to Kick. I didn't know him before. The first time that I remember watching Vitaly was he was at that Doherty's house, and he was getting kicked out or whatever, and he spit on Jack Doherty. He spit on him. That's the first time I remember watching him, and I thought, what the hell is wrong with this dude, right? Then I quit watching him. Then he's been banned off the Kick several times too, by the way. And then he started doing Catch a Predator streams, which I'm good with that. Catch the predators, get them bitches off the street. But I watched them because I support that type of content. But then it seemed like to me that a lot of it was staged. A lot of what he was doing was staged. I think some of it was real, and it started doing well for him as far as viewers go and content goes. And so he started staging more. That's what I think. And once it started looking staged, I didn't want to watch it anymore.
Nice. I didn't know he spit on him.
He spit on Jack Doherty at Jack Doherty's house.
I'm gonna be watching yeah.
Now, if you
Yo, what up, Gator? I'm just about to put on 60 days on. 60 days in. How you doing, bro? What's poppin'? What's poppin'? Hop in, what's it called? Major League.
Both made.
Fire coming out. It's coming out of all. It's a turd on the floor right there. It's coming out our toilets and our showers.
They are working on it.
All right, hey. See how they treat us? We can't even flush this, and it keeps backing up.
Bring your mat and your blanket and let's roll.
I don't care how badass you are. Classification is gonna scare you.
Moving 300 inmates is never easy.
Keep going.
Just don't shoot me. I'm on the edge. These people over here, they make me want to hit them.
I'm smacking his ass. I swear to God, bro.
You gonna order some dinner? Nice. I just had like a little dinner.
Paradise, you know.
Folks are picking up a chair, man. This is
I had this chicken tender dinner meal. It's like chopped up chicken tenders on a bed of mashed potatoes and gravy and corn. It was really good. I still have some left.
Telling them and they're not listening to me. They're not listening to me.
They only understand one thing.
What's that?
Violence.
Well, about 8 months ago, they put a water line in. We don't know if they've hit it, but sewer line actually crushed underneath the street here somewhere. So that's why we got the water off right now.
Is that something that's going to be able to be fixed in like a day?
That I don't know.
Having a sewer line break anywhere is a bad situation, but having it happen in a jail that affects half your inmate population could potentially make it dangerous.
Because it's a hostile environment.
Okay.
Don't go further than you have to.
Would you
Just be a little bit more cautious.
We'll do the reactions closer to the door, and we will leave the door open.
Please. At least at arm's length. You know, you could swing that if you had to.
Yeah.
Okay?
I'm gonna run back in there then.
Stay close to the door.
I will. And I'll be
Here's
good.
what I would.
Okay. Let's go.
Go back to the dorm
No.
and watch TV or
No, you can't. Nope, not until the water's fixed.
Not go back until it's all fixed. That's end of
Taco
conversation.
Bell.
The chief's upset.
Nice.
That's the way it's going to be.
They're in no rush to take us back. It's less work that they have to do. As you can see, they can sit on the computer all day, be on the internet, and it's pretty convenient for them. You know, they don't have to do anything.
They told us to do what we're told to do and shut our mouths. I think that's the standard instruction around here.
It's a unique environment. It's like a really bad camping trip with a bunch of violent homeless people with drug charges. No one had had a shower. They smelled like sewage.
I will explain to you the rules, okay? I only have to give you a shower every third day. I'm doing my best. There's nothing more I can do, okay?
Having to use one restroom, what I would consider a basic human right, they consider a privilege. And so maybe I'm just not up to date on what human beings deserve, but they should have given us water.
I'm dehydrated, I'm lightheaded.
Let's start right.
Gentlemen, everybody sit down. Sit down.
I ain't never been no place like this. Can't wait to get away from it, because I ain't never coming back.
Sit down. Gentlemen, I'm going to ask you one more time. Sit down. Here's the deal. They're tearing the street up over there. We have no idea when the water's going to be turned on. Okay? So that's by order of the sheriff and the chief that he does not want you in your sections because of the running water thing. So that's where you're at. I'm not saying that you can't get upset, but you're not going to start acting out. It's not going to get you anywhere other than just right here.
As a state policeman for 30 years.
What really upset me was the lack of leadership, the lack of competency, and the apathy of the senior staff.
Calm down.
Trying to heat up some water.
I'm not yelling at you. You calm down.
As long as nobody puts their hands on me, I'm all right.
I would blame most of the spikes in drama.
This is for the female inmate fights first.
They didn't give us any definite answers, any time frames.
What do you mean?
They didn't say anything. They were just like, sit in your bunks.
Are you talking about like with the guards, how they lose it? Yeah.
They know they're gonna get the same question asked. When we gonna get it fixed? Well, we don't know neither. We don't give a damn. Y'all just sitting there and chill, hang out, and bunk up and stink up. Everybody smell like the same every day.
I'm not gonna lie. If the inmates in this jail wanted to rise up and take over the jail and take out all the guards, it's gonna happen.
Wow.
Because these bitches are.
I was up, yeah, all night long. You're in someone else's house here, like, they had to take you in like you're a homeless pet or something.
I don't understand this. It's ridiculous. It's like a daycare. Get the
He's like, you don't touch me unless you're giving me food.
Shut the up. Oh my God, put your hair up and don't touch nobody. 3F family, I've just been informed. The BO holes are here. What? There's lice bugs.
And she's like, that girl had lice.
As soon as she said that, we're all like, everybody search each other's heads. Like, everybody was so paranoid and looking at each other's head and like it was nuts. And everybody was freaking out. And no, we're not doing lice in here.
It's like every day. They wake up screaming. They go to bed, they wake up again screaming. I'm so sick of it. Every day.
I'm not feeling this at all. Good God, could this get any worse?
Until coming here, like, we don't realize how good we actually have it over there. Like, this sucks. This is terrible. We don't know for sure, but they did say that it was still flooded over there and to not, you know, place our bets on being able to go back today.
Which one? Big Booty Judy?
We don't have anything to give them to drink. What do we do? Guys, here's the deal. They brought the chow up. They didn't bring anything to drink because we don't have water.
Speaking about drinks, let's take a sip.
Can we at least go back to our pod then so we
No,
can at
it's
least have
over there
phones?
too.
Well,
I can't move you. This is where we're at for right now. We're doing one thing at a time, okay? We have nothing to drink. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Well, we're trying to get something up here to drink, okay? I guess bring it on over.
Been up here for 2 days. We haven't been able to shower for almost 3 days.
It felt worse than a refugee camp because a refugee camp, they actually give you a bottle of water and stuff, and they refused to give us water.
Is water cut off in our section?
Okay, listen.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
Who's got a mouth? I will light this whole up in here. You understand me?
She got that strap. She got that gun.
Who's got a mouth? I will light this whole up in here. You understand me? I tried to come in and explain to you what was going on, and y'all wanted to be. You want to run your mouth about something? We'll go out here and run it.
So we want to yell now. Yell one more time. Say one
What are
more
you
thing.
doing,
Aiming the gun at
Elo?
everybody. And so everybody like, oh, hold on, chill.
Now they had to go in and they had to shut it all off, and they have to fix it. I don't know when they're going to do it. It's not the jail. It's the Indiana Water Company. Okay? We don't have anything to do with that. We can't make them hurry. We can't make them rush. They didn't even work through the night. There's nothing I can do.
Do not take that thing in there in the middle of that like you did. It's just too hazardous.
Treat us like grown-ass people, and maybe you'll get a grown-ass response. They get mad at us and stuff when we complain. Like, it's unsanitary. But you know what? Don't nobody give a because we're criminals. Sick of it.
Tensions are high. There's things that happen that are unpredictable. We'll do as best we can, and we'll get the sewer fixed, and we'll go on running to jail.
Yo, you saw that? She wants some toke. She thought that I had treats.
It's like you're already in a terrible situation and they do nothing about it, man. I gotta just suffer through this. I don't know how much more of this I can take.
I didn't realize that I had been bitten by something or something had happened to the back of my leg. I was like, that's weird. I went to feel. I'm like, there's something there. Some sort of swelling or bite. And I'm like, something's not right.
Does it itch? Yes. Does it hurt? It's tender. That doesn't look like a spider bite. No, it does not look like snap.
The guard who actually looked at it wrote a note with my name on it, said what it was, and said, I'll take this to medical for you. But I'm going to be honest with you, she's probably not going to see you because it's not an emergency right now and there's a million other things going on.
That's not right.
It's not a settling feeling, you know? It's very unsettling.
It looks like to me, the female inmates get better treatment. Oh, for sure, 100%. They get way better treatment because they're not as bad. Well, they're bad, but they're not like as a, I don't know. They're bad in a different way.
The water's back up and running. It couldn't have came too soon. With inmates, when you bring them out of their daily routine, you tend to have start problems.
Now we get to get the inmates back to their sections that they're originally from and get back to normal operations here.
Everybody pack up, we're going back.
Be quiet! That means no talking,
Trying to get us some stuffing. By the time they even came in to move us, I was already depressed, and I'm like, man, it's over.
When you've been here long enough and you come to the gym, and it's like you're ready to go back to the house, you know what I mean?
Yeah, now we get a phone and a shower. We should be real excited about that.
This flooding incident, not their problem. Their response to it, totally their problem. The inmates were allowed to roam around and do whatever they're doing. It just happened that taking over the facility wasn't on their agenda.
We're getting ready to bus 300 inmates back down to their sections after being housed in the rec room and various parts of our jail. We're moving so many inmates, we can't take any risk here. We're going to search every inmate and make sure no contraband makes it back to the sections.
There's a lot that we could have done better in this incident. We need to learn from this and do a lot better in the future.
When they said we were going back to our pod, I can finally just breathe. Kind of feels like home in a weird way. Weird up jail home.
Oh my God, I'm so happy we home.
I will never complain again. After being over that Rashidville, I never complain again. We're home.
After being taken back and see how disgusting that place is, where I'm at is like heaven. And
right now it's nice, but it's probably the calm before the storm, and I'm definitely on the lookout. Before the sewer thing,
I've had a theory about how people are getting the drugs into the pod. I haven't laid my eyes to actually see the product, but I know it's upstairs. Right now, because everybody's getting along and everything is so low-key, this is where I need to go back to work. This is the perfect opportunity for me to really start figuring and finding out as much as I can, because evidence, that's all I need.
No, you can't call me back and treat me son of a bitch.
Yeah, I feel like she's gonna get her ass whooped. Cherie.
Stephanie's been making quite the theatrics show with these loud phone calls. My instincts is, what is she hiding? Why are the theatrics getting so big? What's going on? She's just talking about finger monkeys and randomly weird things. There's something that's code for something else, and I'm trying to figure all that out still.
I don't know what to tell you, King.com. Like, you're stupid. Like, I just spent half our relationship locked up. You don't know what the going on. How about this?
I know the vibe of something's coming. So I've been up in everybody's face and I'm exhausted doing it, but I'm pilfering in and out of every room. La 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 la.
I love you.
I don't know what they're doing, but something's coming. That's what I need to find out. What is it?
What are you doing?
I'm not doing you when you talk to me like that.
I don't really eat here. I hate sausage, the pizza's dry, the fish sucks to me. In D-Pod,
Better eat that ham sandwich, man.
I'm really not hungry. I'm not eating this anyways. And so I was giving everything else to Garza. In C-Pod, giving things away, that's an inherent weakness by many people's opinion. So I was like, huh, unique opportunity. So I started just selling every tray. I have an unprecedented type of store. I have the only tray store.
It's probably the best moneymaker, and it's the most sure thing.
Man, I heard that chili ramen's pretty good.
Chili ramen noodle soup?
Yeah, like that with the topic on like a bunch of That's what I heard. Yeah, sandwich or something.
Remember I had the chicken, broccoli, something soup, some shit. You said now it's chickeny.
Yeah.
The more you actually act like you're a player, the more you're respected. And then I also have currency as a result.
Ron's putting himself in a very dangerous place right now. If somebody owes him a debt and he doesn't collect on that debt, all the other inmates in that section are going to look at him as weak, and he's going to become a target.
Hey, baby. Nothing. Did you get moved back?
Yes, thank God.
So I talked to my sister, told her about this pain on your leg.
Yeah.
She said, could be staph. She thinks it's more likely that it's bed bugs.
Ew.
So I would just take it as that. But I wouldn't stress about it. It's not anything to stress about.
Well, I've never been in this situation before. I'm doing everything I know how to do to get through it and deal with it. And he's like, oh, you know, it's no big deal. You're fine.
But anyway, your mom texted me yesterday, Hallie's migraine, like the way she said it was kind of like jealous or something. But
Well, how often have you kept in touch with my family while I've been locked up, Zach? Once a
I've
week.
called them multiple times. Baby,
I
I've
talk
called
to your
them
mom
multiple
every
times.
day.
Ashley, stop. It's really me up.
You are?
Yeah, they are. There's so much more. Yeah, there's not as many female inmates there, I think.
I'm going through one of the
For
hardest
real,
struggles
I
I've ever
agree.
been through in my life right now.
Agree.
And I'm reaching out to him, and he's kind of making it almost a joke of it.
There's nothing I can do or say that's going to make your life any easier right now. You're the only one that controls that.
Ow.
Okay.
So you have basically two options. Deal with it or don't.
I am dealing with it. I am dealing with it.
Baby, I love you. I support you. I'm sorry. But voluntarily had a lot worse.
Are you kidding me right now? Do not pull this on me. This is a lot scarier than the war. I promise you that.
No, it isn't. I promise you that.
I guarantee you every person in here would rather go to war than be where they're sitting right now.
So you have been to war, you can't talk about it, so don't.
He's been to war, he's been shot at. To him, this is like a cakewalk. But this is life and death for me, just at the same as Afghanistan was life or death for you.
No, it
Just a different
isn't.
kind.
It ain't a
break
life
one
and
night
death
here,
for her.
I pick up a drug or something like that. That's it. There's no going back for me. That's my bullet. You're seriously insane.
I'm sorry, you knew that when you married me.
Yo, she got some nice legs. Damn,
This has
she's
not
just like,
been an easy process, I think, for either one of us.
she's perfect.
Is actual stress on our marriage. It's tearing me apart inside and out every single day.
Marriage sucks.
So there's been some real serious drama in the pod, especially with Elena.
It's all good. Be respectful of their room, because I'll get you way back. Yeah,
You know dead? Alright, get out of here. Go.
Elena, that's the one person in the pod that although she doesn't look like my daughter, her mentality is very strongly, closely related to my daughter. So I thought, maybe it'd give me the chance to maybe mentor her a little bit so that she doesn't keep getting amped up by everybody around here and just stay in so much trouble. And then Elena just starts to invite me in.
I know, that's the
Somehow my
best
daughter
part.
came up.
Is that she looks good without makeup.
she would just come home real loopy and she would go straight to sleep for 3 days. That's when I knew something was wrong. I felt like I was enabling her, so I went through a lot of changes in my mind at first, you know. My family kept telling me, you're giving her too much to be in school, you're paying for too much, and you're not making her work hard enough, and you're giving her open doors. And I was like, I just want her to have the things that I never had, and what's wrong with that, you know?
You, for one, can't hold that pain in your heart like it was something you did.
What you're saying right there it's got me really perplexed. How would you feel if you knew for a fact you were coming out to your mother, who's going to be able to take care of you financially, and would you feel differently? Would you be more scared, or would you feel resentful? Because I'm thinking she's going to be like trying to be rebellious because she doesn't want to be taken care of because of her pride. I don't know what I'm going to be dealing with.
She's gonna fight you tooth and nail at first because she's not gonna agree that you're behind her, even though that's what you're trying to do. But you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You're just gonna have to just hold her hand. That's all I can say. I can't tell you till that instance happens. But she needs to know that this is not how life should be.
Yeah, it's mine. I'm gonna eat it. Are you eating some?
You know, I mean, am I gonna be ready?
Okay.
You're welcome, baby.
It was so overwhelming to hear all of what I'm about to face, what I'm about to have to deal with. It just broke me down to my knees. Even though I wasn't physically on my knees, I was on my knees, like in my soul.
You're gonna be ready. I know you're scared right now, but you're her mama. You know, that's never changed.
Yes, you can. You can definitely spoil your kids.
Well, the suicide issue for me, there's a maximum amount of stress that I can take. At some point you max out. I don't know where that is, but
Wow, were you spoiled?
In this particular situation, my daughter represented the outside world.
Thank you. Please remain on the line.
Hello?
Hi.
Hi.
How you doing?
Okay.
How the dogs doing?
Oh, they're all right. How are you, Dad?
Oh, it's not easy.
Do you have, like, any privacy?
You definitely spoil your kids.
Me and about 6
You've done
of
it.
my closest friends. Most
You don't do it.
Geez. That's not.
Yeah, it does.
Commissary stuff is okay?
Oh yeah.
My cousin's spoiling his daughter.
I'll be fine. If I need anything, I'll give you a call. But I'm okay.
Okay.
All right. Bye.
Bye.
It was good to hear her voice, but then it's back to work.
Is your bike better? No.
Okay.
I had been bitten by something, or something had happened to the back of my leg. It kind
Ooh.
of continued to get worse. Continued.
I want to check it out for you.
Itched, burned, and I'm like, something's not right. So I immediately grabbed Mona Lisa and I grabbed Cherie, and I was like, hey, there's something on the back of my leg. Do you think it's something to be concerned about?
You all right? What's the matter?
Girls take care of each other. I feel like anything medical that pops up like that, you're just better off going to someone that's been in there, that knows the drill, that can tell you mix this, this, and this, and see if that works. It's like you have your own little medical team inside the pod.
Where's Ashley? I'll put her in bed.
Well, Sarah Bell, Candace, Leonard, like, they've all been here for a long time, so they've seen a lot of things. They were like, let me see if it's anything I've seen before.
I mean, they don't look like spider bites yet.
I don't think it is a spider bite. I really don't. Spider bites don't spread anyway.
No. Whiteheads. I've never actually seen nothing like that.
As soon as I heard it, that feeling is terrifying. I'm like, this could be, really bad. Maybe I got bit by a spider over there. There's a lot of bugs going around. I'm feeling weak. I feel like I have a fever, hot flashes, cold and clammy. I don't know what's going on. Sorry. You're probably sick of being in my butt.
Honey, I got kids, really.
Yo.
I'm gonna bust open the whiteheads.
Yeah, I'm trying to get that out of there. Definitely tell them that you got bit by something to see if they can nurse them. She hasn't been well, so she got bit.
Where'd you get bit at?
I got my ass cheek.
Yeah, I know. You sick?
Yeah.
What's wrong with you?
No.
I want to see the sun come out there.
How bad can it get? Like, what if I've actually picked up something serious?
Well, if she's in the show, she should be able to get treatment. That one guy
In 3 weeks.
got
And
treatment
of course,
fast too.
Yes, I have anxiety. Yes, I'm stressed. You know, that on top of now seeing something physical pop up is like
Her eyes look dilated.
times 100. Now I'm just like, my mind is like, I feel like I'm just going crazy. I don't want to back out of something that I committed to. You know, I've done that so many times in my life. And I've put myself into this as one of these girls. Like, they can't just say, hey, I don't feel good. I'm gonna go ahead and go home to my family. I need to finish this out for myself. Like, this is part of the rest of my life. Like, I will use this to be who I'm supposed to be, and I need to be here, you know what I mean? Like, I can't pull out now. I've sacrificed too much at home.
Commissary! Where that money? Where that sack? Mucho commissariat.
Is there any way that I can get like some type of a ramen box or something? Just every time I order something, I get like, 8 things, and I've always got everything sitting on the floor, so I'm just trying to figure out a way to... Okay, what's your last name again? Ryan. I'll try to remember that. Okay. All right, thanks. You're welcome. I have an unprecedented type of store. It's a way to get inside and gain information for this program. People are like, oh, biscuits and gravy. Dude, I'll give you 2 honey buns for it, which is a large item here because it's $1 each. I'm like, I'm not gonna screw you over like that. It's worth $1.50, not $2. Take this. Like, dude, thank you. It means a lot to these people to like have somebody not trying to scheme them at all times.
So today's lunch ready?
No, everything else today's already been gotten. And then Friday's B's and G's trade. I'm still technically abiding by all of the training rules. I don't want to actually end up in jail, but those are the risks you run if you do run a store.
What the fuck? He's so stupid. Bro, this guy is so stupid. He's gonna end up in jail. Like, staying there.
So Mona comes in, and you can tell that she's kind of shook up, and I'm kind of like, okay, what happened here? Because I haven't seen her like this and not in a while. And
when we were upstairs, she was talking to me about the subject of how parents feel about their children when they're in her. She was helping me to really understand her and my daughter and prepare me for what's to come.
Bro, he's putting himself in a really, really, really risky position.
When she comes out, she'll be tough.
She's already a woman.
We need counseling for the families. You need to know, you need to have something set up so the families know how to handle them when they come out, because they're not the same person.
I've been saying all
They
night.
don't know how to drive a car.
There's others that don't know how to use electronics. Life stands still.
How do you release somebody from this situation to a family? That family needs counseling on how to deal with this. I'm gonna need counseling to deal with this.
Oh man, just missed it.
Got out of the back of the neck. Did he tell you that?
You got me in the chin.
Once I come right back in D-Pod, I'm like, oh man, I'm back in hell. Like, I trying to like get everything together. I'm like,
I use the bathroom. I'm like years too.
The world is starting to change a little bit. Now we got a bunch of new people in and stuff, and like the dynamics of the pod is changing. And so it kind of make it a little bit hard for everybody to find a bathroom now.
Somebody sleeping there. Like what?
Who sleeps in the bathroom? You in a 40-person cell with 60 people, so like it's already overcrowded, and now like somebody sleeps in the day room bathroom now. I had an encounter with them where they tried to tell me I couldn't use the day room bathroom anymore. The group of people in there is a bunch of dope fiends, but they try to act tough because it's a bunch of them.
I ain't gonna hear somebody smart ass now.
You gonna tell us we can't use the day room bathroom? You ain't gonna stop me. He like, this ain't the day room bathroom. And I'm like, dude, we grown ass men. Like, I'm sick of people being tough and acting like they gonna whoop ass, but really they soft. I do want to fight like at this point, cause like, you know, it's chaos all around. I was about to put on my shoes. I'm like, man, I'm about to go smack every last one of them. Like, they got me up. Ain't no dope fiend about to tell me I can't use the bathroom. I definitely don't have a problem defending myself. You're not gonna stop me from using the bathroom. So I ignored him and went in there and took it. And I didn't flush on purpose just to piss him off, because I'm like, dude, I will come in there if I want to. I never thought I'd be dry docking in people's bathrooms and stuff. I feel good about it though, I'm not gonna lie.
Dude, room 2 is the day room bathroom. I took in there. He was back here. He got up and moved. No, he said something. I told him, like, don't do that.
I'm scared you though.
You ain't gonna stop me. I promise you.
It's chaos all around me, and once you get treated like an animal so much by the COs and everything, you start to believe that you are one. The days are starting to collide. I feel like I've been here forever. I'm starting to get to that breaking point and starting to act a little crazy a little bit. I'm so sick of this place.
There's the mail. There's the mail. Oh, wait a minute. Is that mail?
The new girls.
Oh, it's new people. And then,
Play nice.
There's a new inmate that's come in. She's very pretty, very soft-spoken, very quiet, very reserved.
She comes in, doesn't talk to anybody. That's a no-no. It makes people feel really uncomfortable, like something's going on.
What's your name? What is it? Tomorrow, 9:20. You're quiet.
I didn't think that was an option, that you just couldn't talk, because I was drilled about every single thing, every detail when I first got here.
Given my line of work, when I've seen inmates that have that mannerism, they're usually the ones that are the bad ones, the really bad ones. And I picked up that vibe instantly.
She can shut up. I don't like it at all.
Cherie, Jesse, and I were all in my room talking about Damaris.
I'm gonna away right here. You
sleep with that. You're in my room. Point blank. I asked Jesse, I'm like, you room with her and you don't know what she is for? I mean, I don't mean I'll go there and take that over. I don't want your details. I just want to know something where I had to protect myself if you don't tell me. Right. Hold on, does somebody else want to see it besides me? Yeah, me. Go get it. She pulls the papers and read the case report while she was downstairs. And it's gnarly.
What is it?
Holy, how did she get in this pod?
What is it? What is she in there for? Cracked ribs, bleeding on the brain. Then it was of a minor.
I'm like, holy, how did she get in this pod?
Oh my God. Oh, she's got to go.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I feel like I could seriously hurt someone right now.
So what you gonna do about my money? You can give me one tray a day. That's for the taxes.
Justin is extremely vulnerable.
There is a lot of intimidation and apparent fear.
Justin, man, what you gonna do?
I'm trying to talk to you and I can't hear you because keep yelling.
Yeah, I'm like at my breaking point. Like I'm counting hours now.
Ready to kill myself.
Mona Lisa Wilson, bed and baggage.
What are you doing?
I've had a theory about how people are getting drugs into the pod. I know something's coming.
I have an unprecedented type of store. One-to-one transactions. I don't do owing, no future markets.
They gonna stop me. Ain't no dope ain't about to tell me I can't use the bathroom. I ignored him and took it, and I didn't flush.
I promise you.
I'm starting to get to that breaking point.
What's your name?
I mean, I'll go there and take that over. She pulls the papers and read the case report. I'm like, holy, how did she get in this pod? This is not a good situation.
Everything just kind of runs together. It doesn't really even matter what day it is to me anymore.
Every unclean and ungodly spirit you can imagine feels like it roams this place.
I can't wait to go home and just love my child and never let him go.
Well, you just want to get from A to B safely. Any mistakes could be life-threatening.
I said from the beginning, I'm gonna be an inmate, and that's what I am.
I'm so sick of this place. I'm ready to go home.
My baby's that young, and I cannot imagine. She obviously has no regard for human life. I felt that baby's pain. You know what I mean? Like, I can't even, it just makes me sick to think about it.
Well, her boyfriend did it. And now they're trying to come back and indict him and her, but her boyfriend did it. Okay, bitch, your boyfriend did it. You let him do it, why don't you kill it, bastard?
Yeah, right.
Sorry. Next my skin girl, bitch. Why don't you just kill him?
Oh my God.
It shook me to my core, and I'm like, oh my gosh.
God, sick to my stomach.
It's bones are broken so bad, like they were mended from like this had happened before. I have kids. It aggravates you to death.
You're just gonna get either your ass whooped or you're gonna get checked out of the pod. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it.
People frown upon that, regardless, neglect, especially to a baby.
Oh, she's got to go.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
They had all kinds of thoughts about what they're gonna do to her and what other people do to people who hurt children.
She needs to be in segregation. She needs to be by herself because that's not something you around with. I am furious. We're not gonna have that in here.
She's turning into an inmate.
Yeah, I'm a flaccid sex offender. So bend the over. 'Cause I'm gonna hump you. Let's do the humpy hump.
Yeah, I'm like at my breaking point. Like I'm counting hours now. Like I'm like, all right, just like 48 hours left, hopefully. Initially, when I came here, I thought I was just gonna be able to sit back and just observe everything and not be put in, but like just the environment, period, it throws you in it and stuff.
Thank you, bro.
It's like a wild day camp. You sit there 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. I think I'm like at the edge of the cliff. You know how you thinking about jumping or not.
Your call has been accepted.
Hello.
Hey.
I'm saying nothing. Sitting all day. Oh man, I'm so ready to get out of here, man. Like I literally don't want to. I'm just ignoring all the people all day and stuff. Like. Yeah, this yelling next to me. I'm about to trip in a minute.
Now you take home with you.
I'm trying to talk to you and I can't hear you because keep yelling.
My patience has withered away, like slowly over time. I feel like it's slowly chipping away, like a piece of ice is just like melting and stuff.
No, what you saying?
I'm ready to get the up out of here, man. People gonna think I'm up in a minute. Ready to kill myself. I'll call you tomorrow. Alright, bye.
Running a store, it's a good way to meet new people and gain a lot of influence. And having a little bit extra influence is never a bad thing. One of these people that have kind of come to me has been Justin. Justin is, if you would describe the pod as a homeless colony, Justin would be the leper of the homeless colony. I mean, he is just a pitiful soul. He's indigent, which means you get nothing. You get state-level stuff donated to you, and no commissary, nothing like that.
I broke that pretty good.
Yeah.
Well.
Yeah, you know, hey, what a crack, kid.
Justin, he has addictions. He trades for e-cigarette or coffee, and he can't pay it back.
I told him, man, you pay back to people who you need to come back on you in the long run.
Basically, if you owe something, you have to pay it back. If you don't pay it back, whatever happens to you, happens to you.
Hey, Justin, come here, man. Sit right here. I don't like Go about $7, bro. I mean, I told you 15 if you had it when you told me, bro. That would have been cool. Then you didn't have it. Then you telling me things that ain't happening. You can sell them trades, bro, and get that money like this. I told you give me one trade a day. That's for the taxes.
I've seen what happens to people when they get into debt inside of jail, and it's absolutely terrible.
There you go. Ooh, nice one.
Justin is extremely vulnerable. They may decide just to beat him down for it.
So what you gonna do about my money? I've been sparing you. I really want to slaughter you. I want my money, man.
Get the out of my room.
Hey, what you doing, man?
Nigga, get out of here, man.
Get off the butt. Hey, what you doing, man?
Nigga, get out of here, man. Come get me, man.
I'm gonna drag you off that butt. For real. Yeah.
If Justin doesn't get out of here, he's digging himself a deeper hole by pressing that call button.
I need to get out of the car.
Are you dying? What's wrong with you? What physically is wrong with you? Answer my question.
Nothing, man.
That's not how it works, bud.
By pressing that button and not leaving, now he's in more trouble than he was before. So Justin comes over and he just flat out asks me for help. Justin wants to start selling his trays to pay off his debt. I've established myself as having a successful, similar business model, and he kind of wants to actually learn from that.
For everything that you have, you consume rather than closer to having about 4 views. Everything has a price.
The problem with Justin, he's not a sympathetic victim because it's a self-inflicted injury. If you borrow something, you're going to have to pay it back. And that applies whether it's in the real world or this world. It's just the consequences are different.
Find a week where there are a few two-seat trays, and they got the week and they try to get rid of everything and just drink a bunch of water. Paid off. I'm like, no. Yeah, man, all I gotta say is find a hustle or two and get it out.
Ryan has to be extremely careful about helping Justin. He can be perceived as being weak inside of a jail, especially if he doesn't ask for a favor from Justin. He can become a target quickly.
Belafonte. Pack your stuff.
You gone, Dion? People sitting there trying to shake my hand. I'm like, look, man, I'm trying to pack up and get the hell out of here. Like, please leave me alone.
Let me get them.
Yeah, I need them.
Man, I need more than that, man.
People like, oh, can I have your stuff? Can I have you? I'm like, look, I don't give a about any of this stuff. Y'all can have all this. I was just trying to like, can y'all please get the hell out of my way? Like, I'm ready to leave.
Don't matter to me, man.
Is this real? I was hoping it wasn't a dream. Man, I'm just ready to go.
All this talking behind people's back and all this, I don't do all this. So I said, look, why don't you guys just let me go down and have a talk with her and let me just see what's going on.
If that was my daughter, I would want somebody to have done it for her, regardless to whether she's guilty or not.
It's not our job to judge. It's just not.
All of a sudden, she's like sitting down with this girl who's got child abuse charges, and yeah, that pissed me off. Absolutely.
Everyone was really concerned about what your charges are, and they really want to know.
She's not gonna be honest. She's never gonna go in there and admit to moment that she did some stuff.
I've never seen Ashley like this. She's really wound up right now. She's upset. I'm actually really concerned for her right now.
She told me that she did not do anything to harm her baby and that she didn't believe that her husband did it. She kept saying she was, a Christian. They were born and raised in the church. They don't do drugs, that God would judge her heart, and that she didn't want to talk to anybody in the pod because her attorney had told her and advised her not to.
Oh, wow. What's up?
She said that her husband was trying to give her baby CPR.
So she said her son was trying to pass and then he broke his ribs by accident because of this.
Like, I seriously, it just makes me sick. It makes me sick. Right. Who knows what she said is true? That's not what the paperwork said. I don't even know. I can't talk about the details. It just... I think for her own safety, she just needs to go ahead and check out.
I was sadly disappointed in Ashley's behavior because it's not our job to bring real trouble to the pod. And to me, that was bringing real trouble to the pod.
She needs to leave, period. I am stressed out. Like, I feel like I could seriously hurt someone right now.
Yeah, she needs to chill out.
She needs to
I'm kind of shocked that Ashley is the ringleader in this. You're not the judge. Once the jury has convicted her, well, then you got something to say. But I felt like I had no choice but to tell Damaris that she's got to leave the pod
Hit the
immediately.
like button, please.
Because it looked like they were going to physically harm her.
Hey, come here. Come up here. You're okay. Come here. We want to holler at you real quick. For real. You don't have to go nowhere. Yeah, come on. Come on up here. Come here. I understand. You ain't got to go nowhere. Don't talk about your case.
Okay. Super weird. I must have misheard that. Like, I don't understand. Like,
We are not going to let nobody in here with their hands on you.
And ain't nobody else gonna say not one thing or I'm gonna flip the out.
They come in and apologize to her. Is this really happening?
What do y'all want?
super weird. It changed so fast. I mean, everything was completely different, and now everyone's like helping this girl. It was like over the top. One minute you want someone dead, and the next minute you're giving them fatty cakes.
Who are you talking to? I'm talking to anybody in the quad. Somebody said something to that girl. Y'all saying something to me.
There was this instant switch, and everybody was like, no, she doesn't have to go. And everybody started giving her clothes, and it was like, what just happened? This is insane.
Yo, that's so crazy. Bro, the way they switched up though, that's some crazy shit.
I heard though down here they've been giving out them C felonies.
Is there a point where I'd jump in to help Justin? If it was just because he was a small kid and they just wanted to pick on him for no reason, you gotta look at that. But because he created the situation, it is what it is.
Hello.
Quentin, Sean. Where you at, buddy?
Here.
Oh, God bless. Get your bed back. That sounds good.
Yeah, it does.
No, they're just wanting. Because I want something, you have it, you should give it to me. And it doesn't actually add up. They hadn't given me anything, so I didn't think they deserved anything.
Nobody gets nothing.
Oh, I'm jumping down. I ain't worried about
All right.
Yeah, you're fine.
Quentin could have given some of his stuff to Justin to help clear out the debt, but he didn't. He doesn't realize what he's done, I don't think.
Later, 3C.
Mona Lisa Wilson.
Oh, down.
I met you this morning for some reason in an odd way. Really?
Email us.
You too, honey.
Hey, I ain't got time for all that. Waiting out here.
We ain't got time. They're like hugging each other goodbye and shit. That's crazy.
Yeah, she's out. I don't know what's going on.
Bye, Mona.
I just assumed because I'd been there so much longer than everybody else, I'd be the first to go. And it's not that way at all. It's very surreal almost.
Are the phones off? Because if they're not off, that means she ain't going to New York. They turn phones off for transport, especially when you're being extradited. They turn the off. Like as soon as you roll out? Before you leave your pod. Are they on? They're on. She ain't going nowhere but home.
He's trying to get us to talk about our kids and our drug addiction. He's trying to get us to be all emotional.
Ashley's starting to panic. I don't know what we're supposed to do now because they're going to start looking for the next plant, and we're still in there, and I don't even know when we're getting out.
I'm so ready to go home. I'm sorry.
Sign right there for me, please. Step right over here to the shower, knock first, step in, enter, change in.
Somebody's already in my bomb. Somebody's in one or two since I got up. Like that too.
Grab something to change into only, nothing more. Shirt, pants, shoes.
I was kind of expecting Mona Lisa to make it through. She was motivated to do it, so I wasn't surprised.
Grab your stuff. You got your stuff. Let's go.
Well, as I was walking through, I had the strangest feeling come over me. Here I am at this ultimate excitement, and then all of a sudden that came crashing down because all I could feel was my daughter taking that same walk. What it's gonna feel like for her.
As soon as I walked out, it kind of hurt a little bit. Like when I took that first fresh breath in and stuff, like my throat automatically started hurting real bad and stuff.
You guys need a minute? You okay?
I need a minute.
Copy.
I can't even hold my hand still. I don't know, man. That was one hell of an experience. I couldn't imagine somebody doing it for 10 years. Yeah, that's it.
Quentin, how about you?
I'm good. Now it's over.
Yeah, I got like butterflies right now because I feel like we're gonna turn around and go back in there. I feel like like I was gonna lose my mind. I was going back in time in there, like I felt myself getting younger and going back to like high school and stuff. Like I feel like in that environment, like they push you to go back to that and they force you to want to like just be immature and just start whooping somebody's ass and like just being ignorant and in there. Man, I'm just so happy to be out of there.
I'm really
like
Yes, I'm out. Oh my God.
Says like Quentin kind of, well, you're.
That was something that doesn't happen ever. So
It's never happened in that jail before.
What?
One thing I did never.
Oh shit! I want to see this.
We learned a lot from these meetings in phase 1 of the program, so I'm really looking forward to sitting down with these participants to see what they have to say. What was your reaction on Pod C after you were in there for a little while?
We basically had manufactured chaos. The inmates controlled that pod.
So I'm just trying to understand what they actually controlled.
3C, the prisoners decided who got to use the cells, who got bunks, who got access to showers. Your staff could have controlled that. And that created a great deal of stress. It also empowered the stronger inmates to run that particular pod.
So what else did you experience when you were in the actual section?
One thing, if you didn't do anything else, the guards threaten people and don't follow up. You don't do this, we're gonna take your TV privileges away the next day. It doesn't happen. There's no level of professionals and there's no level of respect. There was a lack of communication. The time that the sewage backed up and the sewage came into the cells, we had people waiting in it and no communication.
It's coming out our toilets and our showers. How about this? Listen, this is gonna squeeze in a mop.
Y'all parents not apartment?
That was something that doesn't happen ever. So
It's never happened in that jail before. One thing I did notice, you're pretty laid back, but when we were first in there early, you were pretty anxious. Do you think part of that, was it just the anxiety of being in there and kind of...
You gotta get your head on the swivel, because there's always that tension of the unknown, the unexpected, and not being in control.
That's normal for an officer. When I caught you, you said, I wanted to find where I got my back up against the wall, where I could observe what's going on. I know that had to be
it was very
overload to you.
It was overload and stressful because I did not know where the blind spots were.
Quentin gave some really constructive criticism. I think Quentin truly cares. And I'll be honest with you, I didn't want people sugarcoating everything. I didn't want them to just say stuff that they thought I wanted to hear. Quentin, thank you from the bottom of my heart. I appreciate all you've done.
Thanks, Quentin.
Captain, Jennifer.
Mona Lisa's gone, and guess who's still here? Damaris.
She was getting ready to go, push the button and everything, they had her off, and all of a sudden there was this instant switch, and everybody was like, no, she doesn't have to go.
Now this girl who's got child abuse charges, she's sitting down at the table, laughing.
Who cares?
People are passing her food. Like, sorry for the trouble. Here, let's squash it.
So, like,
Why? She needs to get over this.
What's going on, because you don't get free commissary.
I know, I need to be, like, extra careful right now. Mona Lisa left, and everybody's all, like, trying to figure out who's a plant. But this is what I'm here to do. I need to get information. Most people, they can't get inmates to, like, open up, but I've been here so long, I'm just one of them now. The inmates don't want Damaris to contact the guards, and it's not because they've changed their mind about her. It's because they've got a new shipment of drugs coming in.
And that's most important. The truck is coming in. Whatever the kids want, the kids get. It's here. They're ready to get their stuff. There's something coming.
How you doing?
Dion, how are you?
I'm all right. How you doing?
So what was your thoughts when you walked into bookend when it first all started?
It was pretty intense.
My shoulder! Right now! My shoulder! Leave my shoulder! Oh my God!
My nerves kicked in and I got a little nervous. And I was like, oh, damn, what the hell I got myself into?
Give me one thing you think that we need to improve upon.
Oh, man. It was hard to take a piss in there. Like, that was the hardest part because everybody wanted you to either ask for permission to come in their bathroom or you couldn't use their bathrooms depending on race.
If we removed all 4 inmates out of one cell and said that's the day room bathroom, nobody's allowed to live in there.
That actually would help like a lot. If you're trying to avoid situations, not having a designated bathroom, it's gonna be a fight, period. The inmate culture is more so just chaotic. If the guards take that like a parent role, that'll straight up like stop a lot of stuff. There's a few COs I will say like that demanded respect like from the inmates and stuff and like came in there and did it perfect. When certain COs worked, people already knew, hey, no, we probably have to smoke that crack stick tomorrow, wait till somebody else's on or something like that.
Dion's feedback gave to me that the officers need to come in and earn the inmates' respect, but also to make sure they did a better job of controlling the pod environment. I think he's given us a lot of good insight that we can use going forward. Thanks, Dion. I appreciate all you did, man. Help, big help. I appreciate it.
So Justin has started selling his trays, but the interest rate is so high that he'll starve to death before he gets out of debt. So the danger is not only there, but higher than ever.
You're a hoe-ass bitch. Hey, Justin, man, what you gonna do? You think I'm playing, don't you? Put your shoes on, we gonna go with the police.
There is a lot of intimidation and apparent fear.
You get beat up, it makes my hard. That's the difference in me being a man and you being a girl. Nobody gonna have to drag you to the butt and start bouncing your head off the door until they come in and help you.
It's really just being a bully. They need power because they have none in here.
Treat me like a bitch. Treat me like a little whore. Is that what I'm supposed to do? You've been in the joint to race you, you hear me? You think I'm playing, don't you? And then you won't even
I have all of this commissary that I'm never gonna use, just sitting around, and I could help Justin get out of debt, but would that make me a target simply by getting involved?
I don't give a Go in my room, bro. Come here. Come here.
You're an enemy. He's genuinely whacked out, and I'm scared.
You can't have.
She's going to die tonight. I just don't want to jeopardize the rest of my time here. I want to make it through this.
You guys want party with party. This is the best opportunity I could think of to be like, hey, where are these drugs coming from?
Right there, I found it.
And baggage. That means you're going home.
Ha 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 ha! cry.
People like, oh, can I have your stuff? Can I have you? I'm like, I take like a parent role. That is straight up like stop.
I don't know what's going on. People have changed.
Watching and observing. It sucks to watch a guy get bullied like that. They were like, come on, get your shoes on, Justin, let's go. I'm pissed, I want to take it out on somebody.
Again? Wow.
Pressed the button, nobody answered.
So am I gonna have to start bouncing your head off the door until they come in? Is that what you want? Come talk to me. Come on, bro. You ain't no rabbit. You touch me, I'm gonna you up, bro. Go in my room, bro. Come here. Come here.
They pull Justin into a cell, and I could just see Justin waiting there for JoJo to come in and kick his ass. I felt sorry for the guy. He was being picked on just so somebody could experience some power, and that's not a reason to treat somebody like they are nothing.
I've been sparing you. I really want to slaughter you. I really just want to put my hands on you. You acting like you not.
I know that I'm supposed to stay in my own lane, but it's really hard to just sit and watch this. I really, really sympathize with Justin.
Oh shit, you can't.
So I give Justin.
Yeah, I didn't mean to be muted.
And,
My
here's
bad.
JoJo, who is angry at the moment.
What's up, bro? I didn't realize I was muted this whole time.
But it was still enough to get him out of debt.
At least on Discord I was muted.
He's completely fine. Nobody's messed with him since then. And I don't have much longer here, so I'm not worried about anybody giving me a hard time.
I'm fighting like tooth and nail to not snap.
I just don't want to jeopardize the rest of my time here. I want to make it through this.
Oh my God, that's how we're gonna hit it tonight.
So I was trying to sleep, but Cherie wanted to see what was going on.
I'll knock you the out. Holy They were partying all night, and I'm like, this is the best opportunity I could think of to be like, hey, where are these drugs coming from? You guys want to party with party?
Oh my God, what the is happening right now?
What's the problem, Brenda? What's wrong? Who the what? Look at them deer and My hustle is my humor. People like to be around me because I'm funny and I entertain them. They were impressive when they were in the original location. I tell you, they really were when they were in the original location. Kids. I use that to get knowledge.
I'm just thinking about my TikTok.
She's looking on her cell phone right now. Look at that. She's got headphones in.
I'm like, how the hell did they get a cell phone in here? Well, it turns out that inmate is dating one of the guys who gets special activities to do. She's like talking on the cell phone to him about sneaking in drugs through the laundry.
So, something's coming up.
Won't be close. Sorry, we can't see like you or anything. I can't, you're not close.
It's okay. I'm one of the ones So, I mean, I did what I have to do. I stayed up all night with them to see if I could get any more information about where the drugs are.
Oh, he's falling.
Hey, Sheriff.
Melissa, how are you?
Whoo, buddy.
Good seeing you again.
How's it going?
So we haven't got to talk for a while. What's the first thing that went through your mind when you walked through that door?
I was completely surprised and shocked at the lack of cleanliness. It was just really, really, really dirty and nasty. That was like some stuff that you would see in a foreign country. I would have never expected American jails to look like that on the inside.
How difficult, or was it difficult rather, to maintain relationships with people outside of the facility?
Oh, very difficult. When you go to jail, you have to become a different person in order to not so much fit in, but just be in, like, and not stand out like a sore thumb. That's one of the main reasons why I feel like we should really find a way to pay more attention to what happens in these pods, because there is just too much not happening, from not enough COs to the wrong COs to inmates being classified incorrectly.
So your daughter was incarcerated before. How do you think this has changed your perspective?
I had a very uncomfortable feeling around cops. I didn't trust them. I didn't believe anything they said. Since being in your jail, I feel differently. And the reason why I feel differently is because it was evident to me that you are working to make change here and that you're not like the rest of them. So,
Oh my God, she's just buttering them
you
up.
guys really sitting down and listening to us on the back end shows me that this is not just about a game to you, that you're serious. So I had a respect level of about 1 for law enforcement. Now I'm up to a 5. How about that?
I'll take it.
I've learned a lot. I have. And it's, you changed me a lot by realizing that just because someone says, hey, I don't trust the police and I really don't like them, don't necessarily mean they're a bad person. You go on calls and you'd hear...
Alright, I don't care about this shit. Get some more juicy. That was all they asked her?
Thank you.
That was crazy. That was a...
Thanks. I think you deserve a hug because I believe in you, man. I know you can do this.
5, I'll take it.
You too. You want a hug too? Why not? What the heck?
If you called me a 5, I'll take it.
All right, you guys take care and thanks again.
Thank you.
I was up all night last night because it was so loud. I could hear people singing as loud as they can and screaming as loud as they can. My ears were ringing. It was really bad. Cherie was upstairs all night long. I don't know what's going on. We heard people talking on cell phones. So with the chaos of everything that was going on, I was like, all right, I'm moving into a different room.
Look at that booty. Big Booty Judy. That's not even her name, but we call her that. Big Booty Judy.
Are you kidding me right now? Excuse me right now? I stayed up all night and you're kicking and giving me dirty looks, and now you're moving your I can do this in front of everyone, or can you calm it down a notch? Seriously. I moved my stuff, but I'm having such violent thoughts right now. I'm afraid that I'm going to hurt myself or someone else if I don't get 5 minutes of sleep. I stayed awake all night to make sure you were up there with them until 4:30 in the morning. 3 o'clock in the morning because they were up. But I need to sleep at night, and you know I do too. How dare you? How dare I what? Are you crazy? Yeah, I must be. It's your day. Sorry.
Yeah, Ashley's. I mean, Judy's tripping. Big booty Judy's tripping. Yo, you think she has an OnlyFans?
Are you okay? So, she took her stuff over there. She's comfortable around here. She's just tired and wanting that. So, that's what happened.
Charges for your call have been accepted.
Hey, baby. I am at a restaurant with everyone. I'll step out if you want me to. What's wrong?
Nothing.
Okay. What are you doing?
Just hanging out.
Just hanging out. That sounds like fun. Did you know that in New York City, if you order a cab and they don't have a cab available, but they have a limo available, they will send you a limo for the same price? It's crazy.
Okay.
Did you like my dirty talk in the emails?
Yeah, it was great.
Cheer up.
I stayed at home
That's
with
what
a
it is.
child 24.
Yo, what up, Milltime Gamer? Yo, what up, homie?
Take care of.
Visited your parents and my parents, and you spent
What's
a week
up,
away.
bro? How you doing, man? Good to see you, man.
No, I didn't spend a week in Vegas at poker tables. I spent a week in Vegas looking for a job. Just
Watching this 60 days in Discord. I don't want to get banned on Twitch. I already got banned on I mean, I got banned on Twitch. I don't want to get banned on YouTube too.
More important than what I'm already saying. Please. Please.
Bro, the way he was like, "Did you like my dirty talk in the emails?" Well, that was crazy.
I'm trying to talk, and you won't let me talk.
I'm done with this conversation. You're just going to be a do the whole thing.
I hate you.
Yo, she's being a total bitch.
After that fight that I had with Shuri, fighting with Zach.
Yo, good to see you, man. Speak about weed. You want to smoke one? Let's smoke one, bro. All I got is a bowl left. Let's smoke my last bowl together. Because I love you. I love you. With all of my penis. I mean, heart. And penis. I mean, yeah. Milltime Gamer in the house. I don't have my soundboard hooked up right now, but I did the mouth soundboard.
There's never any kind of debt at all.
Cheers, my guy. Cheers, my guy.
I've made in here has just
Cheers, my guy.
except for doing some deals with Ricky. Ricky, you know, he has his own little black market. He's been cheeking all of his medication, hiding it till later, and then selling it.
I'll be streaming all night. My stream here on YouTube ends tomorrow at 7:30 a.m. I had to stream over here on YouTube because I got banned on Twitch.
Ricky's someone who needs to be on all of his medication because when he doesn't, he gets progressively worse.
I didn't pray the TV would talk to you. But you pray for guidance in your prayer.
So do you prefer for the TV to talk to you?
Yeah, you get used to it.
He talks about some crazy.
He said the TV told me he was
What the fuck?
So
This guy's
he started
crazy.
Some random conversation with me this afternoon, and it just got weird quickly.
It used to be every now and then. I had to keep praying. The more I prayed, the more God guided me. The TV would tell them anything I've done, and if I ask them to, and anything you done, if I ask them to. Communicates with me 24/7. I know the truth. It was baby rape. And you wouldn't even imagine how many nasty was in her. They're jacking their fingers off, rubbing her hand like it's all day long, identifying herself.
And this guy believes the TV is talking to him, and it tells him when people.
Yo, this guy is crazy.
Do this, and you won't even know you're doing it. You hear me? It's nasty. I gotta open my eyes. You hear me? I mean, my eyes are open. I can see for the first time, and it's nasty to see the world like it.
And
Yo.
it gets to this point where he's very suspicious of me.
What are you talking about? If you're just gonna keep talking about a kid, you just on the other side of the room. A child is still a child.
And he's genuinely whacked out.
He is fucking crazy, yo. Oh my god.
I'm done with this conversation.
Tell me why his instincts are right. Yeah, the TV talking to me. My eyes are finally opening. Yo, this guy, you should see how, he's just like, yeah, the TV telling me that there was some child molesters in here.
And whatever's going on, I know it's not good. You okay? I knew I had to put our issues aside to help Ashley right now.
You ever watch 60 Days In, Mealtime?
What? That. You're a beautiful woman because treating you like because he knows he's gonna lose you because he's a idiot. Dad, you thought you were never loved, and that's why you took anything in the form of love and thought you deserved nothing better. Now you realize your mom loved you so much that she gave you a chance when she knew she could. How do you let this take away what your mother had to give up to make sure you had life? You're gonna let him take that? I don't think so. I'll go find him. What's his name? I know it.
Bro, it's crazy. It's intense.
He needs to know it so that he can correct
It's really intense.
it. If you continue to act this way, you need a role. You gotta move on.
Daddy Gator put me onto it. But so this is what got me banned, and you know what's crazy? So here, I'm gonna pause it, and I'm gonna show you what it was. I had it paused, so I had it running while I was sleeping on Twitch because I'm doing this 24/7 365 stream thing, and I had it paused like this because I woke up at like 6 a.m. and my stream was running, and I paused it because I didn't want it to keep on running because I wanted to watch it. And then I went back to bed, and I woke up again at 8, and my stream was off, and I was logged off of Twitch. And I know from being banned before from Twitch, that means I've been banned. Sure enough, I was banned just for having it paused. Some agent from A&E. It was the A&E network that got me too. Fucking bastards. Those bastards.
Will enter Gehenna and never see a true believer again. Good and bad will not be housed together anymore. You're considered dead to the word of God. Help me carry out Allah's command. Don't let your bad outweigh your good.
He's there. It's just the lights aren't all the way on. It didn't make no sense.
Can you hear me when I'm not talking?
No.
But there's a game to use that can. unseen spirit that is supposed to worship God, and you tell them that out loud. Who I call that.
Can't wait to go home. I need to keep my sanity enough with this.
You've already knocked, the door will be open. Everybody must be born again. I believe that with all my heart.
Bro, I got a copyright strike, man. You ever gotten any copyright strikes? Well, it's on Twitch. And then I got a copyright strike warning on YouTube, too.
So I've gotten word that these drugs are coming in through the laundry, but I need to see it for myself.
Your laundry's like a rainbow.
I joined this program to see if I can still cut it as a CO. If I can confirm how these drugs are coming into this pod, it's gonna go a long way towards me becoming a CO again.
We gonna be alright. That's more for heaven. Whoops. Where is it at? Listen, friend. I'm going this way and this way. And right there, I found it. They were in the bag. You wore them like booty shorts. Huh? They look a little drunk for some reason. Oh, I'm getting ready to get in the shower and I'm getting ready to go down. We've been up since breakfast. Bam. We won't have to force ourselves to go to sleep. Now we can just. I'm tired, Mo. Just all on our face. On our face, yeah. Cops. It's male. It's male. Watch. Watch. Oh, Jack. Booyah.
So I finally get this thing figured out with the laundry, but now all of a sudden everybody's all excited about the mail. So I got my eyes on the mail now. Something's going on.
Thank you for bringing us the mail, Boone.
So I started tracking the mail.
I got a warning, and then I've been on the straight and narrow, trying to be good. Yeah.
So
Man, the females get drugs on the phone. Yeah.
into the pod through the mail, and so what's going on, I think, is the trustees are actually intercepting the mail and putting drugs inside before it comes into the pod.
Let me tell you something right now. I just took 2 grams of liquid crack.
Oh, God.
What the f*** are you rowing a boat?
These women are fiending so hard that they're consuming as much as they can, as fast as they can right now.
Listen, I've been on this dope kick all day, dude. I promise you, I go do a crack shot here. Yeah, you die, you.
I'm worried about their safety.
The crack song is pipe it up with some Brillo pad from Big Special from BP and listen to your I can't sing heart drag.
Yo, this guy is fucking nuts.
It's very confusing to talk to Ricky, but I've had experience talking to people who are, for lack of a better way to put it, out of their mind in the hospital before, and you kind of just nod your head and smile.
Did you want to talk to me?
Well, yeah, I have something in my eye. Yeah.
I can't sit there and talk to you if you're gonna rub your eyes.
I'm listening. I have my eyelash.
I'm doing, bro. I'm doing. No, I'm not stupid. I know when somebody's making fun of me.
I scratch my eye, and Ricky just goes completely haywire.
You've been possessed, homie.
Yeah, I didn't get you or anything. I got an eyelash in my eye from blinking.
If you possessed.
I'm not, but...
He really thinks that I have a demonic possession because I touched my eye.
Not like that. he might have just misconstrued things. I really had something in my
Anytime I
eye.
pray, evil spirits enter somebody that ain't got control of their body. It's something in you that has to do it to let me know who you are.
I just didn't want you to
wasn't
think I
gonna
was
sit
coming
here
at you.
and act like I'm friends with you when you're an enemy. Yeah, I'm gonna have to whoop somebody in that sense. You know what I'm saying? I ain't nobody gonna be played with. You can't hide.
It's nuts, man.
You're acting real different. Almost gone. I think you're a con artist. And you'll be back.
I hope not. I really want to get out
I
of
hope
it.
you don't get caught what you really meant.
I really want to just not end up here again. I
You
don't
ain't
want
changing, buddy. I heard the way you talking. You're getting worse.
Am I?
Yeah. You just hope you don't get caught.
So I'm kind of in a tough spot at this point because you can't rationalize with a person like Ricky when he's off of his mids. And if you try to fight a person like Ricky in a program like this, you're gonna catch a real charge.
Never doing anything again. Kind of want to just settle down. Honestly. I want to be a better person.
My only real option is to kind of play along with Ricky and hope that they call my name soon.
I'll do what I have to do to be a better person.
Pray to your creator.
Pray to your creator. Bro, that guy's crazy, man. I wouldn't provoke him to do anything. Yo, these girls be getting lit in jail. This is nuts. How they get so
The
high.
girls upstairs are up all night partying again because they got this new shipment of drugs, and it's driving us crazy. Ashley's gonna snap.
I just feel like, I know you can get through it. I have your faith in you.
I feel like I am breaking.
Is there a Park or Parker?
Yeah.
And Raymond. Is there a Raymond?
Yeah?
Bed bagging. That means they're going home.
Let's go. I was just no way. You're being bagged. You're out of here, honey.
When I first heard my name called, I swear I thought I was dreaming.
Oh, will you send me an email?
And I'm like, okay, I gotta get out of this situation really quick.
And we just ran. It was like, get out, we're done.
They won't let me out. Yo, no, it's funny. Me and my friends, when I was in high school, it was when I was living here in Massachusetts, we got wasted and we ended up getting drunk, arrested for disturbing the peace and trespassing. And when we went to the jail, we're in the jail cell at the police station. We're locked up, they won't let us out. And they're like, yo, shut the fuck up. We're like, they won't let us out, locked up. It was funny.
I didn't sleep for the most part throughout the night. I was nervous about Ricky.
Yo, that shot right there, oh my god. As soon as they said his name, he walked right by the camera looking at it like, Ricky. I'm Ricky.
Middleton? Bed baggage. Bed baggage and Ryan bed baggage.
When they called my name, it was like a sigh of relief. And I just started grabbing my stuff. And all the vultures started swarming. What do you have to give me? I call this, just like all this stuff started happening. Even Ricky asked me for commissary. At the end of the day, I really feel sorry for people like Ricky because he shouldn't be in a place like this. It's only making him worse.
Hey, it's been a pleasure meeting you.
As I was walking out, I really felt for a lot of these guys. I'm about to experience freedom, and all I can think of is how some of these guys may never get out of here.
Yellow property, yellow bin.
Ryan. Kyle Ryan. Yes. Rod's up in there.
We go down to booking, and it was so odd because getting into jail took like 18 hours, but to get out took like 18 minutes.
I didn't really plan on feeling the way that I felt once I left. I thought that I would make acquaintances for sure, but I didn't think that I'd make any good friends, and I made several. Hey, good luck. There were a lot of good people in there that I had a lot of things in common with, but I felt like I stayed true to myself. I beat jail.
He didn't beat jail, bro. This dude didn't beat
When I
jail.
walked outside, this is the first time I've seen sunlight in the year of 2016.
You beat jail? I can't see. There's no way you've ever been to jail. There's no way. Not the mill time. Not Millie. I'm Millie. I'm Millie. 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 I'm Millie. I'm Millie. Millie. Millie.
Just in not knowing what's going to happen from here on out.
What are they making out? Look at that booty. Judy with the big old booty. Big booty Judy. He lasted 60 days. Yeah, that's true, he did. Yo, Mealtime Gamer, this is for you.
Yes. What do you want?
Wine, Patron.
I thought you meant like water.
Oh yeah, water.
Damn,
Milk.
son, where'd you find this?
Patron with milk.
Oh my god! Happy or sad?
Show me what you got.
I'm so happy. So happy. Best day of my life, aside from the day my son was born.
I missed you, man.
Absolutely. That
We
was-
got a game sometime, bro.
I don't even know. One of
I got
the most
5M
crazy intense things.
and Grand Theft Auto. I know last time I saw you gaming or streaming,
What is the thing you're looking forward
you were
to?
playing some Grand Theft Auto.
Of course, seeing my son. Like, that's number one.
But I got a bunch of other stuff too.
Not being around drugs anymore, you know, that's definitely gonna be good. It's just very surreal. Very surreal. I never thought I'd be able to do this. Like, I don't know. I can't believe it's over. I'm so happy it's over.
Already things are different, you know, feeling gravity of an elevator and seeing people walking around wearing something besides orange or gray or white. Welcome to my cell. I'm still very much mentally in the pod, oddly. They wanted to.
I'm so
You can say that. Years ago, so it's told you that
we do.
Visual, then it consider me to be
something that we did that we could improve upon.
The walkthroughs need to be more detailed. They miss injuries and never get a visual cue on that person. They may be laying there with a broken jaw till morning, just afraid that they might get kicked in again. I think that medical issues should be taken seriously. Small things like giving the right pills, making sure that people take the pills. There are a lot of people. I wonder if they should even be in jail at all or in, a mental health facility or something like that. Fights, they always happen in the bathrooms.
Tell me about this inmate court.
The terminology they use is kangaroo court. People get taken in and questioned by basically anybody who is anybody. If they find you guilty, you get the beat out of you.
They just came out with a new update?
My view on jail is absolutely different. It's not like in the movies, and it's different for everybody.
Do you think jail changed?
So you're still on GTA? Hell yeah.
4 hours or 24 years.
Bro, sometimes I play H1Z1 every once in a while. I dabble with it.
I had to do that. I had to start messing some things up and ease back into things. As a result, I feel dumber, to be honest with you. I'm gonna go home and I'm gonna read every book that I can.
I appreciate it. Thanks for all your feedback and your participation. It means a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi guys.
Sheree, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Doing good. Glad to be out.
Kinda, yeah.
What's that?
Yeah, it's a little different.
So what was your thought when you first walked in the booking area of the jail?
It was a little surreal. It got to me pretty emotionally and really quickly. Plus there was a part of my subconscious kind of kicking in like, what am I doing?
So from the Clark County Jail perspective, what's something that we could improve upon?
Sheriff, you have a major drug problem in this jail.
You haven't played H1 in years? Yeah, bro.
Coming in
I think about it often. And maybe playing it again for sure. Yo, I'm down. If you ever play, man, let me know. I'll play with you for sure.
That's where the drugs were being hidden.
I'm streaming 24/7, 365, man.
And I think that
If I stop streaming, something crazy happening in life.
Things coming on trays, and it's to get you guys off the track of.
But I'm streaming all the time now. This is my 20th day. I'll be streaming on Twitch again once I get unbanned.
Exactly brought in.
I don't know if you ever dabble in Twitch anymore, but
And something else. It was a pill form. And it was really hard on the rest of the pod because we're sober. So we're awake for 4 days now. Because you can't sleep when people are tweaking next to you for 4 days. They are so loud, it's insane. It's kind of like being in a psych ward. Our shakedowns clearly have some issues. Our shakedown started with, girls, get dressed, get up, I'm coming back in, you're getting shut down. And they were literally passing these items right in front of the guard.
Which guard was it, do you
know?
Men don't use the same items as women do, but I was going to show you, this is what they had everything in, because they actually showed me how they did it. They take the maxi pad and the tampons because they know you guys will just pass it on by. We open up the tampon things, you push them out, and there's all your pills. And they take their maxi pads out, they flip them over, they cut them open, they put anything they want in there, they fold them back up, They put them back in the box, and then they close it with the state toothpaste.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
You left me speechless, so thanks for all you did.
Thank you so much.
Damn.
Thank you so much. It was really nice meeting you.
Damn, she just fucking told him what's up.
Hello. Good to
She
see
looks.
you. Good to see you.
Wow, she is so hot.
Glad to be out.
More than you could ever imagine.
So what's some of the stuff that you saw that was going on in the section once you got up there?
There definitely is still a lot of illegal activity, which I'm sure you're kind of aware of. You get rearrested and you were a trustee, that you just kind of get put right back into the trustee pod. That is how girls get drugs and contraband into the cells.
We were thinking about implementing it. If you've been a trustee 3 times in your criminal career, you're never allowed to be a trustee again.
Sounds like a really good idea.
An interesting thing, there is a lot of husband and wives that one will get arrested. How do you think that affected you?
It definitely took a toll on my family, especially being a new mother. It's one of the most difficult things I've ever had to do. 18 out of 19 women in there were mothers. And that, you know, hit home for me because I'm a mother. I am sober, but the stress of the environment that I was in, it was so hard for me that even 4 years later, like I could have literally walked out those doors and went straight to the bar after 4 years.
You have a family and you mentioned, you know, the phones and emails. Do you think it was possible to maintain a relationship through those avenues?
If that's all you're given, I feel like it's very helpful, but I mean, it's hard. I know that the policy is no face-to-face visitation here, but I feel like that would ease so much stress and tension. I feel like the benefit of someone being able to see their family and know that someone actually is out there and cares, that would really help reduce people being locked up again.
Thanks, Ashley. I appreciate it.
You're very welcome. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Thanks, Ashley. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right, take care.
Yo, Big Booty Judy is so hot. Alright, we don't have to see this family shit. I want to see.
You understand how it is living in the same room every single day, and you sitting there being degraded and disrespected. It was basically like survival of the fittest in there.
I am free and I'm feeling happy, but I'm nervous at the same time to be out. I've got this overwhelming.
I want to watch the first season now. See her husband in there.
How long do you think you can survive in here?
I don't know. I don't know.
Have you seen season 1, Gator?
Clark County Jail. The facility houses about 500 inmates, both men and women with crimes ranging from misdemeanor to murder. Before I took office, I think the inmates for the most part were running the facility. The drugs were just absolutely rampant in the jail. People were getting arrested on purpose because drugs were cheaper to get in jail.
It used to be you come to jail and get strung out.
But it wasn't just the inmates that were the problem.
Think other inmates are moving it for us? You think officers are moving it for us?
Probably both.
Corruption had risen to the highest office.
Former Clark County Sheriff Danny Rodden has pleaded guilty to federal charges involving a prostitute.
Rodden faces up to 25 years in prison.
25 years in prison. 25 years in prison. 25 years in prison. 25 years in prison. 25 years in prison. 25 years in prison. 25 years in prison. 25 years in prison. 25 years in prison. 25 years in prison. 25 years in prison. 25 years in prison. 25 years in prison. 25 years in prison. 25 years in prison. 25 years in prison. 25 years in prison. 25 years in prison. 25 years in prison. 25 years in prison. 25 years in prison. 25 years in prison. 25 years in prison. 25 years in prison. 25 years in prison. 25 years in prison. 25 years in prison. 25 years in prison. 25 years in prison. 25 years in prison. 25 years in prison. 25 years in prison. 25 years in prison. 25 years in prison. 25 years in prison. 25 years in prison. 25 years in prison. 25 years in prison. 25 years in prison. 25 years in prison. 25 years in
I'm responsible for everybody's well-being and safety in the Clark County Jail. There was just so much going on that was bad. It was apparent that drastic change needed to take place immediately.
A raid of the Clark County Jail to find drugs. It's part of a push by new Sheriff Jamie Knoll.
I made a lot of changes, but there were still problems. So I felt I needed to see things from another perspective. But it's almost impossible to get an unbiased look at what's working and what's not. Undercover COs may not rat on other officers. Inmates won't snitch on each other. What I need is ordinary people that have never committed a crime to live in my facility for 2 months. The plan is we're going to insert innocent people into the facility for 60 days. Their mission is to observe and give us feedback.
I think I want to watch season 3. Skip season 1. What do you think, Gator? You here still? You passed out. Yeah, I'm here. What do you think? Have you seen season 1 or should we do season... You're eating? Season 1 or season 3? You've seen season 1, so let's do season 3. This is season 3, part 2. Or season 3, part.
Welcome to Etowah County, Alabama, the heart of Dixie. We are a very conservative Christian community. There's a lot of things we don't do on Sunday. We don't cut grass. We don't hunt. It's the Sabbath.
Top 9 moments from season 3. I don't want to see that. Oh, it's a site. Guess we gotta do season 4. All 6 seasons.
I'm pushing up anybody I want to. That's on blood.
Damn. Full episodes. The fuck is this guy doing? That's crazy. This is season 5. This is a different jail.
We're allowing you all to meet each other.
How's it going?
Which has never been done before.
How you doing?
You each have a mission. But the most important thing is you do not blow your cover or jeopardize the safety of the other participants. This situation's not good. Chief Hedrick just called. One of our participants has blown their cover. This is disastrous for us.
They all signed up for the believe that. The TV show that's 60 days.
We could potentially be pulling all of these guys out. The last thing we want is somebody to get hurt.
You know, we're here, it's not good. There's only one person that could have given them the information.
Out here in Arizona, you do something to the wrong person, they'll kill you without a thought.
This is a border state. You have a lot of transportation of drugs because of the cartels. If you up, you're gone.
Welcome to Pinal County, Arizona. It's the real-life Wild West out here. We're located 55 miles from the Mexican border. Because of the cartels operating out here, all types of gangs, drugs, and criminals make their way into my jail. This is Pinal County Jail.
You dealing with hardened criminals, they'll kill a damn boy without no hesitation.
Prior to me taking office, a couple inmates believed to be gang-related with the cartel stabbed one of our lieutenants 21 times.
That's what happens when you go to jail in Mexico.
I'm Pinal County Sheriff Mark Lamb. I started my career on an Indian reservation near Mesa and Scottsdale, Arizona. I was Rookie of the Year, Officer of the Year, and Detective of the Year. I am all about God, guns, and freedom. Everything I do is to protect freedom, but it's a battle that we fight every day.
The officers are here to do a job, but do your job, then go home. Because we live here. We run the jail. We have rules you gotta follow.
You sit at the table with your race, you gotta eat with your race.
There's natives, Chicanos, the blacks, the woods.
You guys know what woods means? Whites only, one day soon.
You gotta be loyal to your own unity and loyalty, that's it.
These rules that we live by in here have been set long before we were even born. If we need to put our hands on people, it will be done.
This is harder than prison. This is like the worst time you could ever do.
Shut that door, shut that door, shut that door.
Lock down! Lock down! Lock down! What the doing that?
These inmates think they run the jail, but I'm not gonna stand for it. As sheriff of this county, I know what the needs and concerns of my jail are. That's why I wanted to focus on the areas that I know need to be addressed. We're focusing on 3 missions: gangs, drugs, and jail operations.
Okay, keep that moving. Bye.
And I'm gonna have a male and a female addressing each mission. That way we can get a real well-rounded look at what's going on in our facility. I hope to learn what kind of contraband is coming in and out of our jail, what type of gang problems we have in there. We've made a lot of changes since I took office, but I want to make sure that those changes have been beneficial to not only the inmates, but my employees. When it's all said and done, I just want to make sure that we're running a good jail. So our participants are going in with very specific missions based on what we perceive as their talents and abilities.
My name is Abner, and I'm a chaplain / ex-con. At the age of 18, I started with the Latin Kings. I did about 14 years of solid prison time.
My name is David. I am a police officer.
Growing up, I spent a lot of time in the streets. I became the police because I was tired of getting with by the police, period.
My name is Brooke, and I'm a very right-wing conservative person. I think our prison system is cake. You know, I'm all for chain gangs. If you don't work, you don't eat.
My name is Jasmine. I'm a single mom, and I'm a veteran.
Yo, these people look rugged.
Are still human. I'm not an angel. I can't judge them. I mean, it could have been me.
My name is Mark. I'm a former CO, and I'm a huge fan of 60 Days In. I mean, it really is kind of a dream come true to actually be on the show.
My name is Vivian, and I am a Navy and Army veteran.
Being in the military for so many years, I'm not going to be a
Is she the new big booty Judy?
Like,
Not really.
or whatever the case is.
Not really.
return
No,
fire.
not at all. She's the cutest one with the black chick with the braids.
Our participants will know each other before they go in. That's a huge benefit for me. For one, they're not going to spend time trying to figure out who the other participants are.
Mark, nice to meet you. Abner, good to meet you.
And number two, this way they can collaborate on what the missions are. They can hit it from different angles, and they can share information with one another.
Are you ready?
I am.
Yeah.
I'm excited.
I am.
Hey, I'm Mark.
Vivian.
Never mind. Damn, never mind.
At the same time, they have to trust one another.
Yo.
They won't blow each other's cover.
She's.
Really? You could say, yeah, you could say.
Yo, she's one of those chicks on Tinder that only takes pictures of her face.
I just signed about 15 documents. I don't even know what's real anymore.
Bro, you can tell.
Morning. How's everybody doing? Because the safety of the participants is so important, before they enter the jail, I've got 4 of my administrators together to make sure that we prepare them before they go into our facility. You guys excited?
Yeah, I am.
This is exciting for us too, so we're gonna jump right into this. We want you to know what you're getting into is real. I'm putting my reputation on the line, so I put a lot of faith in you. I don't want you to go in there and jack things up. Hopefully you'll stay within what we're asking you to do and the mission that we'll give you. Really take to heart what we're telling you. We want you to be safe in there, and we want it to be productive for us as well. So, Chief?
I don't even know what to say to you guys, because this whole program boggles my mind, because I feel like walking into this room that you guys feel like you're contestants playing this game and it's all cool and you got TV cameras and all that, but you are about to have 40, 50, 60 roommates. Some of them are killers, some of them are rapists, and we've had assaults, we've had stabbings, we've had people kill other people. I don't think that has set in with you guys yet, because I can see you're all bright-eyed and bushy-tailed when we walked in and everybody's like, yeah, I'm happy to be here. Yeah, that's gonna wear off, I can guarantee you.
Rule number 1, this ain't your home. You don't have anybody to give you street credibility. This is you on an island.
Pinal County, we have a strong influence of gangs, not just your street gangs, but mafia organizations, Mexican Mafia, Aryan Brotherhood. You're gonna have to fall in line. You will eat with your own race. You will back your race. This isn't officer rules, but I'm letting you know on the inmate world of it, of what they're gonna push.
So we're gonna show you guys a few photos of the stabbing of our lieutenant, just to kind of give you guys a perspective as to what kind of can happen in there, okay? Piece of metal, they shaved it off of a bunk. He was stabbed 21 times.
By 2 of those.
This is the shirt he was wearing that day.
If you get in a position where you have to fight, there is no giving up. You fight for your life, okay? Because that's why this man is alive today, because he didn't give up. If they're willing to take that gamble and assault an officer, just think what they'll do to you.
Yo, this is going to be a great season. This is going to be a great season.
Your mission will be to find out as much as you can about the gangs within our facility.
So, gringo?
Let's see what ink you got. Take your shirt off.
Yeah, I ain't got no six-pack, but I'm good. At the age of 18, I caught a charge for assault with a deadly weapon. And that's when I started experiencing the gang within the prison system. So I started with the Latin Kings.
You got shot before or what?
Yeah, that's a little souvenir. I got a couple of those. I mean...
It's over the crown in the back.
5 puntos. Got 5 points on that bad boy.
Will that tattoo be linked to Latin Kings?
Nah. Okay. Gold and black.
Yeah, it doesn't have the right colors, but the 5 points.
The real one is under it. That was through a gang program.
Actually, I think the current head of the party you're probably going to is a Sureño right now, too.
And the Sureños already enemies with Latin Kings, so that's already a bloodshot. So
yeah.
Too many enemies.
What'd you black out and all that stuff right here?
The one on my hand and the one on my neck, but it's gone. Covered it right up.
Okay, let me see the one on your neck.
You can't even see, it's like 3 lines.
So you're gonna avoid the Latin King thing?
All day.
Best.
Better.
Gangs is an issue for us in this facility. We have to monitor the gang activity constantly.
When I first came here, they pulled up a gang file on me, and yeah, they knew who I was.
We deal with the white gangs, we'll deal with black gangs. However, our biggest gang is the Mexican Mafia.
Brown pride.
Being this is Arizona and it's a border state, you have a lot of cartels. Honestly, it's scary.
We absolutely have wives or girlfriends of gang members who are dangerous and whose motives are not pure.
It's hard to sleep at night, worried about what that person's gonna do to you.
Bro, this season's gonna be so good.
The most dangerous of the 3 missions.
From my experience in being in gangs, I know how their structure works. I know how their manipulation works. I know when people are gonna be targets. I'm gonna be able to see all that because I did all that.
Jasmine, come on up. Jasmine's mission is gangs as well.
What's up all that blue about?
Go in with that blue. You're claiming a side whether you want to or not.
This?
Blue, that's Crips right there.
As soon as you walk in that tank with that in your hair, you claim the side. And if that tank ain't that side, guess what? You're in the wrong tank.
Okay.
You wash that out or take it out or they'll take it out for you.
Okay. Growing up in New Orleans, I've seen a lot. So I actually feel very confident about going into the jail, but this is not a game. This is about survival.
David, come on up. You're a cop, right? Mm-hmm. Guard that with your life, man.
For sure.
You got a taste for what these guys will try to do. Don't let them know that in any way, shape, or form. Your mission, find out everything you can about the drugs coming in and out of the facility.
You guys ready to party?
All that pills kicking in.
I've seen meth in here. I don't know where it came from. I didn't ask. I didn't want to know.
You just shove it up your vagina or your butthole.
I always say idle hands is the devil's workshop. These inmates are extremely creative on how they bring drugs into a facility, and we need to do better to stop this. Brooke, come on down. Brooke's mission is to investigate drugs on the female.
She's kind of hot.
You're the one self-surrender.
Why are you turning yourself in like that? You ain't going to prom. Let's wear yoga pants. You want to be as comfortable as you can.
I was thinking from like the TV perspective.
You ain't going to TV, you're going to jail. And if you come in like that, You may think you're a badass, but your attitude right now is gonna get your ass whooped because you come across as a bitch. You need to go in there not like a badass because I can tell you're confident, but that comes across as who wants to with me.
I think a lot of people have preconceived notions based on my appearance. All they see is the blonde hair and the blue eyes and the stereotype, but they don't have any idea how I grew up or what I've seen or what I've been through.
You're not a bitch. You just look that way.
When you come into the pod, these women have to go by your appearance.
Yeah.
You can have a little bite too. Just be you.
All right.
Thank you.
Cool. I've had family members with drug addictions, and that will help me on the inside because I can relate to the people that are already there.
All right, Vivian, you're up. Come on up.
Okay.
Vivian, your job, jail operations. We want to know in our facility what's working and what's not working.
Okay. I was in the military for 14 years. What they prepare you for is being able to watch 5 different things happening all at once and being able to pay attention to all of them.
Do you live in here? Then I don't need you to speak. Mind your business.
When I took office, there were a lot of issues that needed to be addressed.
All right, how many freaking you got over here? 1, 2, 3, 4.
And the jail needed a new direction.
Shut your door! Talk to us like human beings, you piece of.
That's why we're focusing on jail operations. You constantly have to be making changes to stay ahead of both criminals.
Anything else y'all got in here y'all need to tell us about before we find it?
And to make sure that you're running the best jail facility. All right, Mark, come on down. Mark's mission is also jail operations. Ooh, you definitely don't belong here. What did you do, steal some pencils?
Oh, man. I'm not hard per se, but on the same token, I've been in the military. I worked as a corrections officer. I mean, I can defend myself if I have to.
I'm not gonna lie to you.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be very brutally honest. They're gonna see you as soft.
Okay.
So you're gonna get questions that they won't get, and you have to be able to address those.
Okay.
So we're gonna kind of give you a little feel for what you're gonna be experiencing when you hit that intake. Are you a sex offender?
No, not at all.
Do you like boys?
No, not at all.
No child porn?
Nah, no child porn. I don't mess with that, Jack.
If you start getting razzed about chomo, sex offender, and all that, shut that down.
Somebody in jail calls you a chomo, that's a death sentence.
My biggest concern with Mark is that he is not tough enough for this. If Mark's seen as soft, next thing you know, they're taking his food, they're taking his commissary, and he could actually be at physical risk. One more thing before you go into our facility. You guys are in such a dangerous situation, so if you need help, we have an emergency signal. Grab your shoulder while saying, "My shoulder's killing me," so that we can come in and meet with you and see if there's anything you need from us. Thank you for your time today. You got a lot to digest. Head on out and have a good night.
Woo! That was it. Almost 11.
Can't say I'm prepared for it. I'm just ready.
I'm excited.
I'm gonna take a shower real quick.
I like the whole undercover
I'm gonna leave this
spy
playing.
aspect.
And I think all of us here that have been military, we've all deployed, kind of have a little competitive edge.
I understand some of us are military here, but you don't want to go in there too cocky. They're master manipulators. They're there all day. So as soon as we walk in there, it's like a chess table, and we're those pawns. Meeting the other participants, all of them have no idea what they're doing. They really don't. I've been there, so I know what it is.
You know, I've had months to prepare and think about it, and I've just been visualizing the best way to get through it. And I think it's prepared me the best that I can.
You could visualize something, but you ain't got no control of who's in there.
I'll just deal with it when I get there.
They're gonna try you.
Oh, I guarantee it.
First off the bat, I was one of those people that I used to love trying people. Whether it was your sneakers, your commissary, if I didn't have it, you were giving it to me. So I mean, you can visualize all you want, but you're about to go meet the thieves.
Okay.
Me going into this program, I'm doing it for everybody to know that everybody deserves a second chance. I was approximately the age of 15 years old when I became a gang member. It was very easy for me to fall into the gang scene. It was in the neighborhood. It was like a style, a pair of shoes that everybody wore. The first time I committed a serious crime, I was 16 years old, and I knew what it was like to grab a weapon and watch an adult drop on the floor. I was a guy that you were gonna cross the street when you saw me. You were absolutely gonna cross the street when you saw me coming. I joined the Land Kings in prison out of not fear or protection, but more like I was violent. So, you know, why not just do the criminal activities in prison? That becomes your family. That becomes your respect. My turning point in my life was the last time I was incarcerated. I spent a year in solitary confinement. A correction officer gave me a Bible, and that's what changed my life. One Bible. Hey, how you doing, Ray?
What's up, brother? God bless you, man.
God bless you. The more I read the Bible, the more I found myself believing in faith. After leaving jail my last time, I started evaluating myself and started seeing what I could do to help people. I became a certified chaplain, and I serve other people. I'm kind of hesitant of going into the past and, you know, something resurrecting from my past, even if it's a thought, feeling, emotion.
Why don't we pray for Abner?
My mother for years said, my son is good. I was not good. I was a savage. But I'm not that person anymore. So one of the reasons why I'm doing 60 days in is for me to give back.
We come together right now on behalf of our brother Abner.
I know I'm gonna run into somebody in there and I'm gonna be saying, this guy's me. I want them to know that they have the same chance I have to not live like that.
Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me.
But at the same time, something might happen that might make me relapse. That's what worries me about this experiment.
All right, Abner, let's go over your mission. What is it?
My mission is, with my experience being an ex-gang member, how I know how they move, who's calling shots in there, who doesn't, who they recruit, find out how it disturbs the facility or disturbs the inmates.
It's a little different out here in the West. Huge cartel influence, mainly Mexican mafia.
Right.
Just be careful, you know, representing something that you don't know anything about.
Yeah. I'm not going in there claiming anything.
All right, walk over to my car here.
All right.
Driver's side. Go ahead, turn around, put your hands on the hood of the car.
I've completed 5 years parole. It'll be almost 10 years that I've committed a crime. No violations, no police contact, nothing. I've left that behind in my past.
Hands around your back.
But I have to be that person one more time.
Watch your head.
You know, this is it. The shackles are on. You're a slave once again to that lifestyle. It's almost like being a beast, and you know that beast is inside of you, AB. The AB that was known in the streets. The AB that was respected that you do something, I'm gonna do something to you. And that's the one that I need. I'm in here for real, and I'm on survival mode, you know, and any that comes in my way, I'm pretty much gonna handle my business.
Step over there in that yellow box.
Back the up, my being back the up, man. You don't scare me, dude.
Walking into intake, it hits you that I'm an inmate. I'm alone.
Tap it on the inbox here. Tap, there you go.
TV from Walmart, y'all arrest them. Christians.
Head inside. Back in the room. Put your shoes and then all your clothes.
You good in the waist?
That's not right, man. And y'all give me a flag at a baseball game trying to arrest me?
It's almost like a deja vu. And it's like, here we go again.
Rotate this, and then while you're walking around, just keep your hands on your back, please. Have the door to the left. And have a seat in the black cage in the chairs.
But at the same time, it feels new. Like, it's my first time in jail.
Hands behind your back, please. Okay. Hands behind your back. Knock it off. Okay? We'll get you ready to go.
I'm a little afraid, but I can't show fear.
I'm really about to do this. Ain't no backing down. It's really crazy because I'm the most nervous one out of all three, but I'm the first to go in. So now I'm definitely about to find my strengths. As a teenager, I was a person who lived for that day. Now I'm a person who lived for the future. You gotta move your legs. Carmani is my daughter, and I have a little boy. His name is Dougie.
Are you going up the wrong way?
Going into this program, it matters to me because I just want to deal with what it feels like as a single mom, being incarcerated, leaving kids behind, because it could have been me.
You ready? Not really, huh?
I'm ready. If you can make it in New Orleans East.
If you can make it out here, you can make it in now.
I can make it in there. Growing up in New Orleans, I hung around the worst of the worst. Like, everybody have gangs. In New Orleans, we have wards. We're separated by different areas. New Orleans East is the East Beast, 8 wards, the 8 ward animals. 9th ward, they have us saying that I'm from the lower 9 and I don't mind dying. Like, that's how they actually live. My decision of going to the Army was based on my lifestyle. I was 4 years active duty in the Army, from Korea to Iraq to Kuwait. It wasn't easy at all, but it just made me, like, stronger.
I'm sad for you. I don't want you to leave.
You gonna miss me?
Yeah.
Nah.
I can't really fit in the suit.
Just a sec. It's definitely gonna be hard to leave my kids, but I really am doing this to show them mommy's strong. I'm a single mom, but I got you on both ends, you know?
I believe in you, Mama.
Hello, Jasmine. How are you feeling?
I'm kind of numb.
All right. I want you to remember you're a veteran. You know how to get through tough things.
Right.
So it's in your very nature to accomplish this. You have to remember that.
Got this.
All right?
Need you to step up to the front of this bumper here. Put your hands on top of the hood.
My mission is gangs. I've had experience in, like, gang activities, but I've never been part of a gang. So that's gonna be a damn good challenge for me.
Wanna walk with me?
When I put the handcuffs on, it hit me. Like, I'm volunteering for this crap.
Watch your head.
And I'm like, damn, this real.
So our first 2 participants are already in the Pinal County Jail. And over the next few weeks, we'll be booking in the other 4. But what these 6 don't know is right now, I'm on my way to pick up a 7th participant that nobody else knows about. This guy insisted on going in alone. He wanted to be different, separate from all of them, unbeknownst to them. And he feels he has the skill set to be the X factor in this program. This guy's gonna be our lone wolf and our fail-safe for any of the other participants who don't complete their missions.
Steve.
Gentlemen, Sheriff.
You doing all right?
Good to see you, sir.
Good to see you.
Steve.
So you ready for this?
Ready when you are.
I'm Steve. I'm a private investigator. I've been working undercover for almost 30 years now. It's what I do. Being a private investigator, I've been shot out of trees. I've been stabbed. You know, I've totaled a dozen cars. I've, like I said, been arrested a handful of times. Having been on both sides of it, I hope that it's given me enough insight into the convict mentality. I live on a farm, 13 acres. It's been dubbed the compound, and security, you know, the measures are extensive. Everything from laser motion detectors to night vision cameras, tripwires. You know, you come across the wrong part of the property and there's a 12-gauge shell at eye level. And when you trip that wire, you know, you're a headless corpse.
So as far as what to do, if the threat's outside, use the AR. The threat's inside, you switch to the 12 gauge. You know the drill. Yell at the intruder. I have a gun, the police are on their way.
If he comes through the door, I shoot him.
When do you stop shooting?
When I'm out of ammo.
You're a badass. I trade you myself. I guess this is it.
Come back home to me.
Always.
Okay. Love you.
When I work undercover, I work alone.
I got enough to worry about, taking care of myself. The other participants, they're on their own.
Now remember, the reason you're here is because we feel like you're going to be somebody that's going to be able to give us some valuable information. We're hoping that Steve acts as a failsafe and is able to dig up information on all 3 of the missions.
Sheriff, I hope to walk out of here and be able to tell you your facility is tight as a drum and it's clean as a whistle. But if it's there and I don't find it, I'm going to be disappointed. I'm not going to let you down.
We got your back, man. Don't quit.
You ready, Professor?
We'll have you walk up to the front of the car here. Go ahead and put your hands on the car.
As the sheriff cuffs me up, there are a number of concerns. But there's no room for doubt. There's no room for second thoughts. There's no time. I mean, that's all that's over with. The time for that was up until those handcuffs went click.
You got this.
When they took me to jail, I was panicking. It was, oh my God, like, I'm going into real jail. I'm anxious, I'm ready to get it over with.
The nurse is gonna need a urine sample.
Just relax, just relax. Just an IV in your arm, okay? Don't pull that out.
Are you able to take your shoes off or no?
Yeah.
You're here on drug charges right now? Yeah. So then I gotta watch you go pee and do not flush the toilet. No funny business. Put your sample on the back of the toilet, please. Any medical or mental health issues? Have you ever attempted suicide? Are you thinking about that today? Drugs or alcohol?
Hey, you know where you're at? Where you at?
Grab this, just head back there, go look for you some shoes in that bin over there. You bend over, spread your cheeks, and cough. Spread your cheeks with your hands. Come on out, I'm gonna get your pictures real quick, okay? And you're gonna look at the camera that's right above the door. Turn around the other way. Straight that way. It's
beginning of the hell that I'm living in now.
Put everything in the bucket. Your towel and your blanket. Go ahead and stand next to those. Master control. Pick up your buckets. 4 females for an intake of drink. Get against the wall to the left, single file line.
You go through this long, long hallway, and where we were going, it was like you could feel it. Like, it's coming. It's coming. And I was like, holy, what's the code word again?
Oh, she's beautiful. Come on, her.
Let's make a left around the cage. One. Wait a minute. You're gonna be in that bottom right corner.
Right when I'm walking in there, here comes two Hispanic guys in my face. 2 seconds, I'm Chicano. I felt like nervous, like anxious, like, man, this is only 1 minute walking through the door.
So, AB. Chris, man.
AB, that's like my little cousin.
Yeah.
You come in white. Doesn't matter what gang you belong to in the streets, you're white. If you come in black, and if you're a blood, a Crip, or whatever, you're black. And if you're Hispanic, born in the United States, automatically I'm Chicano.
AB. What you have? A warrant from New York. What kind of warrant you got?
It's armed robbery, the second, D felony, but no, listen to this. I already did my time.
Oh, yeah?
I own restitution and fees. The most I'm gonna sit is like 6 months fighting this shit. So, I mean, time to time, I did 10 flat, 7 flat. This is cake to me. I've been in Rikers Island, 15,000 inmates. This is like candy, like, you know. You got
That's crazy.
You gonna be here for a minute, man?
Yeah, for a minute. I got my bed made. It's a custom. When someone recognizes that you have position walking in from the door, is a form of respect. I'll make your bed. Y cuando me paro, el viene y me saca la ID, me dice, you got a warrant. I said, you was just about to let me go. And he's like, I feel bad because you didn't do nothing. I said, yeah, but let me go. It's not about it, you know, it's just, okay, said I owe them restitution and fee. No, just PR. Just, so many years, so many tears. Yeah, I got a problem, but I don't run with no Latin Kings, it's just a church.
A lot of questions, bro.
The ink tells a lot about a person. As much as you try to hide it, the ink tells a lot.
Nobody can get that right.
If they knew that I was a Latin King, I automatically become the threat in the unit. Because they know that in the East Coast, Latin Kings run the show. And then next thing you know, this guy enters my room.
AB. Miguel Viejo.
And automatically I knew that he holds position. He's one of the heads. And he's looking at me and sizing me up.
Hey, what part of New York from you want me to ask you, man? Brooklyn.
So it's like, now I'm on high alert. If this keeps going the way it's going, I might roll out of here in a body bag.
Oh, shit.
She's beautiful. I want her.
Forget TV, forget the cameras, forget all that. This is big boy jail.
Once I enter the pod, it really feels like this is it. It has really begun.
Let's go, man. Are we ready, bro? Straight over, man.
Everybody in there does drugs.
And you over here getting high, man.
Everybody.
Whoa.
Everybody. Everybody.
That's a really drug addict.
60 days inside.
She's out there telling people that we're undercover cops.
There was a lot of sign language going on, so that was a red flag there.
He works for the camera crew. I know him.
If you come in here and you interview, you're a target.
Nobody in this pod will question nothing I say. I don't give a who it is.
Are you gonna copy?
Rat.
You AB?
I can't do this. I can't.
I can't be a chaplain here. I have to be a convict.
There has been a security breach. They just got played, and they now know who played them.
They're waiting for the green light.
We need to make sure all the participants are safe.
Yo, this shit gets nuts, huh?
I'm giving this about 10 minutes before I stand up in the middle of the table in the middle of the room and let the whole jail know what's going on. All right, it's about to get ugly as a right here. I'll see you shortly.
Welcome to Pinal County, Arizona. It's the real-life Wild West out here. We're located 55 miles from the Mexican border. All types of gangs, drugs, and criminals make their way into my jail. I'm Sheriff Mark Lamb. I'm all about God, guns, and freedom. Everything I do is to protect freedom, but it's a battle that we fight every day. This is Pinal County Jail.
Mind your business.
We're doing things very different. In the past, the participants haven't known each other, but I want them to know each other prior to entering our facility. This way they can collaborate on what the missions are. They can hit it from different angles, and they can share information with one another.
Are y'all ready?
I am.
But they have to trust one another that they won't blow each other's cover.
So what do you
You could say, yeah.
Our participants are going in with very specific missions to evaluate gangs, drugs.
You guys ready to party?
And jail operations.
Stop being so nasty while you're in here.
Brooke, come on down.
I'm a very right-wing conservative person. I'm all
Of course you're a right-wing conservative person.
Sorry, gang.
You weren't dead. I was 90. I was built for this process. Steve, my
Everything you got on comes off. Everything I'm giving you, you're gonna put on. All right, you can keep those. All right.
What the fuck?
Okay, walk towards that cage over there.
At the end of the day, it's a job. It's another undercover case. For me, failure is not an option. I'm gonna find the drugs, I'm gonna find the corruption, I'm gonna find the problem. I'm fully committed, and I'm operational.
Right this way.
My mission is gangs inside the women pod. And I'm thinking to myself, it's definitely gonna be challenging. I'm not sure what to expect.
Gang intel is paramount in our facilities.
We keep our circles small. It's better that way. If they're gang affiliated, then they don't play.
Gangs are a little different in the female pod as it's based more on a hierarchy or a family.
Nana runs the pod. She's older, you know, so people have like automatic respect for her.
She thinks she could run that pod. I'm like, bitch, you don't run the pod. We run ourselves. Stay the out of people's business, you know what I mean?
There's girls in there that's really scared. They have to respect them, or you're gonna get your ass whooped.
Gangs are a threat to inmates. They're also a threat to my employees. This is why we want to know exactly what type of gang activity we have in the female pods.
Everything's over to the left on the bottom.
Oh, she's beautiful. I want her.
I like your braids, they're tight. Damn, your hair is beautiful. Oh, cool.
Walking into the pod, it's like all eyes, like eyeing me down, like they could see straight through me. It just felt like creepy.
There's somebody up there.
Yeah.
It's like if they wanted to pull my clothes off with their eyes, it would have happened.
I'm from DOC.
What's that?
Prison. I'm here from prison to go to court.
Immediately, I thought, oh my God, I hope my Sally's not a crazy ass sister. How do you even get in the bed? I don't want to step on you, but
The girl that was up there before would step on the chair and the table.
like steps or something.
Yeah, whatever works for you.
She is very friendly. On the other hand, she did time in prison, so it was like a little trust and a little not.
Where are you from?
New Orleans.
Oh, man. Have you moved out here or are you going home after this?
No, I don't want to see Arizona after I get out of here.
Oh, Arizona's a bitch.
Who you telling?
I'm about to do 60 days, but it's not my first go-around. I've done 14 years of state and federal. I was involved with the Latin Kings.
Will that tattoo be linked to Latin Kings?
Nah, the real one is under it.
So you're gonna avoid the Latin King thing?
All day.
No, I don't run, but no, Latin Kings.
I was approached about my tattoos from prison. I had to stand there and face the heat, you know, and just let them know I'm not your enemy and, you know, I'm one of them. I'm Chicano.
Gangs is an issue for us in this facility. Those street-level gangs, like the Crips, the Bloods, those go away once you get in the facility. It becomes more about race in here.
We are the top of the food chain, gentlemen.
The Chicanos in this state carry the power.
Arizona is a white state.
Skinheads.
If you don't play by the rules, then you get hurt.
So what we want to understand is how these gangs amongst different races work.
Kill or be killed, dude, like for real. You know what I mean? That's what it is.
Abner's gonna have to be very careful. It's gonna be tough for him to be able to
Bro,
infiltrate.
I gotta see those hits.
If you don't play by the rules, then you get hurt.
1, 2, 3.
So what we want to understand is how these gangs amongst different races work.
Kill or be killed, dude, like for real. You know what I mean? That's what it is.
Abner's gonna have to be very careful. It's gonna be tough for him to be able to infiltrate those gangs within our facility.
for my past life. I'm used to being in control, being a leader in a holding position.
The table's right there in the center is ours.
Over. But here, it's different.
101, let's go.
The politics is so deep that you have to learn how it works, who you're gonna eat in there with, talk to, and how you're gonna talk to people. I'm new here, and I'm an outsider, so for a while, I need to just lay low and watch. And try to find out who's in control within the gangs.
In less than, what, 20 minutes, I'll be cuffed. Can be.
You know, I've grew a lot of drugs.
Hockey, I'll check this on this.
Tap you right.
I gotta sound like I'm.
What the, dude? Seriously?
No vacancy, bro.
I know that I am under scrutiny. Every movement, every action counts. Every interaction counts.
Hey, bro. You want to get up here?
Everybody's making assessments, assumptions, you know, they're gauging the way you carry yourself, the way you make your rack, the way you get into your rack. You know, all these things are little tells, and it's very easy to tell those who've been there before and those who haven't.
I'll tell you what, they put 10 up in there, I'm going to the gym, man. I can't deal with it. What they got you in here for?
I got some time back home, man, and I didn't do it. You know, I wasn't doing it before, and I'm guilty. I wasn't so concerned about the inmates as my own behavior. Really, I am more concerned about playing the role than being accepted, because if I play the role well, the acceptance is almost guaranteed.
Oh, man. This is the spot right now, too. Shut up, that, fellas. Thanks.
I've done my homework on real convicts. They come in, they go to their rack, and oftentimes they sack out. Typically, they come in, they go sleep. This is textbook convict behavior, so that's what I wanted to present.
The little guy down here likes to cuddle at night. He gets scared because you need somebody to cuddle with.
Yeah, there's a camera.
They can hear us right now.
60 days in, type.
Well, it could be, I guess.
Then somebody in here will be put from the streets, you know? We can never know who the is.
I've been thinking about going to jail for so long. I just built up so much anxiety. At this point, I've imagined the worst already.
My name is Brooke. I'm 35 and I'm in real estate and think I can deal with in the UK. We want to keep be a big guy.
Coming in here is drug addict. Everybody's coming in here is drug addicts. Half of them got a prescription medication habit. I know this, why? Because they were getting them from me. I was bringing in $5,000 a day. On a bad day, no less than $5 grand.
We all have one major thing in common. We all sold drugs on a massive scale.
Given our proximity to the border and the amount of smuggling we have coming through this county, we know that drugs are coming in our facility, and we want to find out how.
I'll slam you on the ground.
Anytime you're dealing with drugs, drug dealers, or smugglers, there's an attachment to the cartel in this area. So this is a very dangerous mission that we're giving David.
corner.
And when I got in there, I looked around. Everybody eyes on me. Was like, oh God.
Alright, who got what? Hey, what's up, bro? How you, man? Oh, not bad. It's Josh. Dave. Yeah. What's good, big bro? How you? What? What's going on? Dave, bro. Dave? Yeah. Where you from? I'm really from Ohio, but, you know. Ooh, what are you doing out here, bud? Came to visit my peoples up in San Diego real quick, and here now.
And as soon as I walked in my cell, I was approached by the head. Because of how he carried himself, I could tell, you know.
Where I sleep at, though? We all at the top room?
I'm a little weary. As an officer, I'm usually able to read people, but I don't know what he wants from me.
You sleep in here too? No, I'm in 5.
I was very uncomfortable, but I said to myself, this how it's gonna be though, Dave. You gonna get tossed into something, don't know the outcome, you don't know what it is, and there ain't no turning back.
I'm trying to make it to the day, guys.
They've got cameras right there. They can see who goes in there. Can see who goes in and out of the showers.
They good?
Yeah, because the showers inside don't have cameras. That's where you fight.
Kim is my cellmate. I started getting to know her, and she know what she doing. Where I'm from, we call them OGs. Because she's sneaky intelligent.
Is they're waiting for you guys to lock down.
Oh. The abolition of man.
That seems loose, right? I don't know. I've read like almost every book in here, so.
My mission is to find out about the families/gangs. And I'm thinking to myself, maybe I could like see what she says.
Miss Kim, what? Do we have gangs in here? What? Gangs? They separate them in here. If they feel like somebody's gang related, they watch to make sure.
Who's who?
Yeah.
So they take gangs seriously down here, don't they?
Yeah.
My mission is my #1 priority, and I mean it. Now, I need to figure out who's who. If I say I'm gonna do something, I'm gonna do it. You have my word on it.
Yo, they definitely got paid for doing this shit. Like from A&E.
Hey, this is right here under Chicano. Do you know how to cut hair? Yeah, I actually do, yeah.
When you're in jail, there's rules for everything. It's so racially divided. The whites, they came in, we're first. You know, I haven't had a haircut in 2 weeks. Automatically, I'm analyzing. Okay, whites first. You got it. But I know in my mind, this is about power and control. One of the blacks, Savage, told me to cut his hair. I said, yeah, I know how to cut hair. I'm decent enough. He's gonna cut my hair and I'm gonna cut his hair. What you mean, nah? You mean, nah? And I want him to cut my hair. Ain't nobody else cutting my hair. But then this young kid, B. Shaw, tells me the blacks are going next. In front of everybody, disrespecting me.
My name is B. Shaw. I'm here for burglary, unlawful imprisonment, and assault. I'm not too much for the politics. I don't care about all that crazy ass people be saying. I just ignore that weird. But you disrespect me, putting your hands on me, trying to harm me, you're gonna get the bad end of the stick.
Savage, did you not tell me to cut your hair? I didn't tell you nobody's cut your hair. Listen, my man, talk to me with respect. So Bishaw came and said I couldn't cut Savage's hair because I'm Chicano. Savage even told me to cut his hair. He comes out the blue. In prison, I was literally an animal. I've been through war. These guys have no idea the blood I have shed. Even though it's been 10 years.
Watch what trying to be gangster brings him. Yeah, right?
To like, you know, this is in me, man. So automatically, I called him out and said, "You a punk." Hey. Ding ding, it's fight time. Bishaw got it real quick when he saw that, hey, I'm not here to play with you. And he ran out the cell. Very smart for him to run out the cell. I'll bang on you. That blood and split all over this. I think it was a lesson learned for the whole pod. If you come at me, I'm gonna come at you. Man, I'm gonna handle myself. Yeah, the old man's gonna get a haircut. I am a man of God, and I will be a man of God when this is said and done. But right now, I'm gonna play this full throttle.
Why did he cut his hair like that, though?
Because if you're the
He's
head
like,
of
fuck
Flags,
it.
and I punked out one of your buddies, you're gonna say, hey, why did you do that to one of mine? I wanna get beat up for a haircut, bro. If you're gonna play politics, let's play it all the way.
You could tell like his hair length on when they interviewed him. So they're like snipping it from different parts of like when they. So it's not chronological. I said chronological. What the hell, bro? I'm dyslexic.
It's time for me to do my jail time.
I need to go to
I'm going to
bed.
be self-surrendering.
All right, guys, here we go.
Where's she at? Where my woman at?
Take your earrings off for me.
I've never been arrested before.
Seeing the criminal element, my strongest emotion would be disgust. Just having to deal with
the worst of society.
Come on in and then go all the way in the back. I need everything off.
I'm muted again on Discord? How?
Bend over, spread your cheeks, and cough.
No, I'm not.
Having family members in law enforcement, my brother is a deputy sheriff, my mother, my grandmother, my uncle, my great uncle, they were all deputy sheriffs. I have the cops are the good guys, the criminals are the bad guys. Upbringing. There's not really like a gray area.
Okay, come on out.
to be an inmate and be on the inside,
All right.
surrounded by other criminals. Avoid, don't.
Up when I come here, so like, memory's not the best.
Maybe I am too harsh. Maybe my perspective is skewed. Or maybe I'll be like, well, I was right, and you know, it is what it is.
Oh.
Sucks.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Yo, why would she do this?
What's up, bro?
When I walked into the pod, I walked straight to my cell. and I was approached by the head of the brothers, Rocker.
Well, we having for lunch today, what's going on? You was upstairs, I was doing it in my room when I was upstairs. I hopped up at the bed and just because you woke me up, yeah.
Rocker is in charge. He is the overlord, if you should say.
I've been here for 26 months for aggravated assault, dangerous, discharging a firearm, dangerous. 5 felony counts.
I'm not gonna let you do no shady. No, you're not gonna disrespect me. No, you put your hands on me, I will beat your ass.
This is my pod. I make sure everybody's in line. If I tell them to do something, they'll do it.
I rolled him out of my room upstairs because for snitching, slapping like you were a bitch.
I think that he really wants to be my friend, but I feel like he's kind of dangerous. I gotta like pay attention around this. I did not get a sheet to cover my mattress or whatever you want to call that thing. When I asked him for the sheet, he was like,
"Oh, you didn't get one?"
"No."
"Oh, okay."
Nothing. Useless. If we need you to do something, you should do it.
Bro, he's bitching about a sheet in jail.
Off. Like, for real.
Bro.
So, I voiced my opinion to Rocker. When he attempted to give me the blanket, I didn't want to have to owe him anything. So I told him no. I don't even know if I can like trust him or not.
He called me to the room.
Look.
When you call somebody to the room, you should just rush him like he's supposed to.
Look.
So B-Shark punked out in front of everybody. Like, I'm kind of glad the way I played it because now they know I'm a threat. They know you better come correct.
Yeah, I know he wants envelope, bro.
This guy pretty much went in there trying to like size B-Shark up. Almost like, you know what, you were scared of Abner, you're scared of me. But the reality is, if you're the head of the blacks, you need to put him in check.
Telling you, people were laughing.
Blacks are not supposed to fight blacks. The politics of jail is you stick with your own kind. You have to follow your race, your people, and the rules. A real leader will put everything in check. I want to know who leads.
Bro, they take all this shit out of context. Like, all these sound bites are taking them out of context.
Here we go again.
Coming in, I'm just trying to figure out the way that jail works itself. I wasn't given a sheet to cover my mattress, and I was salty. I was upset. I attempted to get one from the DOs, where my request was ignored.
Right now, about to be locked down. I just seen them when I came in. Hey, brother, quick question. Yo, real quick. Can I get it? Can I get it?
Tight. He trying to get it stuck because he's tired.
I got you.
With the whole sheet situation, I've created bonds. It wasn't like, yo, this is what I'm gonna go in there and do. It just sort of happened. But it does play a nice role for me. And the Pod Rocker is the most influential individual.
Hey, shoot. I ain't gonna be it's lousy here, bro.
If anybody knows about like how drugs are getting in, it has to be Rocker. He may be valuable to completing my mission.
Mistake, 25.
Start talking to me. He's smooth.
Y'all good, that's it.
B Shaw knuckle up. The big guy ended up losing. Watching this play out made me realize that the blacks, they're young, they're green, and they're disorganized.
Shaw, hurry it up, let's go, Shaw.
At the end of the day, B Shaw was the one that ended up getting rolled out the unit.
That's good though, man. He thought I was being yo, stop. Now this one, go fight then. Since you keep coming up like you're a man, I said, go fight then.
Talking to Tyrus, after everything happened, I kind of learned real quick that he leads the blacks. But I think Tyrus is an inexperienced leader. I know the politics of prison, so if I can make friends with Tyrus, I could take advantage of that to help me accomplish my mission.
His ass up.
Yeah, I see. He had it coming. There's a new tough guy in town.
All right. I'm gonna pass out. You have a good night, Gator. I'm gonna catch you tomorrow. I'm gonna wake up early tomorrow, end the stream here, and start it on Twitch again. Get it poppin'. Good night, man. Hit that like button if you haven't already. It's all good if you didn't. I want to learn about other shit other than space right now. While I sleep. Yeah, I just fall asleep listening to like educational shit. Which one should we pick? We did 3+ hours of Lost Civilizations. The first treasure of the Rocky Mountains.
In Greece, at the heart of the region of Attica, lies a city that is radiant like no other.
Good night, yeah.
Athens. Destined to be a truly great city, a mega city, it will make the Greek peninsula one of the cradles of Western civilization.
In a way, you could say that Athens is Greece.
The Greeks will design incredible machines that revolutionize architecture and erect one of the most beautiful temples in the world, the Parthenon. 22,000 blocks of marble that together weigh 100,000 tons. This splendid temple will be home to an amazing statue of Athena, more than 10 meters high, all in gold and ivory. The precious statue will be covered in over a ton of gold.
It's not a temple. In fact, it's a bank.
Athens embodies the world of ancient Greece, a world that was to lay the very foundations of democracy 2,500 years ago.
That was also along the side of the Agora Square once democracy was invented.
Let us discover, through these great buildings, a remarkable civilization whose legacy will last for millennia. Its port, Piraeus, will be one of the largest ports in the Western world. A little fishing port that can suddenly harbor a fleet of 200 warships. After Athens' victory over the Persians at the naval battle of Salamis, the city is now #1 and will shine its light over more than 200 cities. A shining beacon to the entire world, Athens builds the world's first theater, the Theater of Dionysus. The city is home to all the great minds, the pioneers of sculpture, of mathematics, of thought, of literature, and of art. Come with us to discover the true story of the West's first megacity, Athens, as you've never seen it before. Athens and its region, with its famous port of Piraeus, nowadays has a population of 3.7 million. Covering an area 428 square kilometers, this cosmopolitan metropolis, home to almost a third of its population, is Greece's largest city. The port of Piraeus is one of the major ports for international trade, but also the largest passenger port in Europe, with more than 8 million passengers a year. Athens is one of Europe's leading tourist destinations, and as one of the oldest cities in the world, it never ceases to fascinate. So how did it all begin? The story starts with a simple hill in Attica, a rocky promontory that forms a natural shelter for the few who take refuge there in times of danger. They build a small fort there, the better to defend themselves.
All around the rock of the Acropolis, you have to imagine different groups of people that we call tribal groups.
It's a very basic way of life, with agriculture and livestock scattered between a few little hamlets. In the Bronze Age, the site is part of the Mycenaean civilization. Safety remains a major concern, and the Acropolis rock is surrounded by a 3 to 4 meter thick wall over an area 310 meters long by 125 meters wide. This is the terrace where the king built a monumental palace. Almost nothing remains of it, but it may have resembled the Mycenaean palace of Knossos, 350 kilometers away in Crete. This Mycenaean palace must have been very similar to the lost palace of Athens. We can see that at the time, the stoneworkers all randomly assembled. The Mycenaeans were the Greek world's first major civilization and characterized by their fortified architecture, especially by these gigantic walls that make up the palace and that we call Cyclopean. Both the walls and the columns are all painted in bright colors. They took great pains with those colors and decorations. The murals all are of scenes of war or of hunting. Back in Athens, a crucial question arises. What about water? The first inhabitants build a spectacular well. They dig out a 34-meter-high crevice. They build huge wooden staircases and a platform to reach the groundwater. But it's a failure. The whole edifice collapses on them. Their second attempt works out better. Instead of a single huge well, they dig multiple small wells less than 3 meters deep, shallow and safe. A wall, a few houses, a few wells, some tombs. Far too little to merit the status of a city, but it's what will determine the basic outlines.
The disappearance of the Mycenaean civilization is very mysterious. I suspect it was down to internal rebellions.
The Mycenaean palace has disappeared. Up on the Acropolis, only its walls remain.
Fantasy, myths, ancient beginnings. Elevate your historical exploration to unparalleled heights with a History Hits subscription. Don't miss out on our latest releases, where classicist Natalie Haynes travels to Corfu to unravel the story of the Gorgon Medusa, one of the most iconic yet misconstrued figures of Greek mythology. Join Jasmine Elmer as she dives into something that people have been obsessed with throughout history: dragons. Where did they come from? What exactly is a dragon? Finally, Dan Snow explores the ancient history of the Isles of Scilly and discovers burial grounds built thousands of years ago. Discover hundreds of hours of award-winning documentaries and ad-free podcasts with History Hit. Sign up for a special offer via the link in the description.
The hamlets have evolved into separate villages, too easy to attack. If they want better living conditions, they'll have to unite. It's a process that will take 600 years, but the decision is made to merge into a single unified city with the same laws, the same duties, and the same cults. By 800 BC, Athens exists officially, and this voluntary unification of its inhabitants will change everything.
Of course, in ancient times, every city was under the protection of a god.
According to mythology, two gods had their eyes on the city and its territory: Athena, goddess of wisdom and war, and Poseidon, god of the sea. It was up to the assembly of the gods to vote for their preferred candidate, but Zeus refused to choose between his daughter and his brother and would not cast his vote. The goddesses all voted unanimously for Athena, and they outnumbered the gods by just one vote. Thus, Athena became the mother goddess of the city, and Athens her most beautiful sanctuary. During the Iron Age, Athens, now under the protection of Athena, can truly develop. The Acropolis, the sacred hill that serves as a natural refuge, will be the starting point for this development. The rocky promontory covers an area of 270 meters by 150 meters and rises 156 meters above sea level. And its beginnings are sacred ones: the construction of a shrine dedicated to Athena, housing an altar, a temple, and a statue. It most likely continues to the north with an agora, a large public square where people gather to solve the problems of the city. At the foot of the hill, both shops and residential areas start to develop. Ancient Athens is still tiny compared to the modern metropolis. It occupies between its walls just 2 kilometers from east to west and a little less from north to south. A few men live within the sacred space, probably the elite, if the wealth of the tombs found on the Acropolis are anything to go by. We have no certified figures, but it's reasonable to assume that the initial population is only a few thousand, with no foreigners yet and few slaves. Iron has now appeared in the city-state, and farmers are delighted to have axes and metal tools, and the opportunity to produce and earn more. Athenian society is still rooted in the earth. It is ruled by aristocrats, and they're the wealthiest landowners. One thing that does not change, though, in both the 8th and 7th centuries BC, is the big problem of water. The population has grown, and so has its needs. It is a hot, dry country, and the city's 3 rivers just aren't enough. There are 2 possible solutions. First, to use the wells that have been there since ancient times. Secondly, to collect rainwater in large, half-buried jars to start with, but better still, in high-capacity cisterns inspired by the shape of these jars, underground cisterns in the form of giant bottles. Their mouths are less than 1 meter across for the first 2 meters, until they widen out to 3 or 4 meters. The inhabitants don't stop at that, though. Soon they're connecting several cisterns together by a gallery. The wealthiest households own 4 or 5 of them. But that is still not enough to satisfy the entire population. People still lack water.
The people need water. It has to be brought from afar, from where there is a lot of it. The answer is to build a big aqueduct that will bring it right into the heart of the city.
They could build very good aqueducts as long as it was all gravity flow. From the start down to the terminus had to be a continuous slope. So they could and did bring water from 10, 15, 20 kilometers away from the city.
It's here in the southeast corner of the Agora that the aqueduct ends. This place, which features the remains of a Roman fountain, is certainly the site of the first public building where running water is free to all. The Fountain with 9 Spouts is the Western world's very first public fountain. The fountain looks just like a regular building of 120 square meters, consisting of a main room marked out by 3 Doric columns and flanked by 2 smaller rooms. Water flows continuously into a basin via 9 lion-headed orifices. The Iniakarnos Fountain is the first public fountain in Athens, but also one of the few places where women meet up and can make friends as they fill their vases.
The great novelty at the time was building this great fountain that brought water from the mountain to the center of Athens. It wasn't brought into the homes, but it was revolutionary because you didn't need your own well or cistern, and there was free water for everyone.
Although construction of the Agora has just begun, it's already seen as a public space, and it's natural that the city's first fountain should be installed there. In the 6th century BC, the Parthenon is still a sacred place. Beneath the current building, we found traces of an ancient temple.
There's always been a temple on the Acropolis. Throughout history, it has been destroyed and rebuilt several times.
To build it, a 2 square kilometer plateau had to be built, leveled, and filled. Then, 8,000 cubic meters of limestone blocks, each weighing an average of 2 tons, had to be brought in. It was a simple temple with columns that were simple as well, but its size was staggering. 1,570 square meters, with 6 columns on the front and 14 on the sides. The earliest temple, of which nothing remains but the foundations, must have been 75 meters long by 30 meters wide, much bigger than the Parthenon we know. As the city grows, so does the social turmoil within it. In the 6th century BC, discontent is mounting as simple peasants are forced into slavery by debt, and people are fearing the worst. The citizens of Athens are getting tired of the tyrants who've now come to power.
The social tensions obviously comes from the poorer peasants who are simply worried for their freedom. But they have a great influence because there are a lot more of them than the rich landowners.
Once the tyrants were thrown out of Athens, they needed a new form of government in the city. And they didn't trust the old aristocratic families, which had caused all the trouble. So they invented a new system whereby your significance in the state depended on which tribe you belonged to, not which family. And that allowed everybody to be more equal in sharing the government.
It is to the great judge Cleisthenes that we owe the reforms that will be the basis of the new regime.
Cleisthenes is from a very important aristocratic family and is someone who allows the demos, the people, to hold some power.
2,500 years ago, by increasing the number of citizens who could vote, Athens invented the new regime of the future, democracy. The change can even be seen in the layout of the city. The agora, where the city held its debates, is moved to the foot of the mound called Kolonos Agoraios. And the reforms bring with them new buildings out at the edge of the city. Cleisthenes' reforms entrusted political power to two bodies. On the one hand, to a council called the Boulé. It met in this square civic building with its 23-meter sides.
There was what we would call a senate. They called it a vouli, or boule, and the building where they were housed was a bouleuterion. And every year, 500 Athenians would be picked to fill the senate just for 1 year.
Along with this boule comes something entirely new, the People's Assembly, or Ecclesia. Since it is the council that makes the laws, gradually the Ecclesia starts voting them in. That means that little by little, the people start to have some power over the institutions.
Those with a vote are no longer exclusively the wealthiest, although voters still represent only 10% of the population.
All the citizens came together every 10 days to either approve or vote down whatever the Senate had approved. That was also along the side of the Agora Square once democracy was invented.
Laws and decrees were prepared on papyrus or on white wooden tablets. The Boulé was where the city's archives were kept.
There are remains, they're mostly foundations, but we have descriptions that tell us where it should be. And we have a large square building about 30 meters on a side, which seems to be big enough for the 500 participants. They were the ones who were appointed that year. It could be any male citizen could be a member of the Boulé. No women, no foreigners, no slaves, of course.
The new Agora is also home to a new feature of the city, the Tholos. Circular in shape with 6 central columns, it houses the city's sacred fire. It also serves as a residence for foreign ambassadors. And even has a kitchen to provide them with splendid dinners. And it's here that public honors and accolades are handed out. In the 5th century BC, Athens faces a terrifying danger, the immense Persian Empire. You either submit or you resist. Athens dares to take on the Persians and leads the Greeks to victory in the Battle of Marathon. Yet Themistocles, recently elected as head of state, fears that peace may not last. The only solution is to open Athens to the sea.
Athens' naval power was created as a result of one man, Themistocles, who insisted that the Athenians build a fleet. He was very farsighted and a real statesman, and Athenian power for the next century or more was based entirely on its navy.
At this time, Athens only has a handful of merchant vessels. Piraeus offers the advantage of 3 inlets to the surrounding land. Themistocles will both develop and strengthen the site.
The Piraeus is a natural place because it's got a fortifiable hill, and it has 3 excellent, well-protected harbors, and it was only 7 or 8 kilometers from Athens.
It is neither too far nor too close, so there are many advantages in the Athenians choosing the Piraeus site at that time.
No Greek knew whether or not the Persians would come back, and the Athenians were lucky because they found a great deal of silver in 484 BC, and Themistocles persuaded them not just to spend it, but to use it investing in 200 ships.
Piraeus will be divided into several sectors, with particular importance given to the military port, with its wooden shipyards and its berths for triremes. To the west of the military port stood the international market, the Emporion, with its 5 arches. A covered area for trade and commercial transactions, as well as for storage. There's the grain silo, known as the Long Stoa, where imported grain is stored. The Maritime Stock Exchange, known as the Degma, where the bankers and stockbrokers work. And nearby, the residential area, with its streets laid out in a grid. This grid layout will spread to all the new cities. It's geometrical. The streets are perpendicular to one another, the bigger ones intersecting with the smaller ones. A land battle against the Persians would be doomed to failure since they have up to 1 million men at their command. At the military port, they're turning out 10 times the number of triremes. They had just 20, now there are 200. As warships, these triremes are a real innovation. To scupper the enemy before boarding him, the spurs above the waterline are reinforced with metal plates. Themistocles manages to lure the Persian fleet, 3 times larger than the Greek one, into some narrow straits. It's a splendid victory. At Salamis, the Greeks led the Persians into a deadly trap, and the whole of Athens rejoices.
When the Athenians beat the Persians at the Sea Battle of Salamis, it made them the leading city of ancient Greece.
Now the Athenians rule the waves, but their city has suffered greatly.
Of course, in 480 to 479 BC, when the Persians leave the Athens region, Athens is totally devastated. Athens is set on fire. The Acropolis is destroyed, completely razed.
It's a disaster. The most urgent thing is to protect access to the sea. The corridor that links Athens to Piraeus will be enclosed by 2 walls, the Long Walls. They will enclose the 2 urban centers, both Athens and Piraeus. Thus, when facing danger, the inner city will have a protected outer harbor and can never be threatened with starvation.
It was a kind of big corridor that connected the 2 cities. So it was a complex fortified site with 2 heads, one on the plain and one on the sea.
At the time of Pericles, these long walls, 7 meters high, enclosed a narrow corridor 183 meters wide. This was because such a small space could be defended by just a few men and was easily accessed from both sides. In times of peace, this access to the sea has another advantage: to solve the city's food problems. Athens will be able to import the food it lacks and even export its products, including its much-loved ceramics. Before long, half the wheat consumed in Athens is being imported from Evia, Thrace, and Egypt, but also from Greek cities in the Bosphorus and the kingdoms of the northern shores of the Black Sea. The Athenian silver currency rules the Mediterranean market, and the combined incomes of Piraeus and the silver mines are estimated at 65% of the city's budget. Athens is now encircled by its wall and its 9 gates. Within, the city itself is irregularly built, with both wide and narrow streets that wind as they will around the hill. In the working-class neighborhoods, the houses are very cramped, with narrow doors and windows. The light comes from the courtyard, which is the heart of the house's activities. There's just a ground floor with 1 or 2 tiny rooms. The walls are made of wood, raw brick, and pebbles, bound by a mortar made of rough earth.
Mostly the walls were made of sun-dried mud brick, set on a stone foundation, because you have to have it above the water, above damp. But the walls themselves were very easy to make and very quick and very cheap, because it was just mud. As long as you plastered it and kept a roof on it, it would last forever.
People just throw their sewage into the street, and since the streets aren't paved, when it rains, things get pretty sticky.
The Greeks did not pave their roads as much as the Romans did. Mostly it's just packed gravel. It's just pebbles and earth packed down, and the roads build up very quickly over the centuries.
In Piraeus, there's no hill to get in the way. Down there on the plain, everything is neatly mapped out. Athens is to undergo spectacular development in the 5th century BC.
Athens is a whole agglomeration of 140 villages or small towns around Athens in Attica. They are all important and all contribute to the Athenian force.
In an area of 2,650 square meters, it will now have 400,000 inhabitants. Its people will be saying they've never seen such a thriving city. So to whom do we owe this golden age? To Pericles, one of Themistocles' successors as ruler of Athens, who has big plans for the city.
When the wars were over, the Greeks feared a return of the Persians. So a lot of Greeks joined the Athenians to form a defensive league, which will be called the League of Delos.
Delos is an island. It's a neutral territory where the 200 cities that finance the Maritime Defense League all keep their money. It's already a foretaste of the future Athenian Empire. After a while, Pericles convinces his allies that it would be better, for safety's sake, to move the war treasure at Delos to Athens. The money will be used to start a major construction program.
From 445 BC, they decide to rebuild the Acropolis.
And they will start by building the most famous temple in the world, the Parthenon. Pericles is so proud of his homeland and so devoted to his city that he wants a perfect building to the glory of Athens. The Parthenon will be considered by the Greeks to be the most beautiful monument ever built on Earth. It celebrates the arts with splendor.
When the Athenians could build the buildings on the Acropolis, the big marble temples, they controlled most of the resources of the Eastern Mediterranean so that they could hire the best architects, the best sculptors, the best painters.
This temple, dedicated to Athena, will be a monumental work of 69 meters 51 by 30 meters 88.
For the overall conception, artistic conception of the Parthenon was under the control of Phidias, who was Pericles' advisor and choice.
The structure of the temple is surrounded by 46 columns. There are 8 on the front and 17 on each side. These 46 outer columns are each 10 meters high. A raised stone platform supports the walls of a rectangular room that has been divided in 2. The statue of Athena, standing on a pedestal and with its impressively huge dimensions, will dominate the larger room.
The man who was the creative genius behind the program was a man called Phidias, who was both a sculptor and designed the plans of the buildings that were built. He was also the sculptor who made the gold and ivory cult statue that stood in the Acropolis.
The other, smaller room housed both the war treasure from Delos and the offerings made to the divinity. Nothing is as it appears, and the lines of the Parthenon appear to be perfect. In reality, to achieve this perfection, the architect had no choice but to correct the perspectives slightly. To give you an idea, we've deliberately exaggerated them. If the monument had been built on flat ground, this is how it would have looked from the ground, its columns slightly splayed at the top. The Greeks used 2 vanishing points to compensate for the slope of the ground, thus slightly bending the columns inwards. What's more, the corner columns are thicker to make them stand out. Otherwise, they would have appeared thinner than the others. It's obvious that the Greeks of the 5th century BC were absolute masters of the laws of optics and perspective.
These corrections are the greatest strength of the architecture of the Parthenon. It's not the straight line that makes the Parthenon a masterpiece. It's the deviation from the straight. So the reality is one that belongs to the eye and not to the constructed world.
To build this remarkable edifice, all in marble, they have to overcome several difficulties. The nearest marble quarries are 16 kilometers away on Mount Penteli. Every single block is pre-cut on site and roughly shaped with just some notches for lifting it. Each weighs between 2 and 5 tons. The block is loaded onto a cart pulled by oxen. We know that an ox can cover 1.5 kilometers per hour, so we can deduce that it took between 5 and 7 hours to bring each block down to the Acropolis. On the western slopes of the Acropolis, a second team takes delivery of the blocks. A ramp has been created to carry these heavy blocks of stone, which will now have to be hoisted to the top of the hill. A third team is tasked with unloading and setting up the block. But how did the ancients manipulate so precisely these blocks that weighed tons? We've known for millennia how to transport heavy loads, and the technique doesn't vary much. We pull the load over a flat surface and we raise the blocks with levers. Back in the 6th century BC, though, those Greek inventors caused a technical revolution by inventing the pulley and hoist. By coming up with several systems that use 2 or 3 pulleys in unison, they succeed in increasing human strength dramatically. The ancient Greeks devised some extraordinary lifting machines. Let's take a look at some of them. To lift heavy loads, they used a multiplied winch consisting of 2 large masts joined together at the top. To raise or lower the load, there were 2 ropes linked to a hoist system that reduced the strain. This machine could lift 2-ton blocks to a height of 6 meters. To save time, you also had to be able to move along the structure you were building. So how did they manage that? This mobile lifting device was mounted on rollers so it could be moved sideways. In this way, the entire structure was assembled on a mobile platform. The feet of the two big masts were hinged onto each side of the platform. And there were lifting machines that could work on several scaffolds at once. Let's take a look at these strange beasts. The four-masted elevator consisted of a scaffold of 4 vertical beams, and its upper platform supported a capstan winch. Weights of up to 2 tons could be hoisted up inside it. It was the Greeks' unique knowledge of mathematics and engineering that gave birth to the Parthenon. There are 1,000 workers there on the site. Each column consists of 10 to 12 blocks held in place by a metal stud. Once the column is mounted, a team of stonemasons completes the finishing. Nowadays, restoration techniques are careful to reproduce these ancient techniques faithfully, and once an element is in place, we too sculpt it. 46 columns, each 10 meters high, had to be erected to build this temple destined to become the most beautiful emblem of classical architecture. The Parthenon has the particularity of being a Doric-style temple into which elements of the Ionic style were integrated. The Doric style is very plain, and the columns have no base. They're very imposing, and the design of their capitals is simple. The Ionic style, however, features a molded column base and a lushly coiled capital at the top. It's a more refined style that is more delicate and more slender.
Parthenon combines both the Doric order and the Ionic, and that's a geographical distinction more than anything. The Doric order was invented in the Peloponnese and in the Western Greek world. The Ionic style is in the islands of the Aegean and the west coast of Asia Minor, and Athens is physically at the juncture of those two areas of influence.
So it's an architect's game. But at the same time, it's a political game.
In a way, you could say that Athens is Greece.
Above the capitals of the columns is a feature called the architrave. Then the carved frieze, painted in colors. Both inside and out, the temples were always painted in bright colors: blue, white, red, and gold.
The Greek temples were multicolored. Greek life was multicolored. So this animation of the raw material was part of the Greek spirit in ancient times. Ancient Greece and ancient Athens should always be seen as multicolored.
The colors faded over the years, and over the centuries became white with their great age. Finally, above the frieze came the temple's triangular-shaped pediment. In the Acropolis Museum, we can admire the reconstructions of those pediments. The eastern one has as its theme the birth of the armed Athena out of the head of Zeus, the king of the gods, while the western pediment narrates the duel between Athena and Poseidon, both eager to be protector of the city. The very noblest of materials were sent to Athens. The white marble of Mount Pentele, of course, but also other colorful ones intended for the floor inlays, brought from all over Greece and entrusted to the care of renowned craftsmen.
The decision to build these temples meant that a huge number of people were put to work, and Plutarch describes literally dozens of professions for bringing the marble, for the animals who would bring the marble and carry it up to the top, for painters, for sculptors, for carpenters. Just dozens of trades were necessary, and hundreds of people in order to build these great buildings.
Imagine the sheer effort involved for the ancients, 22,000 blocks, a total of 100,000 tons of marble, were used to build the Parthenon.
It took just 9 years to build the Parthenon architecturally. They continued working on the building for another 6 years in order to do the sculpture that decorated it.
Inside the Parthenon, the Athenians could admire the colossal statue of Athena, 12 meters high, made of gold and ivory. The statue of Athena was created using a process well known to the ancient Greeks. On a wooden frame, a model was made the size of the statue. They added ivory to it to portray the skin. Then it was clothed with gold plate, the weight of which is just incredible, 1 ton of gold. And on the statue's head, a headdress made of beaten gold.
The statue of Athena we call the Chryselephantine statue because it was made of gold, chrysos in Greek, and ivory, elephas, was not a cult statue. People didn't prostrate themselves in front of it, but it was in a way an offering made by the Athenians to Athena.
The mirror of water in front of the statue is intriguing. Does it represent an aesthetic desire to dramatize the deity or to maintain a distance from her? In fact, it was there to humidify the air. The ivory elements of the statue had to be preserved, or they might have dried out, or even worse, split. The eyes were made of precious stones. This huge statue, covered in gold plate, was an offering, a gift of great magnificence from the Athenians to their mother goddess, to thank her for her blessings. But all the wealth on display was also a kind of credit fund for the city, which they could draw on if necessary, especially in time of war. Its price is estimated to be double that of the Parthenon in which it stood.
At a time when Athens had to be remodeled as the center of the world, Pericles decided to move all the silver and gold from Delos to Athens and to store it in the Parthenon.
The Parthenon served as a strongbox for the annual tribute paid by the 200 cities of the League of Delos to ensure their defense.
The Athenians used this treasure for all their internal dealings. We know that democracy ended up being an expensive business, since the magistrates were all paid, the members of the boule were paid, court juries were paid. That money also came from the tribute paid by allies.
It's not a temple. In fact, it's a bank.
The Parthenon took 15 years to build, and people at the time found that amazing. To manage to construct something so huge, so beautiful in such a short time remains an incredible architectural feat, of which Pericles would say, "Future ages will wonder at us, as the present age wonders at us now." Phidias's sculptures on the Parthenon are particularly dazzling, although some of them weren't easy to view, such as the frieze at the ceiling. Now, though, we can see them entirely reconstructed at eye level at the Acropolis Museum. This frieze, a 160-meter-long carved strip, is 1 meter high. It shows the festival procession of the Panathenaea, delicately carved in 6.5-centimeter deep relief.
Panathenaea was the main festival of Athens in honor of the patron deity Athena, and it was celebrated in a particularly large fashion every 4 years, but every year they had some sort of celebration of her birthday.
There in Phidias's representation of the start of this procession, we can make out all the participants: musicians, horsemen, priests, young girls carrying offerings, animals destined for sacrifice.
There were also cultural events, poetry, orations, as well as sporting events.
On the big days, they would have games and they would have contests. They would have a huge parade and sacrifice 100 cattle. They would present the statue with a brand new woven dress. So she got a new wardrobe every year. And basically, they would just do everything they could to please the goddess.
The Panathenaea means everything for Athena.
The population of Athens in the 5th century BC is about 400,000 people. No other city of its day can rival it. Society is divided into two groups, the citizens and those who are not, the larger majority. Women and children, to start with, accounted for 100,000 people. All their lives, women are second-class citizens, there to take care of the home and raise the children. Then there are the 40,000 foreigners in the city, referred to as metics. For the most part, they are established craftsmen and traders who have the right to work but not to vote. The city also has more than 120,000 slaves. While most people have a main room and 2 bedrooms, the houses of the wealthy have many rooms, all centered around the courtyard that is the heart of the house and through which one enters from the street. The courtyard is sometimes paved and usually surrounded by colonnades. The rich houses have dug their personal wells, and the courtyard is a place to socialize and to work. At the front, there are walls of raw brick on a stone base, decorated with a plaster of lime to whiten them, as well as narrow windows and a roof of clay tiles. In a well-to-do house, there's a vestibule and an adjoining reception area for men only, called the andron. This is the room where one displays one's social prestige. There are benches along the walls to lounge on, and it's the room for banquets, then exclusively male. There are also one or several rooms for food storage, a bathroom, a kitchen with a floor-level fireplace, some bedrooms, and a dining room. People live outside a lot, so they're not too bothered about furniture. It's mainly utilitarian. And they're always happy to go out to the religious festivals that bring together all the Athenians. In honor of the god of wine, the Dionysia were held at the theater. The theater that we can see these days dates from Roman times. It replaces the older one that Pericles built in wood, of which nothing remains. But the first theater of the Western world will forever remain engraved in the collective memory. The Theater of Dionysus was an immense construction. It was the place where a whole range of religious festivals took place, all dedicated to the god of wine.
Greek theater is nothing like the theater we know today. It's not entertainment. In the theater, stories are staged that everyone needs to know in order to construct an idea of themselves. The idea of community, the common spirit. They're stories of what formed the city, and they also address crucial contemporary issues of the city. It's more like a school or a university, an amphitheater where they give great speeches. But those speeches are about the founding principles of the city and of civic life.
No ancient civilization has yet had the idea of seating the public in a circle around the action. This wooden theater on the hillside is square, but it's laid out in tiers for the visual comfort of the spectators. There are no walls, the only scenery is the landscape. This theater was backed by the natural rock of the Acropolis. Its rows of seats were straight. The first row was reserved for the elite, the magistrates, and was made of stone. Behind it rose a wooden scaffold of 45 rows of planks, each about 65 centimeters deep, for the rest of the audience. Before them stood a double stage with a circular space called the orchestra, a clay stage that hosted the chorus and the singers, dancers, and musicians, and a narrow wooden platform 3.3 meters long. In its early days, it's used to sing the praises of the Greek heroes, but during the 5th century BC, it is here that the theater and tragedy are born. Up on the Acropolis, the Parthenon dominates the sacred space, but nothing separates that space from the world of men. What it needs is a gateway. This spectacular entrance to the Acropolis is called the Propylaea. Pericles wants it to be spectacular and absolutely unique. And to inspire respect upon arrival on the Acropolis, it has to be monumental. A physical edifice that marks the entrance to the sanctuary and clearly separates the world of men from that of the gods.
The real challenge for the architect was to build this huge front door on very steep terrain. The Propylaea was probably more difficult to build than the Parthenon.
But in Athens, where they pride themselves on exalting grandeur and beauty, a simple one-room building would be inconceivable. High up there on the rock, you have to make a statement. After all, it's not for any old building, but for a grand gateway. The Propylaea will be the most magnificent of temple gateways. It is designed around a central building, a huge rectangular room lined with columns and flanked by two side wings. The construction of the Propylaea is beautifully handled. The central body of the building with its wings on either side are sumptuous and extraordinary, and take less than 5 years to build. It takes 3,230 cubic meters of marble, but the magnificent entry that Pericles desired for the Acropolis is achieved. The Athenians loved to surround themselves with art and beauty, so Pericles turns the north wing of the Propylaea into one of the world's first art galleries.
The Pinacoteca was a small storage room full of paintings. The paintings are all on wood, which is a perishable material, so obviously no trace of them has remained. But we do know that they were of mythological scenes. Scenes from the Trojan War, for example, as well as scenes from Athenian mythology.
The smaller south wing leads to the west, to the Temple of Athena Nike, the victorious Athena, built in 420 BC. Once through the Propylaea, the visitor saw before him a huge statue of the armed Athena over 9 meters high. To the left, along with the administrative buildings, stood the Araphorion, the home of the Araphoroi. These were 4 young girls chosen from the nobility to weave each year the tunic of Athena for the Panathenaea festival. To the right, the visitor finds 2 little sanctuaries no longer there today. The shrine of Artemis Boronia and that of Athena Ergain. Before arriving at the magnificent Parthenon. The Greeks created an exceptional civilization, of which Athens would remain the finest emblem. The beauty of its achievements would be praised all over the world, marking the whole of Western society with its unique artistic heritage. The legacy of ancient Athens in the fields of the arts, architectural perfection, urban planning, science, and thought will forever hold a place of honor in the history of humanity. And the majesty of its monuments still stands, reminding us for time immemorial of the Western world's first megacity. Between 2 seas, between 2 worlds, the Orient and the Occident, this is the story of the birth of an illustrious city, Alexandria. Born out of nothing, Alexander the Great's dream city there in Egypt is destined to be the most modern and the largest megapolis of all antiquity. It will be home to up to 1 million people. The city's geometrical layout on such a vast scale will represent a revolution in city planning.
Alexandria does offer us a model of urban geography according to a pre-planned grid pattern.
It presents some complex challenges, such as building out on the water, a causeway more than 1 kilometer long. Its renowned port will become the most important in the whole Mediterranean. The goods will flow through it and drown it in riches.
It was the largest souk in all antiquity.
It was a melting pot of the known world. You can find everything in Alexandria.
Including culture, with the world's most famous building, the Great Library of Alexandria, which will contain up to 700,000 papyrus scrolls.
Never had so many wise men and intellectuals been gathered together in one place.
All sharing their knowledge at the first international scientific research center, the Muséon.
It's a sort of NASA of libraries before its time.
The city will be protected by over 20 kilometers of walls, the longest ramparts in the Western world.
The city wall of Alexandria was, by normal Greek standards, enormous.
Within those walls lies the city's most beautiful temple, the Sarpeion, dedicated to a new god who unites Greeks and Egyptians, Serapis. Today, this 30-meter-high column still stands as a unique relic of ancient Alexandria. The royal building projects will also include the 7th wonder of the ancient world, the Lighthouse of Alexandria. This is an invitation to the first megapolis of the ancient world, Alexandria as you have never seen it before. Today, Alexandria has more than 5,200,000 inhabitants, making it the 2nd largest city in Egypt. Its port and its industries form the heart of its economy, but it's also a popular seaside resort for the people of Cairo. Its port, ever since its foundation in the 4th century BC, is the largest in Egypt. The remnants of its ancient magnificence are rare. For the most part, they were engulfed by the waves because of erosion and earthquakes. But this megapolis, so incomparably brilliant in ancient days, calls at us to lift the veil of her mystery. So how did it all begin? In the 4th century BC, when Alexander the Great first discovers the site to build a splendid capital, it is a poor place indeed. It is located more than 200 kilometers northwest of Cairo, just a simple fishing village surrounded by stinking marshes, and stranded on a lagoon between a lake and the sea. So why build the city of your dreams here? Alexandria is born on the 29th of January 331 BC. The spit of land on which the city is to be built has been carefully chosen by Alexander. Its proximity to the sea has 3 advantages. The city can always be supplied, it can trade overseas, and it can provide refuge from any invasion. And then there's the island of Pharos, which fits perfectly into Greek military defensive strategy. An outlying island is an asset that the enemy has to attack before he can conquer the mainland.
Alexandria lies between 2 bodies of water. To the north, the Mediterranean Sea, which gives the city its access to the sea. And to the south, Lake Mareotis, or Mariut, now dry, which was the gateway to Africa, Egypt, and the Nile Valley.
I think he wanted to link North Africa much more closely to the network of trade in the Mediterranean.
So let's watch the building of Alexandria and witness the birth of Alexander's greatest city, the most beautiful of them all. A gigantic vision conceived fully formed in the dreams of its founder. The architect started by drawing a cross. This is where two very important routes intersect, where the main east-west road from Canopus is crossed by the north-south route. The two of them will feed into a very orderly network of smaller perpendicular streets. The megacity is divided into different districts. With its neighborhoods and regular plots, it forms a rectangle 5 kilometers long by 1.2 kilometers wide that spreads out over a 20-kilometer perimeter.
Alexander chose to build his city according to a checkerboard plan. This was the first time this plan was ever used in a city of such importance.
In those respects, Alexandria does offer us a model of urban geography according to a pre-planned grid pattern.
This map of Alexandria will serve as the model for the foundations of all new Hellenistic cities, as well as for the Roman era.
It's an urban vision that's absolutely amazing for its time. The city is born from nothing and created in its entirety, immense, modern, and magnificent. It seems likely that all its elements were constructed at the same time. The road from Canopus is still there at the heart of Alexandria. This avenue is 2,300 years old. It has crossed the city from east to west ever since ancient times. It is one of the longest avenues in the world. It is 5 kilometers long. The Great Canopic Way cuts the city almost in two. In ancient times, its dimensions are extraordinary, 5 kilometers long and 30 meters wide. It links the city to the town of Canopus to the east, after which it is named, and leads from the Gate of the Moon to that of the Sun.
The length was interesting, but the most striking thing about it is its width, 30 meters, which is about twice the size of any other known street of that period.
The Canopic Way was designed for chariots and horses to be able to pass each other easily. As the central street of the city, it will host all the most beautiful public buildings. It crosses almost at right angles the Great North-South Way, which is just as wide. These are the fast lanes, designed to make life easier for hundreds of thousands of city dwellers. Never before had anyone seen such huge and splendid roadways. The city will rise from the earth, but it also has an urgent need for fresh water. There is no spring, no river, just swamps. But there are several solutions. The first is to use wells and cisterns. The wells can reach a depth of 6 to 9 meters, but provide water to only a small number of inhabitants. The second solution is to take advantage of the quality of the rocky subsoil, a dune sandstone with the amazing properties of capturing water from the water table. The hard thing, however, is to get that water to the surface. So the engineers dig, in the soft rock, a network of gently sloping underground galleries known as hyponomes. These galleries fill with water naturally, and thanks to the wells going down to them, there will be water for all in abundance.
The second phase in solving the problem of water is to build a canal that connects the city to the canopic mouth of the Nile. The westernmost arm of the Nile Delta, some 27 kilometers away. It truly is the hand of man, the genius of the architects and the men who work there, that enables the full benefits of the site to be exploited.
Alexandria the Great has to be an exceptionally modern city, one that fully exploits its maritime environment. It needs to get its priorities right. One of the first of them is to build a causeway that connects the Alexandrian shore to the island of Pharos. It is a complex challenge. They have to build a major edifice out over the water. The island of Pharos will soon be famous all over the world, thanks to the Lighthouse of Alexandria that will be built there and will take its name. These days, nothing is left of the ancient causeway. It has been covered by mud, sand, and earth, and taken over by the modern city. For Alexandria's coastline has changed a lot now since ancient times. Sea levels have risen by 6 meters. Landslides have dragged most of the ancient remains into the sea. And the coastline has been completely altered. It is impossible to make out the dike today, but thanks to new technologies, we can relive the building of that grand construction. Constructing a dike that links the island of Pharos to the mainland is a perilous undertaking. There's nothing in Alexandria, no wood, no stone, no drinking water. Everything has to be brought in. Pharos is not completely separated from the mainland. It is connected by a natural sandbar and an accumulation of sediment brought in by the waves. So what will the engineers of Alexandria do? They will use that sandbar as a base, shore it up with embankments, and build their causeway on the open top of the emerging mound. Then they cover the surface of the now solid bridge with a stone pavement. They call the dike the Heptastadion because it is 1,244 meters long, the length of 7 stadiums, a standard measure of the time.
This building of the Heptastadion was a massive project. By building this causeway, you divide the vast harbour area into 2, and you therefore create for yourself 2 different sorts of spaces.
This Heptastadion will divide the natural harbour into 2 marine basins, each with its specialized port. The port of Alexandria looks different nowadays. The former ancient great port of commerce now houses a fishing fleet. It remains one of the largest ports in the world. But it was also the largest trading port in the Mediterranean. It's always been a very lively place, but over the years it has changed. Its ancient coastline engulfed by the waves. Alexandria is surrounded on all sides by water, and water has played a big role in its history. Its unique location between sea and lake has always been exploited. There are several ports, both facing the sea and looking inward towards the mainland. First of all, the Alexandria Maritime Basin is in 2 parts, separated in the middle by the Heptastadion, leading out to the island of Pharos. 2 openings in the causeway allow passage from one half to the other. The larger western harbor, Port Eunestos, is home to a high-capacity military port. The island of Pharos will protect it from the violence of the north winds that blow for 2/3 of the year. This military port will shelter hundreds of triremes. The smaller of the 2 harbors, known as the Great Port, is the civil and merchant port, which also welcomes royal ships of state. Although the approach to the coast is a difficult one, the tip of Cape Lokias and the eastern tip of Faros Island make it an almost closed basin. The water of the Great Port is deeper, so it can accommodate the high tonnage vessels of a commercial fleet. Thanks to its excellent maritime location, Alexandria will be able to communicate, exchange, and trade with all the Greek markets of the Mediterranean.
By building in particular, the commercial harbour, you attract traders from all around the Mediterranean. But the key thing about Alexandria is how cosmopolitan a city it was, a crossroads, as it were, of commerce, attracting people from as far west, indeed, as southern France, but also particularly all around the Mediterranean.
You saw all kinds of people in the port district. There were Westerners, Romans, Gauls, Iberians, and then Orientals, Syrians, Persians, as well as Arabs.
Alexandria was the largest souk of ancient times. The Greeks were traders par excellence. Trade was their true religion. Not only the material market, but also the spiritual and intellectual markets. You exchange foodstuffs, but also ideas, ideologies, religions. That's the basic concept of the market.
It was a melting pot for the whole known world. Alexandria's got everything.
But in the beginning, success came from elsewhere, from further inland. They've built a port to the west in the calm waters of the lake, and it will prove essential since the lake is linked to the Nile, the country's main communications route. The Nile serves all of Upper and Lower Egypt and allows trade not only with the hinterland, but also through its multiple channels with all the provinces of Egypt and the rest of Africa. The goods all pour into this lake port that is easily connected by a short channel to the seaports. It is speedy, dynamic, and by far the most lively of the ports.
From Africa comes gold, ivory, ostrich feathers, and even wild beasts. From the Arabian Peninsula, there are scents of myrrh and incense. There are spices and herbs from India, and even silk from China.
Thanks to its ports, the city is at the center of Mediterranean trade, at the crossroads of the East, the West, and Africa. This unique dominant position will place Alexandria between two seas, between two worlds, between East and West, and will cover it with riches. But a rich city in an open place can attract unwanted attention. If the city is to be defended, it has to have walls. From the very outset, this is a gigantic operation. There are to be almost 20 kilometers of walls. They are the longest ramparts in the Western world. And a new challenge for the architects of Alexandria. In this district, some fragments of the wall still remain. This Ottoman wall from the Middle Ages is constructed in the same way as in Alexander's time. Through a section of the wall, we can see different layers of stones. The exterior is covered with carved stones, whereas the center of the structure is made of bricks. This brick core was used as a shock absorber to withstand enemy impacts. We do not know much about the layout of these walls. Most were destroyed in the 9th century. But it's estimated that they must have been 16 to 20 kilometers long and enclosed an area of 1,000 hectares. These walls were the admiration of the whole Mediterranean.
The city wall of Alexandria was, by normal Greek standards, enormous. And it was mainly defensive. The idea was that it can resist battering rams, it can resist arrows.
These were walls that were 10 meters high, but above all very thick, 7 to 8 meters thick. Of course, at that time, the first siege machines were already being used, especially catapults. They had to be able to resist the huge blocks that were thrown by these giant slingshots.
The walls are punctuated at regular intervals with rectangular fortified towers, which offer 2 angles of attack on the enemy, and the choice of either raining arrows down on him or bombarding him. Thanks to its walls, Alexandria becomes a fortress, protected by the sea to the north and by Lake Mareotis to the south. The few accesses to the city are narrow and easy to defend. The city can choose to be either open or closed.
The ancient writers all talk of Alexandria as a cosmopolitan city, the first cosmopolitan city in the history of mankind. In other words, it's not only a polis, a Greek city as Athens was, but truly a place where all the peoples of the known world meet.
Alexander the Great only stays for a few months in Egypt before leaving on further conquests, not knowing that he will never see Alexandria again. He dies in Babylon in 323 BC. It is one of his generals, the Greek general Ptolemy, who inherits Egypt. Ptolemy I will be both king for the Greeks and pharaoh for the Egyptians, and will found a dynasty.
This is the beginning of the Ptolemy dynasty. 15 sovereigns, all of whom bear the name of Ptolemy, as well as some queens, including the famous Cleopatra.
Alexander the Great's successor's reign will be filled with ostentatious power and the construction of legendary monuments.
Ptolemy is a learned king, like Alexander the Great. He wants to create in Alexandria the temple of all the knowledge in the known world.
Like all the powerful generals of Alexander the Great's army, Ptolemy really wanted to make his mark on history.
He will create the largest and most famous library in the world, the Great Library of Alexandria. At a time when books did not yet exist, it will possess up to 700,000 papyrus scrolls and become the ancient world's very first research center. Today, a new great library, heir to the same spirit, has been built in Alexandria. Inaugurated in 2002, following a global competition involving 400 architects of 77 nationalities, it was the Norwegian project that won. It cost $220 million to build. The state-of-the-art building can accommodate 8 million volumes. But let us go back to the creation of its Hellenistic forerunner. To this day, no one really knows the location of the Great Library of Alexandria. The density of the contemporary city makes it impossible to carry out archaeological excavations. This lends it an appealing air of mystery. No architectural or artistic representation exists of the Great Library. So how have we been able to reconstruct it? Research carried out by UNESCO provided an architectural basis for the monument. And since the Great Library of Alexandria was of Greek design, basing it on one of its contemporaries, the Library of Pergamum in Turkey, provides this unprecedented glimpse of the splendid building. In the 1st century BC, the geographer and historian Strabon is able to visit the site. He passes down a few secrets to us. He situates the Great Library near the port in the district of the Royal Palaces. And they mainly rely on ships to collect all the encyclopedic knowledge that it will preserve. Its shelves are ready to welcome thousands of books from all over the world and to create a great hub of universal memory.
There is no precedent for that. And the emperors, the Ptolemy kings, they had different ways of persuading people to donate. And sometimes it was almost by compulsion.
All the vessels moored in the port were obliged to hand over any manuscripts they had in their holds, with the promise they would get them back once they'd been copied.
But sometimes it was by a purchase. Ptolemy III, for example, actually paid the Athenians a very large sum of money for copies of the plays by Aeschylus, Sophocles, Euripides. And the story is, but it might be a hostile source, Ptolemy kept the originals and gave back only the copies to the Athenians.
The library will grow rapidly. 200,000 scrolls to start with, a further 400,000 under Ptolemy II, and 700,000 more in Roman times. It is the place for learned men to go to pursue their research.
From that moment on, researchers and translators came from all over the world to live and work at the Library of Alexandria. And so the library was the world's most important center of culture.
There are unmixed scrolls, each of which contains an entire work, and mixed scrolls with only one book or volume of a work per scroll. They weren't made of paper, but of papyrus, a substance made from blades of reeds woven together and compressed.
English word and your French word papier, paper, comes from papyrus ultimately. And so this is the Egyptians' great contribution to written civilization, because it was on papyrus that documents going way back 3000 BC in Egypt.
Books at that time weren't like they are today, with the binding and pages that you turn. There were volumes or rolls of papyrus that were wrapped around a wooden rod. You had to unroll them to read them. So inevitably, the text that was transcribed on these scrolls was quite limited. It corresponded to a chapter of one of today's works.
In addition to the preservation and copying of scrolls, the role of the Great Library is to encourage the study, exchange, and comparison of great works on a variety of subjects: history, fiction, religion, science. It also serves as a conference venue. The Great Library is the extraordinary fruit of the royal will. It is one of a kind and is recognized as a true universal temple of knowledge and research.
Its designers wanted it to be a universal project, in the image of Alexander the Great. With the Alexandria Library, they sought, above all, to incarnate the principle of the unification of the world.
Its immense fame has survived the centuries, but many people don't know that it was in fact part of an amazing architectural complex. Around the library were other buildings. For instance, a real research center called the Museum. This scientific center is unique in the world. Ptolemy invites scholars and men of letters from all lands to Alexandria, all expenses paid, and for an indefinite period. And the Museum, which means Temple of the Muses, will be home to this learned elite.
Never had so many thinkers and intellectuals been gathered together in one place. It was really a first.
They taught medicine there, astronomy, chemistry, and mathematics, alongside philosophy in all the sciences of antiquity. It really was the center of ancient knowledge as a whole.
What's interesting from our point of view is that arts and sciences were not rigidly separated. In other words, you could be an expert in, for example, geometry, geography, but also be an expert literary critic.
These great minds are received like kings in well-equipped and spacious buildings. There's a research institute, an astronomical observatory, medical and anatomical experiments, and even a zoo. Members of the Museon discuss and debate under the portico of its facade, or as they stroll through its leafy botanical gardens. They also gather in the large room used for lectures and seminars. The Museon is an incredible cosmopolitan research center born 300 years before our era.
The Museon was a great project, a scientific research complex, a kind of NASA of libraries ahead of its time. The Library of Alexandria was a revolution in Egyptian civilization, and even in human civilization in general, because it introduced two very important elements into the concept of knowledge. The first was open access to knowledge. Don't forget that at the time, knowledge was the prerogative only of the priests and the clergy in Egyptian or Greek temples. The second element was that it was free. Anyone who had an idea or a theory and wanted to research them had the right to access previous knowledge and could carry out experiments to advance science. And what's more, it was a real revolution.
The Museon is home to the most remarkable scholars on Earth. The Museon members exchange knowledge and they socialize. This will allow great institutions to all benefit from their knowledge. All this ushers in a cultural revolution, a desire to bring together all universal knowledge in a single place that will make Alexandria an incomparable megacity. And this cultural revolution spreads. The people too are swept up in it. They will have the right to their own library, a little sister of the great one. Here, in this working-class district south of the Canopic Way, stood the most beautiful temple in the city, the Serapeon. It is one of the few places in ancient Alexandria that we can locate precisely. The Serapeon is an astonishing complex. It's not only a sacred place, it serves as a public space as well, and brings together the working classes, the perfect place to install an annex to the great library.
The Ptolemies also wanted to pursue a cultural policy aimed at the humble, the most modest. And that's quite a novel thing. They also created a public library, and this is truly unheard of in history. So there's a real will to share culture with the people.
The papyrus scrolls were kept in alcoves dug right into the rock. This little annex of the Great Royal Library takes in its waste, the doubles or the lower quality copies. Its great merit is to be for everyone, unlike the Great Library, which was exclusively reserved for the royal family and the learned elite. It reveals the great authors to the population through public readings. The Serapeon had more than 42,000 scrolls. People like this public library. They come here to learn at the same time as visiting the largest temple in the city. Eager to unite Greeks and Egyptians, the Greek rulers invent a new god, Serapis. This royal temple, the Serapeon, is dedicated to him. Miraculously, there are still traces of it left. Its remains are gathered in this open-air archaeological museum. The monumental temple was built on an artificial hill. It served as an outlying acropolis here in the most densely populated area of the city. Working-class Alexandrians would meet there 23 centuries ago. From ancient times, we still have these foundations and these two sphinxes that adorn the top of the hill. But also this column, 30 meters high, a true rarity. The column of Pompeii is the only remnant of ancient Alexandria still standing. In the 4th and 3rd century BC, it didn't exist. This is where the sanctuary of the Serapeon stood. Initially, it's a simple altar dedicated to Serapis. From the 3rd century BC, it will make way for a temple, which will during the Roman era become a sumptuous monument praised for its exceptional beauty. The Serapeon occupies a sacred space of 142 meters by 55 in the form of a rectangular peristyle, a gallery of columns surrounding an inner courtyard in which stands a temple of 11 meters by 21. The century author describes the Serapeon with its golden and bronze roof as a monument of resplendent beauty. In the center of the courtyard, the square Greek-style temple is 185 meters long. It houses a colossal statue of Serapis. Even the walls are partially covered with gold, bronze, and silver plates. Serapis is seated. He is recognizable by his headdress, a container, symbol of abundance. A seated Cerberus, the dog with 3 heads, guardian of the underworld, keeps watch to his right. Dreamed up by the royal power, the cult of Serapis will be a great success. It is a link between the Greek and Egyptian religions. He resembles both Osiris, the Egyptian god of the dead, and Hades, the Greek god of the underworld. He's a composite god who promises rebirth after death. The Serapeon has other rooms too, and adjacent temples. But the hill has other surprises as well.
The cult of Serapis brought the Greeks and Egyptians together, although the Egyptians continued to honor their traditional god Osiris. There were also sacrifices in the Greek fashion, perhaps in the upper part of the temple and under it. And in underground galleries, mysterious rites took place, probably in the pharaonic tradition.
The inhabitants need food for the body as well as for the soul. The agriculture of Alexander's lands has to feed the ever-growing population of the city. And they invent water machines. The oldest water machine is the shaduf, a nodding machine used throughout the Nile Valley for 2,000 years and first seen in Mesopotamia 1,000 years earlier. It's used to draw water from a well or cistern. It is still used even today. Then there's the more sophisticated sakie, designed in the 3rd century BC. To a vertical wooden wheel is attached an endless chain, equipped with wide-necked terracotta water pots. A horizontal wheel operated by a donkey or an ox turns the vertical wheel. In the Ptolemy era, the fields are dotted with sakies. But the finest invention in irrigation is undoubtedly the famous Archimedes screw, invented in the 3rd century BC. The scientists from Syracuse corresponded with Eratosthenes, the director of the Museion, and we think it was he who came up with this extraordinary invention based on the rotation of a propeller protected by a wooden cylinder. The propeller is tilted and its lower part is immersed in the water. It rotates constantly on its axis, moving neither forward nor backward, hauling the water up through its spiral at high speed, then pouring it out of the opening at the top. What makes the Archimedes screw so revolutionary is that it can draw water with such great speed. It means that the irrigated areas can be extended considerably beyond the flood basin of the Nile. By solving the challenge of pumping water, it's an invention that will increase fertility as well as the cereal harvests, which will lead to higher exports.
After a century of its existence, there must have been between 400 and 500,000 inhabitants of Alexandria, maybe up to 1 million at the beginning of Roman times. Alexandria is really the most populated city of the Hellenistic period. It won't be surpassed until Rome in the 1st century AD.
But in the 3rd century BC comes the much-awaited birth of the 7th wonder of the ancient world, the Lighthouse of Alexandria. A 135-meter-high fire tower that will operate day and night 7 days a week. It's the most legendary of Alexandria's monuments and will illuminate its port for nearly 17 centuries. The lighthouse collapsed permanently 600 years ago, but its location, unlike other ancient buildings, is beyond doubt. It was here, where now stands this 15th century Ottoman citadel, Fort Keytebey, that the splendid lighthouse was built. This citadel is a model of medieval defensive architecture. It was ideally situated, and the lighthouse, which had collapsed a century earlier after an earthquake, had fallen into the sea, leaving only a few stones behind. They were used to build the main tower at the center of the citadel. We will have to go back to the days of Ptolemy I and Ptolemy II to find out more. Access from the sea with its treacherous reefs is a dangerous business.
The currents are very dangerous. There are rocks. Divers recently have estimated something like 40 wrecks immediately outside the harbor walls. So it was necessary.
Building a fire tower to be seen from afar seems the best solution. But Ptolemy I and his successor will make it a monument fit for a king.
At the time, the greatest monument in Egypt, indeed in the world, was the Pyramid of Cheops. So Ptolemy and Sostratus of Cnidus decided to go one better than the pyramid. Unfortunately, we don't know the exact height of the lighthouse. But if we reckon on a minimum of 120 meters, that's already huge for ancient times.
They choose the location for the tower in 297 BC.
What Ptolemy II wanted was to help Alexandria keep its sailors safe, and also to make the city a great center of commerce.
From the start, construction of the lighthouse proves complex. The Tower of Fire must be immense for practical reasons, to serve as a reference point for navigators, but also for reasons of prestige, to be a symbol of the power of the city and shine out to the rest of the world.
Ptolemy was obsessed with surpassing, with outdoing his master, Alexander the Great.
The tower is to stand on a rocky islet, constantly battered by the waves, at the eastern tip of the island of Pharos, which gives it its name. So begins 15 years of difficult work that will combine Greek construction techniques and decorations with Egyptian artistic traditions. Thus, at the foot of the lighthouse and in front of it, a gallery of standing royal statues, both male and female, will represent the new Ptolemaic pharaohs.
The architecture of the lighthouse itself was Greek, but we found remains of 6 statues, probably representing the first Ptolemies in the form of traditional Egyptian pharaohs.
Right, the Ptolemy I established a dynasty, and one of the points of a monument like the Pharos was not just to be practical, but also to be symbolic. And so it symbolizes the power of the dynasty over in a way, over nature, but also it's a call sign.
The first level of the lighthouse is reached by a 183-meter-long ramp supported by 16 arches that leads to the high door.
The complexity of the site must have been immense because of the difficulty of getting the materials the 7 kilometers from the mainland. The really heavy lifting in the literal sense was done by slaves and presumably therefore of Egyptian origin.
The lighthouse is made principally of white stone, a local limestone from a quarry not far from the coast. Its particularity is that it hardens on contact with water.
The Alexandrian winter is one of the most violent in the whole Mediterranean. Very tough. The stones had to be resistant to terrible onslaughts from the winds. The lighthouse remained standing for almost 1,000 years, so it was very well built and well preserved.
Nevertheless, the parts most at risk, such as the corners of the building and the door and window frames, are made of Aswan granite from Upper Egypt. The blocks were assembled using a groove technique in which molten lead was poured in as a damper between the stones. The joints were all so firm that they gave great solidity to the building, which would be beaten relentlessly by the waves on the north side. The base of the lighthouse is a slightly pyramidal square, measuring 70 meters high by 30 meters wide. In the center, a terrace, protected by a railing over 2 meters high, reveals the second, octagonal floor, which measures exactly half the previous floor. It is the same for the third, circular floor, which is 9 meters wide.
It was there that a fire kept constantly burning in a huge brazier. This last floor was topped by a dome, on which was placed the statue of a god, probably the great god Zeus.
Completed under Ptolemy II, the building stands 135 meters high and is of such magnificence that, from its construction, it is considered the 7th wonder of the world. The speed with which it was built, just 15 years, shows the advanced techniques used as well as the wealth of its sponsor, the pharaoh Ptolemy I. This beautifully constructed fire tower will light up the world for 17 centuries. And its square octagonal and then cylindrical structure will become a model for the new lighthouses of the Mediterranean coastline. "15 years of titanic construction work result in a magnificent lighthouse. But then there's a new challenge, a logistical one this time: how to maintain day and night the huge open fire that sits at its summit. The huge quantities of wood required are brought up this ramp. It has been built wide enough for heavy carts, loaded with tree trunks, and pulled by oxen to get up to the building all the way to its first level, a remarkable achievement. The lighthouse is a place that's teeming with life. People live there. It has about 50 rooms to house the staff responsible for maintaining the building and storing the wood. All around this first level is an interior ramp that leads to the second floor. The lighthouse is pierced with windows to let daylight in to the stairs. Some of the loading had to be done by hand, but most likely there was a lifting system in the center of the tower to reach the upper floors and keep the fire blazing.
First, they had to find wood. There's no wood in Egypt. So they had to send out successive waves of ships to look for wood in Lebanon and Syria. And this wood fed the fire pit for 17 centuries without interruption. So we may well wonder how many forests were burned to feed not just the lighthouse, but also its myth.
How was it possible to keep a flame? It was said to be perpetual. Obviously, wood is involved, but some people have suggested oil, which was, of course, the usual fuel if you're lighting your home you have an oil lamp.
The location of the lighthouse is not the result of chance. It is part of an original and unprecedented scientific theory.
They wanted the lighthouse to be built on the meridian measured by Eratosthenes. Eratosthenes was one of the legendary directors of the Library of Alexandria. He had managed to measure the meridian of the world, and they wanted the lighthouse of Alexandria and the Colossus of Rhodes to be built on what was called the axis of the world, which would later become known as the Alexandria Meridian.
The Lighthouse of Alexandria, symbol of grandeur and magnificence, will illuminate the world of the Mediterranean until the 14th century, before being laid low by a series of earthquakes. Alexandria the Great, built in the middle of rancid marshland, had become, in less than a century, the greatest city of the Mediterranean. Her story was that of the waters that surrounded her, an ideal position at the crossroads of East and West, and one that brought her great riches. Huge, modern, gleaming white and cosmopolitan like no other in antiquity, it created its own identity. While the beauty of its planning, its great arteries, its temples and its ports, would be equaled only by its openness to the rest of the world. And the monumental achievements of its sovereigns, still shrouded in mystery, will never cease to fire our imagination for millennia to come. You are about to discover one of the largest ancient cities of the Mayan civilization, Tikal. Located in Central America in the heart of Guatemala, this jungle megapolis, occupied for more than a millennium, will be made up of 12,000 buildings. And its immense prestige will tower over more than 40 other cities.
The importance of Tikal is comparable to that of any of today's major cities. Cities like London, Paris, New York, or Shanghai.
Among the oldest remains of Tikal are those of the North Acropolis. Every king wanted to leave his mark, but how could they keep outdoing their predecessors?
There was a previous pyramid, and they built another one. And many of these pyramids are like, Russian dolls. But this is just an internal structure.
It's truly an extraordinary achievement. But clearly, despite their lack of knowledge of metallurgy, their stone instruments, their tools, their technology, and their techniques were effective enough.
From a platform on a wide rectangular base were built compartments of more or less cut stones, joined by a mortar made of sand, clay, and lime. Fascinated by the stars, the Mayans dedicated the mythical Lost World to them, a veritable astronomical observatory.
And remember that it was just with the naked eye, because they had no optical devices, and using architectural elements like the Lost World that served as markers of the solstices and equinoxes.
We know, for example, that they predicted eclipses of all kinds thousands of years ahead.
The prowess of the Mayan builders, who knew neither the wheel nor metal tools and didn't even have working animals, is astonishing.
In the Maya world, you can have anywhere from 3 to 6 months without rain.
And this leads to great engineering work for water management and to monumental buildings such as the iconic Temple 1 of the Great Jaguar, over 150 feet, the height of a 17-story tower block.
I mean, you're talking about millions of tons in weight.
In 5 centuries, the Mayans built here 42 edifices on a platform that would reach a length of 235 yards. In Central America, the ball game is 3,000 years old, but was it really a game? All the power of the Mayan rulers is there to be seen in Temple 4, the highest in Tikal, a giant that at 213 feet is almost as high as Paris's Cathedral of Notre Dame. This is the incredible Tikal, an invitation to discover the fascinating world of the ancient Mayans, as it's never been seen before. At the crossroads of the two Americas, the Mayan civilization developed over an area that covers 5 Central American countries. Tikal is located in Guatemala, in the Petén lowlands region. The town closest to the site of Tikal is Flores. It stands on an island in the middle of Lake Petén and has 25,000 inhabitants. Flores is the departure point for most of the tourism in Guatemala. This is a circuit that will lead them to the iconic Tikal, the largest Mayan city ever built, which sits at the heart of a huge 222 square mile national park. It's hard to imagine how in the midst of this apparently inhospitable tropical forest, one of the most glorious Mayan cities could set down roots and become the capital of a powerful kingdom. Slowly, little villages of just a few houses grew into a real city. It was a modest one at first, until the first monumental buildings began to appear. The North Acropolis is Tikal's most ancient complex of monuments. Built in 750 BC, it served as a royal necropolis, the resting place of chiefs and kings. Around its base, the North Acropolis measures 330 feet by 260. That is nearly 10,000 square yards, and it was over 130 feet high. The North Acropolis starts as a complex of several pyramids, each with a temple at its summit, which soon give way to more. Most astonishingly of all, these monuments were built solely by human hands, with only the simplest of tools. The Mayans used neither wheels nor pulleys, and no metal tools or beasts of burden, nothing but tools of stone.
Like the whole of the Yucatan Peninsula, the subsoil of Tikal is a vast limestone base. And this brings with it the great advantage of actually having the raw material for building very close at hand.
They knew what stones to use, especially in the lowlands. If you hit limestone with a volcanic stone, then obviously that volcanic stone will be able to break the limestone.
People are always saying they didn't have the wheel, they didn't have metal. Very important. If you're in the plains of Mesopotamia, it's great for chariots, but if you walk in the jungle, you would see that it's useless. And roads in the tropical forest are very, very hard to maintain. So they didn't need those.
At the top of each pyramid, there is usually a temple dedicated to worship. But underneath it Inside the pyramids are royal tombs. These pyramid temples are funerary monuments that contain the graves of members of the dynasties that succeed each other at the head of the city. In the universe of the Mayans, ancestor worship is very important, and the ruler who held rituals in the presence of royal tombs legitimized his authority over his subjects. The king was the sacred intermediary between the earth and the supernatural forces. And the stelae visible to all at the feet of the pyramids bear witness to this. They are over 7 feet high, and they tell us about the lives of the kings of Tikal. Engraved on them are all the major episodes of their reigns, their victories, marriages, and deaths. How exactly, though, do these stelae come to be standing here in the sacred space? First, the Mayans cut limestone blocks from the local quarries. They cut trenches into the rock with their flint axes to outline the shapes. Then they dug along under each block to free it. This stele is 10 feet long by more than 3 feet wide and almost 1.5 feet thick. It must have weighed more than 1 ton. It was only once in place that the stelae were carved, using flint shears and wooden mallets. The orientation of the pyramids is aligned with the cardinal directions. The north corresponds to the sky, the south to the underworld, the land of the dead. The east to the rising sun, to life and rebirth, and the west to the gates of death. So the sun and its progress as they watched it cross the heavens was incredibly important to them. These pyramid temples where their rituals were performed are characteristic of the Mayans' monumental architecture.
Each pyramid temple is like a kind of miniature mountain, and the mountain is what connects you to the sky, of course. While any other kind of cave or hole in the ground is what connects you to the underworld.
The cities and their kings will vie to erect the most spectacular temples. In other words, the ones that will most impress their people.
The pyramids were part of the theater. King's role was central, and so that theater, of which we now have only the stages, was absolutely critical, and he was the star.
These monumental edifices took a huge number of workers to build them. So how, with their very basic tools, did the Mayans manage to build such gigantic structures?
If you're a divine king, and you have 150,000 people worshiping you, it's not hard to say, hey, you, spend the next month carving this line. Secret of all of it is labor.
I think society has always been amazed to see these huge and magnificent buildings, given the technology used by the Mayans. It's truly an extraordinary achievement, but clearly, despite their lack of knowledge of metallurgy, their stone instruments, their tools, their technology, and their techniques were effective enough to achieve constructions of such complexity, and not just the complexity of the construction, but also the beauty of these buildings.
From a platform on a large rectangular base were built compartments of rough-cut stones. They were held together by a mortar made of sand, clay, and lime. Then these compartments were filled with a ballast of large pebbles, rubble, and earth, which gave the construction its great stability.
And that's how they managed it, by knowing the hardness of the stones and how to cut them and shape them, all the techniques that allowed them to develop the architecture that amazes us all to this day.
The bases of Tikal's pyramids are all filled with hundreds of thousands of stones. Everything seems full, heavy, massive. The same process was repeated at each level of the pyramid, sometimes leaving a single empty space in the middle to serve as a burial chamber. The pyramids all bear witness to the power of the kings, but the ones at Tikal are special because of their great height. From 130 to 213 feet high, they're almost as tall as the Notre Dame Cathedral in Paris. Every king wanted to leave his mark, but how could they keep outdoing their predecessors?
There was a previous pyramid, and they built another one. And many of these pyramids are like, the Russian dolls. But this is just an internal structure. I mean, you're talking about millions of tons in weight.
All around us, all the sculptures, all the buildings, and all the pavements of the city center are made of limestone. Easy to extract and sculpt, but fragile. How is it then that constructions of such a porous stone have survived through the centuries? The solution the Mayans came up with was to cover them in a thick protective coating, stucco.
The advantage of stuccoing was twofold. First of all, you can paint much more easily on stucco than on stone. And secondly, it helps to prevent erosion of the stones.
This protective coating, simple to carve and model, was an easy surface to paint decorative ornamentation on. So how did they make stucco? They took the limestone so readily available in the ground around them and started by breaking it into little bits. A pit filled with wood was covered with limestone and then burned at 1,000 degrees for several days to obtain fragments of quicklime. This lime was mixed with water before being mixed with very fine sand, thus producing a stucco paste. Stucco was not difficult to make, but getting quicklime from those little pieces of limestone called for large quantities of wood to burn. 150-foot trees that they had to cut down with simple hatchets made of stone. Only a strong ruler was able to mobilize the necessary manpower.
Attracting new populations was a part of the history of the classic Mayans, and a central objective of all their rulers. Because when you attract people, you're attracting a workforce, and this workforce is very useful. It will pay tributes to you, and at the same time, it can build.
By the beginning of our era, there were around 10 Mayan cities all competing with each other, and Tikal was determined to stand out. These pyramids are a center of power, and one that provides a fine spectacle.
To sort of think of it as a stage, but also as a complex. Doesn't make any sense, the individual pieces. You put them together and it's pretty impressive.
These pyramids form a ceremonial center, an urban nucleus where all the inhabitants gathered on the occasion of the great rituals that bound the community to its sovereign.
We know that they would go down those great stairways with their hands bleeding because they had done genital bloodletting up above, and they would go down these huge stairways.
The people would gather in the squares at the foot of the pyramids to witness these rites and hear the sovereign's predictions. But the Mayan population was mainly agricultural, and it was a scattered one. How did they know when to meet up in the city center? They saw it in the stars. The Mayans have a cyclical conception of time based on the observation of the stars. They believe that the past, the present, and the future are all linked, and that only rituals intended to satisfy the gods on specific dates can predict the future. So astronomy has become the basis for divinatory calendars, which define the dates of these rituals that are obligatory to attend.
In fact, the Mayans had several calendars. They basically had a 365-day solar calendar. They also had a ritual calendar that was not directly related to the sun, since it was composed of 260 days. And they had to combine these two calendars.
But to achieve the precision of these calendars of theirs, the Mayans must have had an amazing knowledge of astronomy.
The Mayans were passionate about astronomy, and they very early on had a sacred center for the study of the paths of the stars. A mythical group of monumental pyramids known as the Lost World. This group, located southwest of the North Acropolis, is the second nucleus of the ancient city. Most intriguingly, at the center of the group stands a pyramid 100 feet tall with sides 250 feet long at their base. It was originally decorated with stucco masks of jaguars in pairs and shows traces of color, mostly red. Red is the color of the East and of the sunrise. It celebrates the birth of the sun and of life itself.
Most of these temples were painted really bright red, so they were very impressive.
Mayan buildings were actually brightly colored. The color palette is immense. We know about it today thanks to fragments of stucco recovered from several sites. We know that there were not only red and black, but also purple, pink, ochre, greens, and blues. The reason we think of them as red and black is because those are the pigments that are best preserved.
This pyramid in the Lost World with 4 staircases has, strangely, no temple at the top. Why could this be? It is, in fact, a platform for observing the stars, in particular, the sun. To the east, it faces 3 small constructions that are linked together and aligned north-south. You could see the sunrise from here. The sun in the left corner of the north building indicated the summer solstice, June the 21st. It rose behind the middle one at the spring and autumn equinoxes. And it rose at the right corner of the one to the south at the winter solstice, the 21st of December. The course of the sun, of the moon, of Venus, the Mayan priests observed them all. These observations made it possible to define the best dates for sowing or harvesting.
What perhaps defines the Mayans more than anything else is that they increasingly associated their astronomical observations with arithmetic, since they were also mathematicians. They even made predictions. We know, for example, that they predicted eclipses of all kinds thousands of years ahead.
And remember that this was all just with the naked eye, because they had no optical devices, and using architectural elements like the Lost World that are markers of solstices and equinoxes.
From the 3rd to the 9th centuries AD, Tikal went through an extraordinary development. The real golden age of the city started at the end of the 7th century. It now ruled over as many as 2 million people, and its influence extended over dozens of cities, towns, and villages. Beyond the site, an initial radius of 10 square miles was enough for day-to-day trade. farmers went to local markets up to a day's walk away. Throughout its history, Tikal also developed its relations, especially political ones, with distant cities like Copan in Honduras, Caracol in Belize, and even Teotihuacan more than 600 miles to the west in Mexico. The beginning of the year 378 would mark a major turning point. Teotihuacan, 600 miles away and considered the greatest metropolis of Central America, extended all its contacts far afield and may even have invaded Tikal.
Well, in the late 4th century, there's this contact, interaction, invasion, something with Teotihuacan, which, to understand the importance of that, you'd have to see Teotihuacan. It's this great city in central Mexico that was involved all over, huge economic system, pulling in resources, and the pyramids are just huge. Everything's huge. And so it was a very impressive place. But what I believe is that after this contact, the incoming person with the leader, with the Teotihuacan sort of associations and roots, he kills the king, but then he marries his daughter. Then he's a Maya Teotihuacan offspring.
Many experts are still wondering what the point was for the powerful Teotihuacan of invading Tikal 600 miles away.
As a city, Tikal was an example for the others. Most likely, at the time the other cities were all talking about Tikal, just like people all over its empire spoke of Rome. They'd have been talking about its grandeur, its huge buildings, its art, its ceremonies, its political activities.
Now, people say they invaded it because they wanted to have trade. There's nothing that they would want. The tropical forest is resource deficient in terms of non-food products. It doesn't have any hard rock. It doesn't have any obsidian or pyrite or jade. And all that stuff was imported from the highlands, and that's
The importance of Tikal can be compared to that of the world's major metropolises of our own day and age, such as London, Paris, New York, or Shanghai. It was a center of political, economic, and cultural power, influencing the whole of Middle America. Tikal had a lot of influence.
Tikal may well have been invaded because of its prestige and its great fame. It is easy to see how Teotihuacan may have wanted to tighten its grip on the Mayan world.
Then and after that, there were lots of architecture and things that have Teotihuacan modified style of this great Mexican city.
From then on, Tikal incorporates elements of the invaders' culture into its own, and their influence on the city only leads to further development. At its northeast corner, at the foot of the central Acropolis, this two-roomed building, probably a temple, is a perfect example of this. Especially since it was built 400 years after the invasion. The platform on which it stands reproduces the embankments typical of Teotihuacan architecture. The fact that it was built so long after Teotihuacan first got involved in Tikal's affairs shows how long-lasting an effect the Mexican metropolis had on Mayan lands. But Tikal had long before become a major city, with many outlying towns, villages, and hamlets, and migrating workers who'd come to build the monuments had further swelled its population.
This was the heyday of Tikal, with the best architecture, the biggest pyramids, the thickest stucco. In terms of the late technologies of pre-classical times, it's magnificent.
Tikal had a population of more than 60,000, and the heart of the site covers an area just 6 square miles. This is surrounded by an intermediary zone that gives way to a rural belt of 23 square miles that is both residential and agricultural. Its victories over rival cities have increased its power. Between city-states, armed conflicts or alliances to establish the power of kings were frequent events between nobles or ruling families, for the Mayans were warriors as well.
The idea of war is an interesting one, because for a long time it was thought that the Mayans were peaceful, with a theocratic state, and dedicated only to studying the stars. And it wasn't until the mid-20th century that we began to study them closer, and to notice how many representations there are of people with weapons of war.
Or where the king has a captive at his feet, sometimes even under his feet, being trampled by him. A great king was measured by the number of warriors he was able to take captive.
And closer studies have revealed that the Mayans were always at war, just like any other society on Earth.
In Tikal, tributes, conquests, and marriages have provided the new rulers with considerable resources and given fresh momentum to construction. Temple 1, known as the Great Jaguar, is one of Tikal's most beautiful and emblematic, a perfect example of the drive for grand monuments. Located south of the North Acropolis, Temple 1 was built at the beginning of the 8th century. It took 15 years to build. Looking up at Temple 1, you cannot fail to be impressed by its colossal size. It is 154 feet high, all solid stone.
At Tikal, Temple 1, the Great Jaguar, has become the emblem of the city.
It's the most impressive one in the area. It's entirely typical of the Tikal style that stands out from all the other Mayan cities by being so vertical and by the size of the crowning stone on the top of the temple.
This temple is important because it's one of the first structures to be built without a platform.
Mayan temples usually face east, but not this one.
In general, the east has a privileged position for the Mayans. But the Great Jaguar looks west. And this is all about cyclical time. The sun rises during the day, and when it sets, passes into the underworld.
For the Mayans, the universe was organized into 3 superimposed worlds. At the top, the celestial world of the gods, source of light and life. In the middle, the earthly world in which we live. And below, the underworld, the realm of darkness and death. The underworld has 9 levels, like the pyramid's base that's filled with 50,000 tons of limestone. On top of it all, the temple dedicated to a great king faces the sunset, as well as the temple to his wife. On top of the temple itself is a crowning stone or roof comb, a decorative block of masonry on its roof. There's almost nothing left of it, but to get a better idea of the design of the building, here are some computer-generated images. The roof comb is a 30 to 50 foot high wall that reaches for the sky from the back of the roof. It was sculpted and painted. This type of comb is characteristic of the decoration of Tikal's temples. On the facade, there was an imposing sculpture of the sovereign on his throne.
So Temple 1 isn't the first individual building that existed, and it's not the only example of early classical architecture. I think that this is one of the overall features of what is defined as the original Petén style: a pyramidal base, a small temple, and a large solid comb on the top.
This pyramid is the monument to a dynasty dedicated to the great king Jasot-Chan Kawil, 26th sovereign of Tikal. Thanks to the stelae, we know that he was the most famous of the 33 kings who reigned over Tikal.
Huachancahuac, who is the first great king. Really, really great king. He does all these, and he has the charismatic things. So he's great at like marriage alliance and dancing and war and whatever you want. And so it spreads out the Tikal influence and the place really starts to boom.
His tomb was 20 feet under the ground, at the foot of the pyramid, in a crypt. From the top, we can see that the pyramid was just a plinth for the temple dedicated to the cults of the gods and the ancestors. The view from the top is spectacular, and one can imagine what a striking impression the sovereign celebrating the rites up there, accompanied amidst the vapors of incense by priests and musicians, must have made on the crowd.
It had to be seen. And to use an anachronism, it was a kind of government of communication. The king is good if he communicates well. If he can get the crowd to follow what he's doing, like a communion. You could call it the theater of state.
The music would really ring out, because the building and the grand square it gives out on had amazingly resonant acoustics.
The temple itself, as a building, didn't have any particular acoustic properties. But what did have them was the whole square.
One of the great things, again, about having all these plaster surfaces is that you get this amazing acoustic effect. So that when the king was speaking from the temple or down below, everyone would hear it, like a microphone.
And you mustn't forget the dancing, because music was very important in the rituals. So in this space, with these fabulous acoustics, it must have been an amazing experience.
The interior of the temple consists of 3 small rooms. The jaguar that's depicted is a figure that's often to be found with the Mayans. He is the jungle's greatest predator, and he represents political power.
We know that in Mayan society, only the leaders, the elite, and the shamans could wear anything in jaguar skin. In other words, it was considered a sacred animal.
In the interior of the building, the architecture is very original, in a way that's characteristic of all Mayan constructions. Don't forget that all they had were stone tools. To create rooms within the stone buildings, the Mayans developed the technique of the false arch, or corbelled arch. Built on top of the longitudinal walls, they are made of layered stone levels that overlap a little, layer by layer, and are held together with mortar. The 2 sides of the arch gradually join together and are then covered with a slab that links the 2 sides. Next to Temple 1, there's an unusual area, which is actually a ballpark. Like many of the peoples of Mesoamerica, the Mayans played ball, but for them, it wasn't really a game.
The ball game. Well, we call it a ball game because that's what we have today. But in reality, the famous Mayan ball game, a Mesoamerican ball game, was more a ritual than a game. We know from colonial chronicles that in some places they made bets on the winners and losers, but we know very little about the rules of the game. The ball represented the sun, and the objective was to always keep the sun in motion.
And politically, it seems that only the sites that were capitals had a ball court. It would, in fact, be an emblem of the power of a city.
And we know this by the inscriptions, that on some occasions all kinds of dignitaries were invited to attend the ball games. This was to impress them, of course, or else to settle conflicts.
The pitch was divided in 2 to set day against night. The 2 teams threw to each other a hard rubber ball about 6 or 8 inches in diameter that weighed about 6 pounds. Apparently, the ball had to never touch the ground, and to send it back, you could not use your feet or your hands or your head. So they played with their hips, their knees, their elbows, and their shoulders in front of an audience sitting on the side platforms. The pitch represented the universe, and the moving ball the path of the sun.
We don't in fact know what the aim of the game was. We know that, as a ritual, a ball game didn't happen every day. It was part of a series of activities and ceremonies, and it may or may not have resulted in human sacrifices.
That said, bloodshed, especially of chiefs, and by self-sacrifice, was an important practice that ensured continuity in the world. For the rulers, it was a ritual duty that often took place in public. Their other most important duty was to solve the problem of water. In an area with no big rivers and without a water table, how could water be supplied to its thousands of inhabitants? The extensive marshes to the east and west of the site may be what attracted Tikal's first occupants, and their water and wetland management was extremely ingenious and efficient. Remember that at its peak, the Great Tikal had a population of 40 to 60,000. Sustainable water supply solutions had to be found. So what did the Mayans do? First of all, on the edge of the swamps, the fields were raised and landscaped, and canals were built to irrigate or to drain them.
In all societies, water is essential. In the case of Petén, located in the central lowlands, they had the advantage of having surface waters such as lakes and rivers.
And it's a tropical forest. It's not a rainforest because it has a dry season. And it surprises people with all of the rain they have per year. In the Maya world, you can have anywhere from 3 to 6 months without rain.
So they had to be able to stock water during the dry seasons.
Secondly, and certainly on the initiative of several rulers, the Mayans performed a feat of engineering by creating huge reservoirs of drinking water at the heart of the site to supply the elite who lived there and their dependents. How did they do it?
Ever since ancient times, the Mayans had developed a whole technique that you could call hydraulic engineering. They designed their cities in such a way that the squares became open-air catchment areas that could direct water to the reservoirs.
The giant reservoirs they were quarries mostly, and it's interesting because as the city grew, you would need to dig more to construct the temples. At the same time, you're basically making your reservoir bigger.
The reservoirs, like all the major architecture, were made of porous limestone, and they were covered with clay to waterproof them. To supply them, the Mayans came up with the idea of using their big buildings. The large reservoir south of the central Acropolis collected the water that fell on this building. Thanks to the stucco covering all the buildings, the rainwater and the violent monsoons all flowed down them easily. This was due to the slope of the buildings and their height. The water ran down to the Great Square, which was built with a slight slope to it, and the underwater pipes then carried it to the reservoirs. But the water did contain impurities. How to solve it? The Mayan solution to this was to use quartz sand that they placed over the clay layer of the reservoir to filter it. They invented a filtration system to clean their water.
We deduced from this that the first tank was a kind of filter that let water through to reach the so-called temple reservoir, a little higher up.
So obviously, the water management was part of real urban planning in Tikal. It can also be seen in this residential area near the central Acropolis, with its sumptuous palaces. In 5 centuries, the Mayans built here 42 edifices on a platform that would reach a length of 235 yards. These palaces served as homes for the elite, as well as administrative centers.
These were residential areas, of course, residences of an abundant and varied population. They were reception areas, too, as well as meeting areas.
The spatial organization of a Mayan city is different to anything we know. You won't find adjoining buildings opening onto streets, but groups of houses organized around an inner courtyard. This complex building to the east of the central Acropolis is a noble or royal residence. At just 100 meters from the ceremonial center, it was definitely the home of somebody powerful.
At Tikal, one thing people don't realize, there are many palaces because the high nobles had palaces, and so as you only see a small part of the site. And they had pillows and they had cushions, and in addition to making it comfortable, it gets cold at night in the jungle. And as you know, I mean, the castles in Europe, must be very uncomfortable, and they would have big fireplaces. So that was part of making it endurable.
The floors of these well-to-do homes were covered with stucco. They didn't have the gray limestone aspect that we see today. Thanks to the reconstruction by CGI, we can now get a glimpse of the Mahler Palace. We can see that there is an important difference between the civil architecture of the elites and the religious architecture. The religious buildings were built vertically, while the residences were horizontal. Even with its 2 floors and its rich ornaments, the Mahler Palace is mostly horizontal.
And also, what's fascinating to me is that, he's sitting there on the great throne, and there's incense and there's smoke pouring out, but there's also music, impressive music, and so on. Again, it's all a stage. Everything, from the main plaza to the little courtyards for rulers or nobles. It's all about theater.
Let us discover now the biggest pyramid in Tikal, a giant almost 200 feet high and weighing millions of tons, Temple 4. 650 yards west of the main square, Tikal's majestic Temple 4 is the tallest pre-Columbian structure in the Americas still standing. It is a giant that reaches a height of 213 feet, almost as high as Notre Dame de Paris. This pyramid temple was certainly a funerary monument. It has the same characteristics as all the others. Just to estimate the construction materials needed to erect this pyramid and its platform can make your head spin. Nearly 7 million cubic feet of them, and all carried up on men's backs, and that took a workforce of hundreds of men. At the summit of Temple 4, the arduous ascent is rewarded by a sumptuous panorama of the site. To look out over the forest canopy is like being on top of the world. The roof comb alone is over 40 feet high. Inside it, the openings between its 3 rooms were topped with beautiful carved wooden lintels. The rooms were narrow and the walls colossal. Setting the lintels in place cannot have been easy because the sapodilla wood they're made of is heavy, more than 1 ton per 35 cubic feet. The men who carried them all the way up here must have suffered. Each wooden lintel is well over 6 feet high. In addition to their beauty, these panels have secrets to reveal. Thanks to the carved inscriptions, we've been able to date Temple 4 precisely. It was built in 741 AD. Back then, in the 8th century, the city became so dense, with so many new occupants arriving, that the sovereigns were constantly building new constructions, among the biggest the city had seen. Much of what we see today dates from that time. An incredible technological invention is revolutionizing all our knowledge of Mayan civilization. A laser detection technique called LIDAR. With its help, we can now see through dense layers of trees. This is an extraordinary leap forward for research. It would have taken an archaeologist a century to discover what back in 2016 the LIDAR unearthed in just 2 days.
LIDAR is terrific at discovering canals, changes in the landscape, cultivation terraces, anything that can be hidden by vegetation.
There are all the buildings, of course, but you can also see the outlines of fields and terraces, the exploitation of wetlands, the paths connecting the different neighborhoods, as well as roads linking different sites.
And, you know, a place like Tikal, they've only excavated, I don't know, 10, 15%. And so it really helps, especially, it helps in the beginning. Replaces a lot of ground survey so you can see things.
Since 2016, mapping with LIDAR has revealed Tikal to be much larger than archaeologists suspected. The Mayan villages built of perishable materials have all disappeared. The experts thought Tikal was surrounded by 3,000 structures, forming secondary centers or villages. But the LIDAR revealed not 3,000, but 12,000.
For Tikal in particular, it showed us that the site was much more densely populated than we'd previously thought.
It looks rural, this Mayan city, and that's unusual in the West. It's an urban center surrounded by a lot of farms.
Around Tikal and its towns, there are large tracts of cultivated fields with intensive agriculture, terraces, drained fields, and raised fields, which all ensure a large production of food to feed the population.
This interweaving of town and country is what probably distinguishes these classical cities.
And the LIDAR has opened a whole new chapter of understanding for us. Tikal may have disappeared into the depths of the jungle, but the Mayan world has not faded away. There are still 6 million Mayan people in Central America and southern Mexico.
Mayan culture is one of the most resilient in the world. The pre-Columbian Mayans were fantastic, and the present-day Mayans are fantastic.
If the Mayans were the Greeks of pre-Columbian America, Tikal was the heart of the Mayan world. These pre-Columbian remains of the magnificent city lost in the jungle reveal the secrets of a brilliant civilization organized around a sacred king and an omnipresent spirituality. Tikal remains to this day the largest Mayan megapolis ever discovered. There was once an eternal city, Rome. In the 4th century AD, Rome is the most exceptional of all the cities of the Mediterranean. The emblem of an empire with a population of 90 million. This represented almost half the population of the world.
It's quite extraordinary how these few ordinary little hills were to become the capital of the whole Mediterranean.
We shall discover the face of Rome in ancient times and better understand how the Romans were able to build so many monuments that are now considered masterpieces.
It's natural to think, how do the Romans calculate this? How did they do that?
At the origin of their success, innovation, with the creation of a revolutionary new material, concrete.
Now, this amazing material, Roman concrete, it has the great advantage that it can be made by semi-skilled people.
The Pantheon, the temple to all the gods, has stood for 2,000 years. It deploys its 43-meter diameter dome, weighing 4,535 tons, the equivalent of 16 Airbus A380s. But what were the secrets of its construction?
Its architecture is extraordinary. No such thing had ever been seen before in antiquity.
The Pantheon is about the absolute maximum they ever got to. They never did a vault any bigger than that.
Architectural innovations went hand in hand with marvels of engineering. It's at the Colosseum, the most visited monument in Italy, that they start to go underground. There were a multitude of passages and 28 lifts for animals. One can only imagine what truly grand spectacles the games at the Colosseum were. And the spectators were even sheltered from the sun by a giant awning 50 meters high that covered an oval of 500 meters. Another surprise, the Colosseum was built on the ruins of a fabulous palace, the Domus Aurea, which had been Nero's palace. Its 200 rooms, a lake, and gardens covered a quarter of the city.
The construction of the Domus Aurea was an extraordinary project. He wanted to amaze and impress, and he wanted great technical feats. It was a high-tech house of its day.
How, with the techniques of the time, were the Romans able to create this amazing revolving dining room perched atop a 12-meter-high tower so guests could enjoy an ever-changing view? Or build the largest wall in the Western world? And build, in their tens of thousands, the first apartment buildings over 6 stories high?
And they have buildings like modern apartment blocks.
This is Rome, with its impressive past, ready now to reveal the secrets of its construction.
It's colossal, a true megapolis.
Rome, as it's never been seen before. Founded more than 28 centuries ago in central Italy, 30 kilometers from a maritime outlet, on the site of 7 hills, Rome is considered the second cradle of Western civilization after Athens. The most populous city in Italy today has 4,300,000 inhabitants within its urban area. Rome is also the 3rd most visited city in the world, with more than 10 million foreign visitors every year. On the one hand, because it's the only city in the world to contain within it a state, the Vatican City-State subject to the authority of the Pope, that attracts Christians of all nations. But also because of the city's own archaeological heritage, grandiose. Here, there are so many ancient monuments, all of them both artistic and technical achievements. How, one wonders, did the Romans accomplish such feats? They achieved the impossible with this unique monument, the most complete and best preserved of all antiquity, the Pantheon.
Its architecture is extraordinary. No such thing had ever been seen before in antiquity. A gigantic environment in which space and light dominated, with this circular shape, completely original, which was then copied in so many Renaissance buildings.
Situated on the Piazza della Rotonda, in the historic heart of Rome, the Pantheon reflects a desire to welcome all the religions of the empire, gathering all their gods in one great temple. It is topped by a dome 43 meters in diameter and weighing 4,535 tons, the largest in the entire Roman Empire. It is destined to be a model of architectural perfection. The Pantheon has been standing for more than 2,000 years. It all starts with a novel plan. The temple, in two parts, reconciles two types of construction, two different forms. One rectangular and the other circular. This has never been seen before.
What's striking about the Pantheon is that it's an architectural feat created to provoke surprise. So we look up and we see a temple, but we barely see the dome behind it, almost not at all. We're already struck by the monumentality of the columns, which are monolithic columns made of a single block. 11 meters for each barrel. That's 42 tons or so.
Each column is the height of a 4-story building and weighs as much as an A320 Airbus.
So they had to think about how to transport these huge, long pieces. They needed ships that could transport them from Egypt to Ostia.
We know from Egyptian hieroglyphics and other ancient texts that the Romans could build ships capable of carrying loads of over 100 tons.
And from Ostia, the blocks headed upriver to the port of Rome.
Once mounted on a wooden sled, the column was towed along. It must have taken 10 teams of 20 oxen to haul the column to the foot of the Pantheon.
When we look at things like these columns, and we're amazed by the strength of them, by the fact that the building stands here, all these years, it's natural to think, how do the Romans calculate this? How did they do that? And, we think of modern engineering. Now, first of all, Roman architects and engineers weren't separate people. They were one and the same people. And the next thing we have to bear in mind is they were very practical, empirical, and they had a lot of experience. They had decades of experience.
But that is not the big surprise. Inside, one crosses through a building of white marble. And the second space is revealed.
And one is under this huge dome, which is actually a complete sphere, since the height of the lower half is equal to the radius of the dome above, 43 meters. Never has a dome of this size been built in the history of the world, in the history of mankind, until the invention of reinforced concrete. It's the largest dome in the world.
And there are no pillars. This is an entirely new type of construction. Incredibly, they managed to build it without any support. You have to stand right in the center of it to see how the Roman builders had the idea to use the volume of a sphere and thus to create a whole new form. Just how did the Romans develop such a skill? By using a revolutionary new material, concrete.
Concrete definitely represents a revolution in Roman constructions.
First of all, in terms of its composition, Roman concrete is a mixture of lime, sand, water, of course, aggregates. Basically, it's modern concrete.
Now, this amazing material, Roman concrete, it has the great advantage that can be made by semi-skilled people.
What's more, the Romans discovered that when they added to this lime mixture some puzzolana, which is a type of volcanic stone, or some tile, that is, fragments of crushed tiles or bricks, there was a chemical reaction between the lime and the puzzolana, or the tile, that caused the stone to become stronger and more waterproof, the more that water was added to it.
This Roman mortar completely transforms construction. Now their ideas can be realized on a large scale, quickly and well. The Romans built using 2 sidings of brick cladding filled with small stones or pebbles. This technique, similar to casting, will be as important to ancient builders as concrete is to those of today. Mortar would free the Romans from the Greek heritage of the straight line. And this meant they could go on to perfect the arch and the vault that will both characterize Roman architecture and become widely used in all grand constructions.
The design of the Pantheon is especially innovative, particularly because of its circular form, and not only for its shape, its plan, but also and above all for its roof, this extraordinary dome which holds up all on its own.
It symbolizes the celestial vault, home of the gods. It weighs 4,535 tons, the equivalent of 16 Airbus A380s. But how did these Romans build such spectacularly high vaults? The dome of the Pantheon must have been built in several stages. First of all, they built a framework of wood whose layout corresponded to the future segments or caissons. The second stage consisted of a thin layer vaulting composed of ribs made of bricks and mortar. The third step was to manufacture and install a negative framework inside each caisson. Then they merely had to fill in the concrete in bulk, thus revealing the result without all its framework. The dome has 140 caissons. The cells have been deliberately offset to increase the effect of perspective on the visitor and add to the height of the temple, making it even more impressive. After hardening, the concrete poured into the box mold formed a very solid base. The fourth step was to reinforce the dome with a skeleton of brick arches. The higher it rises, the lighter is the mortar, incorporating more puzzolana, the abundant volcanic stone that's as light as pumice. The dome will be covered with concrete. It's a construction principle that allows the load borne by the outer part of the vault to overhang it and transmit the pressure back to the lateral pillars. Then they covered the building with a skin of marble or stucco veneer inside and tiles on the outside.
I wouldn't say you could call much of their architecture beautiful or refined. Words like pretty, no. I mean, they're solid, chunky, business-like, sensible.
The daylight is used with theatrical skill by the central opening at the summit, an oculus or eye nearly 9 meters in diameter. The light follows the course of the sun, giving the impression that the dome rotates to the rhythm of time, seeking perhaps to restore the divine mystery.
And that's what makes the Pantheon unique. You enter the Pantheon and you see this gigantic space with this light coming from above.
The building techniques that the Romans used were in large part learnt from the Greeks, but with some very key differences.
Greek architecture always used columns, beams, and cornices. It was based on large blocks of marble.
That it's a kind of different way of thinking. Now, the Romans have adopted a completely different principle, which is of how you take small pieces, not these large bits of marble. So you have bits of brick, fist-shaped sized bits of stone of various kinds, and you mix it together in a medium that is the, if you like, the glue. And so the Pantheon is about the absolute maximum they ever got to. They never did a vault any bigger than that. I mean, I think you have to realize that the building has got quite severe cracks. I mean, it's something a miracle hasn't fallen down. And they were probably alarmed by these things, but it held. And they didn't go any bigger than that.
You can get an idea of its longevity simply by remembering that these walls are 6 meters thick. Coarse in their manufacture, the walls were then to be adorned and decorated with plaster.
The bricks were covered either in plaster or, in the more luxurious houses, in marble veneers. Unfortunately, all these marble veneers have disappeared, and what we are left with are the skeletons of monuments.
This dome will remain the largest in the world for over 1,000 years. Just 2 kilometers to the southeast of the Pantheon, another masterpiece for the people is still defying the centuries, the Colosseum. The Colosseum is the emblem of an eternal Rome and a unique testimony to the techniques and the modernity of the Roman builders. At more than 50 meters, it is impressively high, and to build it took 100,000 cubic meters of white stones. The biggest amphitheater of them all, designed in the 1st century AD under Emperor Vespasian, still stands in the heart of the city. It remains the most visited monument in Italy, with 6 million tourists a year, an oval amphitheater that remained in use for 500 years. And it could hold more than 50,000 people.
That's equal to our biggest modern football stadiums.
Built for the entertainment of the people, the Colosseum was a place of spectacle for the Romans. These days, we can only visit 35% of it. Its front columns are a real catalog of the 3 Greek styles: Doric, Ionic, and Corinthian. The Colosseum took 8 years to build, with another 2 years for the finishing touches. So how did the Romans manage to build a monument like this in such a short time?
The Colosseum was built so quickly for 2 reasons. First, thanks to using concrete as a construction material. For example, the Colosseum's foundation is extraordinary. A huge concrete ring. And then there was the large and low-paid workforce. Price was a factor in all that. And the result is gigantic constructions built in relatively short time.
From the latest archaeological excavations, we know that the Romans had envisaged a system of pipes under the Colosseum that both brought in and evacuated a large quantity of water, several thousand cubic meters. This water would later be used for the spectacles. Once the pipes had all been laid, the foundations were set in place.
They are gigantic foundations that are like a kind of ring on which the structure then sits.
It's incredible, a huge concrete ring about 6 meters thick.
On either side of the ring, we have found 2 brick walls 12 meters high by 3 meters wide,
into which they poured concrete, cubic meter after cubic meter of concrete.
Then, on an axis radiating from the center of the arena, the stone pillars were erected. Like the Greeks, the Romans used hoisting machines for their big constructions. The treatise on architecture by the famous Roman architect Vitruvius provides records of the loads lifted by these machines.
Most texts had all got lost, right? And the only treatise on architecture, the only serious work we have, is just one by this architect Vitruvius. And so that's all this knowledge has been condensed down and come through this, and it's the single text. He may not even have been the greatest writer or the greatest architecture, but it's what we have.
How do you lift a 1-ton load? We know that a fit man is capable of lifting an average of 67 kilos. So just by pulling, it would take 15 men to lift that ton, because the force exerted is equal to the weight of the load. If you add a pulley, the mass is halved. It takes only 7 men. If you then add a second pulley, the weight is divided by 4. So we can infer that it takes 4 men to lift a load of 1 ton. But then the hemp ropes had to be able to take the load. Vitruvius indicates that a rope 4 centimeters in diameter could support a load of 2 tons. At ground level, there were 76 numbered passages for ordinary spectators to enter by. The remaining 4 were reserved for the elite. On the upper level are 80 vaulted arches, all molded and identical. More than 50,000 spectators attended the shows. Engraved tokens were used as tickets.
That means that when people arrived at the Colosseum, they had a token with a number on it for a particular entrance, not just anyone.
They showed the number of the arcade, the staircase, the row of bleachers, and the seat.
The Romans once or twice had experience with riots and things in amphitheaters, so they were very aware of the need to be able to get people out of the building quickly.
With its bleachers, its corridors, its stairs, and numerous entrances, the Colosseum was every bit as functional as our current stadiums, even in their security.
First of all, because it's built on a hollow structure.
So you have a whole sort of circulation system that is big and wide and efficient, and so it means that if there's trouble, you can get people out quickly and efficiently.
5 minutes was all it took to get all the audience out if there was an incident. The Colosseum is 188 meters long by 156 meters wide and more than 50 meters high. No other Roman amphitheater equals it in size. Here, the Romans built the largest backstage of Rome. A complex of incredible galleries, hundreds of people in the shadows, elevators, gladiators, beasts, all took part in these amazing shows.
And the people were all wild about these shows. Nothing at the time was so popular, with all the hunts and the fighting gladiators, of course.
In the morning, it was men fighting against wild animals. They were up against lions, against tigers, against elephants, even against sea creatures. At midday, they took advantage of the animals being there to carry out some executions. The condemned were devoured by the animals, and this time they couldn't fight back. They were tied up and unarmed. And then in the afternoon, it was gladiator fights, which would of course end up in injury or death, but which always took place with a referee and in pairs, one gladiator versus another.
The arena where this spectacle took place formed a giant stage 86 meters long by 54 meters wide and 4.5 meters high. The underground part of the Colosseum was divided by a main axis. We can still see from the network of galleries how the basement of the Colosseum is like a Swiss cheese, made up of passages and rooms for storing maintenance equipment. It was the backstage of the shows. The arena was covered with a layer of sand about 20 centimeters thick. It featured, in places, moving wooden plates designed to release from below a multitude of stage effects. It thrilled the crowd to see wild animals or gladiators appear as if out of nowhere. This wonder was made possible thanks to a few concealed lifts. In the underground part of the Colosseum, known as the Hypogea, were a warren of passages and 28 elevators for the animals. Each wooden cage measured 1.80 meters by 1.40 meters and was 1 meter high. It weighed 500 kilos and could support loads of up to 300 kilos. It took 8 men to hoist it to a height of 7 meters. The beasts would make their surprise appearance up a slope and into the arena. They might be lions, or panthers, or sometimes bears. Just imagine what a grand spectacle these games at the Colosseum were conceived as.
Some of the spectacles depicted episodes from mythology in which somebody died. And the person who died was, unfortunately, someone who had been sentenced to death.
Ingenious stage machinery meant the scenery seemed to emerge out of nowhere.
These platforms would also hoist up fake mountains, rocks, and trees to suddenly create a whole scene in the arena out of nowhere. It was really a great show.
They say that the Emperor Titus, famous for ordering 100 days of games in a row, sacrificed 5,000 wild animals on the day of the Colosseum's inauguration. To the east of the Colosseum stood the largest gladiator school in Rome. It was directly connected to the Colosseum by an underground tunnel. This prestigious school is called Ludus Magnus. Today, only a part of the arena that was used to train gladiators still stands, as well as a few rooms. It could accommodate 3,000 spectators. Around the arena, there's still 14 rooms to be seen. Presumably, they served as accommodation. The gladiators were either slaves or enlisted freemen. It was a rectangular building made of bricks 100 meters long by 180 wide. There is no doubt that to be present at the gladiators' training session was a privilege. They were as idolized as the football stars of today. To heighten an aura of mystery, the gladiators from the school secretly entered the backstage of the Colosseum through this tunnel. Ludus Magnus is just one example of the incredible number of infrastructures set up to ensure that the great shows of the Colosseum would work their magic. Archaeologists have unearthed 3 other gladiator schools. Also close to the Colosseum was a morgue, an armory, and the storage buildings for sets or stage machines for the battles. The games went on all day, from sunrise to sunset. However, summer in Rome is stiflingly hot, and the white stone of the Colosseum reflected an awful lot of heat.
In Mediterranean regions, you can't sit in bleachers all day in full sun, especially in July or August.
This made the whole place suffocating. They had to quickly come up with a solution. The Romans came up with the solution of an impressively huge awning. The total surface area of this velum, as it was called, was 22,000 square meters, and it weighed 12 tons. It was operated by hundreds of men. Thanks to researchers, we can now present a reconstruction of this velum. How did the Romans manage to stretch a sunshade 50 meters high to cover a 500-meter oval?
Well, first of all, there was a central ring of ropes, which was hoisted up with a system of ropes leading up to the top of the bleachers, attached to pulleys. They were raised on a number of masts that encircled the whole arena.
These small holes match to ones lower down, 2 meters from the summit. There are 240 of them. They served as a solid support for the 240 masts that passed through the holes and were erected all around the amphitheater. These masts were about 20 meters high, and they supported retractable awnings that left only a central ring uncovered.
When there was a show on, all over this great spider's web were spread linen canvases. On the Colosseum, this was a big operation because it had to cover 22,000 meters squared.
So, what with the weight of the canvases, the weight of the ropes, the pulleys and all that, that makes 12 tons. It's a huge thing, and maneuvered by at least one person per sector, i.e. 240 canvas sectors. That makes at least 240 people. Then, there were the officers who gave the orders, as well as the musicians who transmitted the orders, probably with trumpets or horns. And there were, most likely, at least 300 people up on top of the Colosseum to unfurl the vellum.
The ropes were connected to winches outside, attached to mooring bollards. 5 of them are still there today. And the holes in them tell us just how the winches were attached to them.
So there was a special team of sailors stationed at a barracks nearby. Sailors from the town of Miseno, where Rome's fleet was harbored. And these sailors were responsible for maneuvering the vellum, which had to be opened and closed as needed.
It's a whole military operation to make everything unfold and be lifted into place at the same time. So these sailors were very experienced men. They had to lower those canvases in 3 or 4 minutes flat. That's really very fast. The canvases were colored, mainly in red, and the colors from them would play over the people in the crowd.
Nothing was too beautiful when it came to showing off the power and wealth of Rome. The Colosseum, though, has an unexpected secret: its location. It was built on the remains of the huge palace of Nero. Nero wanted a place to live that was truly exceptional, one that only an emperor could aspire to. The Golden House, or in Latin, Domus Aurea. An illustrious palace of more than 200 rooms that formed a huge architectural and landscape complex of 80 hectares in the heart of the city of Rome, taking over a quarter of the city.
The building of the Domus Aurea was an extraordinary project. Extraordinary from a financial point of view. Some authors agree that Nero spent insane sums of money there.
It was here, east of the center of Rome, on the Oppian Hill, that Nero founded his sumptuous home. The Domus Aurea would stretch over several hills from the Palatine to the Esquiline. Almost completely gone now, the palace lives on in myth. Its construction posed new problems and was a huge challenge to its builders.
It is a set of buildings, but also of gardens and of technical feats. These days, we call it a high-tech house. Nero wanted to amaze and impress. He wanted to see real feats of technology.
The Sacred Way is widened and ascends to reach the vestibule, where stands a colossal statue of the emperor depicted as Apollo. At 35 meters high, the statue of Nero dominates Rome. If the columned porticos are popular, they have been tripled here and on 3 sides for a total length of 1 kilometer. Everything here is supersized. The main facade faces south in order to bathe in sunlight all day long. Next, a visitor was treated to the site of this rectangular artificial lake, surrounded by service rooms, baths and monumental fountains that demanded huge amounts of water.
Of course, a palace like the Domus Aurea needed a lot of water. Even the Stagnum, the lake that Nero built and that was later the site of the Colosseum, consumed vast amounts of it.
At the time, at the end of the imperial era, there were 11 aqueducts that brought water to Rome, about 1 million cubic meters of it each day. Ancient Rome's 1 million inhabitants consumed about 1,000 liters of water per capita, which is a lot more than what we consume today.
Currently, our average water consumption amounts to 150 liters of water per day per capita, almost 7 times less than the Romans of the 4th century AD.
But you have to understand that water was used for a lot of things. Public toilets, for example, were constantly rinsed by flowing water. It was also used in public baths, which were huge consumers of water. Fountains were also fed continuously, without taps, so there was a perpetual flow of water. This is also one reason for Rome's high consumption of water.
It was essential that the water consumption of this palace be regulated. The Romans had already exhausted all the springs and rivers in the area. They had to search further away from Rome now to find water. And it was 60 kilometers away that they found a source, and the construction of an aqueduct could begin. The water crossed the countryside underground before rising to the surface through a hidden pipe high up in the grand arches of the aqueduct. The aqueduct crossed the city to end up not far from Nero's palace. Here we discover the Oppius Pavilion, the best known of them all, with 240 square meters of remains. Built of bricks and Roman concrete with vaults, it reveals huge rooms more than 10 meters high, all of them for ceremonies and receptions. In this palace, luxury and innovation went hand in hand with marvels of engineering. Thus was born amidst the vineyards a bold project, the mythical revolving dining room of Nero, a fine example of Roman genius. The ruins we see today are just the remains of this basement, which resembles that of a tower.
There was a tower with a colonnade at the top, and inside, a dining room that was constantly revolving. That is something extraordinary.
Suetonius, a Roman historian of the 1st century, describes it like this. The main dining room was round, and it turned day and night on itself, imitating the movement of the world. But how did this revolving dining room work?
It was a French archaeologist, Françoise Villedieu, who unearthed it in 2007. And we now understand how this revolving dining room was made, a 12-meter high tower, at the top of which is installed a turntable of about 12 meters in diameter. This means that it rotates continuously and slowly.
A 3D representation of the building might show how it worked. Let's consider the 3 problems faced by the builders. First, there was the choice of a suitable architecture. Secondly, they had to invent a mechanism to ensure that the turntable rotated smoothly. And thirdly, they had to find a way of driving it that would guarantee perpetual movement. So first, they decided on the tower. It consisted of a circular central pillar in solid masonry, 4 meters in diameter, connected by 8 arches to a circular wall, over 2 meters thick, that surrounded the entire building. A door in the central pillar gives access to a spiral staircase that connected the ground floor to the 1st floor. This was the first time that such a staircase was ever seen, a 75-centimeter wide spiral service staircase. Secondly, they had to ensure that the plateau overhanging the tower moved smoothly. Right at the top, and at the exact center of the structure, a hole 13 centimeters in diameter and 30 centimeters deep suggests there was a central pivot. Other regularly placed cavities were probably there to hold bronze spheres. These spheres sat on a bed of fine clay and were equipped with 2 fins that attached them to the wooden plateau, so they functioned like ball bearings. Then, what must have been a complex rotating moving floor adorned with precious wood had to be placed on them. Thirdly, they still had to come up with a driving force that would keep the whole thing turning steadily. The moving floor would be driven by a mechanism powered by a hydraulic wheel. A special branch of the Aqua Claudia aqueduct would channel the water to this great wheel that would transmit the force of that water to the mobile floor through transmission axes equipped with gears. The dining room revolved very slowly and probably took 2 hours to turn a complete circle, so diners could enjoy the changing view without getting dizzy.
All these amazing amenities are what the Domus Aurea was all about. Not only an astonishing building in terms of its surface area, but also extraordinary in terms of its technical equipment.
The incredible palace would be destroyed a few years after Nero's death. Its imperial monuments may well be sumptuous, but Roman architecture is characterized by its utility and its functionality, and defending the city was one of its primary purposes. Rome has preserved the remains of 2 walls. The oldest, the Servian Wall, and the largest wall in the west, the Aurelian Wall. The Servian Wall, built in the 6th century BC, was the first accomplishment. The fortified enclosure certainly followed an older wooden and clay palisade.
You can see a large part of the ramparts as you leave the Termini bus station and admire the walls. They were made with large blocks of yellow tuff from the Tiber region. Tuff is a type of volcanic rock, since Rome is situated close to 2 volcanoes.
It is made of opus quadratum, which means it consists of blocks placed on top of each other, dry and without using mortar, then joined by metal staples. The wall is 3.7 meters wide and 7 meters tall at its highest. It had 16 gates in it. But in the 3rd century AD, the city expanded considerably, and Rome had to protect itself from barbarian invasions, which is why it built the greatest wall in the West. It was Emperor Aurelian who decided to build it. It would become the largest construction site in Rome that century. The walls were built in just 5 years. The impressive construction stretches for 19 kilometers and surrounds an area of nearly 14 square kilometers. It is built according to the molding technique. 2 brick sidings form the exterior of the wall. In the center, Roman concrete has been poured. 3.5 meters thick and 8 to 10 meters high, it is punctuated every 30 meters by towers that defend the city. By about 500 AD, the wall had 383 towers, more than 7,000 crenellations, and 18 main gates. The Aurelian Wall is remarkably well preserved, mainly because it was in constant use right into the 19th century. Rome, in its imperial period, may have been splendidly opulent, but it wasn't like that at its beginnings back in the 8th century BC. The legend tells how it was founded in 753 BC by Romulus on the very place where he and his brother Remus were found by a she-wolf. The history of ancient Rome can be divided into 3 periods: a monarchy to start with, then a republic, and finally an empire. Clearly, the greater part of the ruins in Rome are from the imperial period, the richest period of the city's history.
Power is concentrated in the hands of one man, who's ever freer to do just what he wants, and over time to undertake major projects with no accountability. The second reason is that during the imperial era, Rome became the complete master of the Mediterranean world and took for itself all the intellectual and material riches of the Mediterranean rim.
Alexandrie, le musée d'Alexandrie,
Alexandria and its museum became a second home for Roman engineers. The Romans could now easily head off to find marble in Africa, in Egypt, in present-day Turkey, or in Greece. All the riches were now at their disposal. And the extraordinary thing is that these little hills, at first nothing more than small hills in Lazio, a region of swamps on the banks of the Tiber, became the capital of the Mediterranean world. It became the model for all the cities built around the Mediterranean. And that's why we can say that Rome is at the very least the cradle of Western urban civilization.
The power of Rome had grown into an empire of over 3 million square kilos, and its authority will extend over 90 million inhabitants. Rome is the most populated city of the ancient world.
It's thought that in the 1st century AD, there were about 1 million inhabitants of Rome. That's a colossal number. It really is a megapolis. Think about the fact that Rome is 6 times smaller than Paris intramuros in surface area. Paris intramuros, it's a little more than 2 million inhabitants. Rome, 1 million inhabitants. On a surface area, 6 times smaller.
The population lives crammed into narrow, winding alleys. With everyone lacking space, Rome becomes gripped by a housing crisis.
Well, that meant that to house all those people, you had to build upwards.
The Romans built the first apartment buildings, some of them up to 21 meters high. With 5, 6, or 7 floors, tens of thousands of them. These remains at the foot of Capitol Hill are unique. They are the only traces of a district of collective apartment buildings in ancient Rome. A building for the lower classes. They're called the insulae, a new urban model that was emerging for large cities.
So they realized that they had to build upwards. And they have buildings like modern apartment blocks.
What we can see today are the remains of the upper stories. The first floor and the ground floor are down here, 9 meters under the ground. According to some estimates, 380 people lived in this block of buildings.
Using bricks made it easy to construct multi-story buildings, and that's how the insulae came about. The insulae, or islands, are multi-story buildings usually intended for housing. They are not luxury housing, just ordinary dwellings for ordinary people.
And it was a pretty unique city from the point of view of antiquity. One that impressed everyone. When you got to Rome, you'd see buildings that could be 6, 7 floors high. The wealthiest tenants lived at the bottom of the buildings. It was the opposite of today, for reasons that are easy to understand. Firstly, there were no elevators, and secondly, and importantly, there was no water distribution to the upper floors.
The tenants had to bring jugs and vases to stock up from the tub at the bottom of the stairs, probably filled at one of the city's 1,352 fountains.
Thirdly, a lot of wood was used in these buildings, and fires were frequent.
Now, fire is a very big problem with traditional building when there's timber. Vaulting, the brick and all that helps, obviously, but you're still going to have some timber up in the roof and the floor.
So the higher up you lived, the more dangerous it was.
For heating and cooking, they had portable braziers and oil lamps for lighting.
And obviously, with all these braziers and oil lamps hung around the place or being carried about or standing on the furniture, if one gets knocked over, it's a catastrophe.
In the Imperial Age, there were more than 46,000 insulae. At the height of its imperial age, Rome covers 2,000 hectares, 20 kilometers squared. It is the biggest megapolis in the Western world, a sacred capital and a model for all the peoples of the Roman Empire at its highest point. The figures can make your head spin. In 314 AD, there are in Rome 11 forums, 200 temples, 11 large bathhouses, 12 basilicas, 2 amphitheaters, and 43 triumphal arches. But also 37 gates, 19 aqueducts, 5 circuses, 2 naumachia, the artificial lakes where naval battles are recreated, 967 public baths, 1,352 fountains, 3 theaters, 9 bridges, 11 commemorative columns, a stadium and an Odeon, 46,000 buildings, hundreds of warehouses, and thousands of shops. The most exceptional of the ancient Mediterranean cities, and the largest of them all, Rome will forever remain the emblem of the power of the Roman Empire and an example of architectural excellence. The quality of Roman concrete, the new forms that freed up space, the numerous innovations combined with the perfect technical mastery and talent of its artists, they leave us a unique universal heritage, with this dome that brings together all the gods still standing firm. Along with the moving lost beauty of the Domus Aurea, that fabulous palace born of Nero's megalomania, where one can dream of the Colosseum's engineering treasures, Roman architecture never ceases to amaze us. By placing technology at the service of the Roman way of life, it knew how to combine functionality with not just greatness, but also luxury and beauty for eternity.
According to legend, in 1819, a group of men bury a fabulous treasure in the Virginia countryside.
Of gold and silver and jewels worth tens of millions of dollars.
Their leader, Thomas Beale, writes down the treasure's location in a secret code. He entrusts an innkeeper with its safekeeping, vowing to return. But then Thomas Beale vanishes.
Not only does Thomas Beale disappear, his whole party disappears. It's a complete mystery.
Years later, 2 brothers, George and Clayton Hart, take up the challenge of cracking Beale's mysterious code to recover his glittering treasure. During their 50-year quest, they turn to the world's most famous code breakers, and even the supernatural.
But when someone is hot on the trail of a treasure, they will use every possible means at their disposal.
In the 19th century, a seance was science. He genuinely believes that mesmerism will uncover the location of this treasure.
Theirs is an extraordinary quest to unravel the mystery of Thomas Beale's lost treasure. The story begins in southern USA in 1897. At the offices of the Norfolk and Western Railroad Company, in Roanoke, Virginia. Clayton Hart, a 25-year-old clerk, spent his working day transcribing documents for his employer.
A man like Clayton Hart, his life is rather humdrum and boring, I think. A lot of rote clerical work, and I can imagine that he is looking at the world and saying there must be something more than my workaday existence.
One summer morning, a senior colleague asked Hart to make copies of a document. It was a routine request, but this document was far from ordinary.
Clayton Hart looks at the papers, and they've got sets of numbers on them. There's no context, no clues, no history, nothing. It's just numbers. What are they for? Where does this lead?
Clearly, these numbers are meant to signify something. They can engender that spark of curiosity. I must find out what this means.
Hart's colleague explained that he believed the numbers could reveal the location of an extraordinary treasure. Buried for almost a century under the Virginia soil. As far as he knew, the treasure still lay undiscovered out there somewhere.
This clerk in this big office can just suddenly imagine a completely different world and can imagine an adventure that is seeming to stare him right in the face. So you could see how that would be very exciting, a very exciting prospect, and the opportunity to break out of his humdrum existence.
So Clayton Hart doesn't know at this particular moment, of course, that this is going to be his life's work. He's going to dedicate his entire life to discovering the location of this treasure hoard.
Clayton Hart made his own copies of the numbered pages, and from his family home in Roanoke, began work to decipher the strange and puzzling codes.
The question is, does Clayton Hart have a chance of solving this cipher? He's an amateur, but it's not a big mathematical cipher. There's a trick to it. Maybe he could solve this.
Clayton scoured the code for clues. He tried to identify patterns and establish relationships between the numbers. But after weeks of effort, he had got nowhere. He desperately needed to find a new lead if he had any hope of getting his hands on the buried treasure.
So if you can't figure out the code, you can at least figure out who was the author of the code. What kind of a person was this author?
He begins to speculate that perhaps if he had some biographical information, some knowledge about where they came from, then he could begin to try and unpick these codes.
Hart made inquiries and soon received his first clue. He discovered that a man named James Ward had published a strikingly similar code in a pamphlet printed 12 years earlier in Lynchburg, Virginia.
When Clayton Hart finds out about a pamphlet that was written only a decade before that, very similar sounding to what he's got, he's very excited. He has to go and see it. This is the only real clue he's got that isn't a number.
Hart set out for Lynchburg, 50 miles away to the east. He scoured the city's bookshops for the mysterious pamphlet. Eventually, he found it. A small, 20-page booklet published in 1885 by a James B. Ward.
What he reads is the Beale Papers, containing authentic statements regarding the treasure buried in 1819 and 1821 near Beaufords in Bedford County, Virginia.
On closer inspection, Hart noticed that the pamphlet contained 3 sets of numbers. The same numbers that had been puzzling him for weeks.
You can almost feel his heart start to pound as he recognizes that this is the very same material that he has, which must have convinced him, wow, this is too much to be coincidental. There must be something true. This must be true.
What an exciting thing. What's been a set of numbers is now treasure, actual treasure. Could it get any better than that?
Clayton Hart had hit the jackpot. But who was the Beale referred to in the title? And where was the mysterious treasure buried? Hungry for more clues, Clayton Hart read the pamphlet from cover to cover. Its pages contained a tangled story of mystery and intrigue. Hart learned that in 1821, a mystery man was a guest at the Washington Hotel in Lynchburg. He gave his name as Thomas Beale. He entrusted the hotel's proprietor, Robert Morris, with a locked box for safekeeping.
This seems strange to us, but actually this was quite common. At this time, an innkeeper is actually one of the most trustworthy people that you can hand documents to. So many people would hand documents and private possessions to an innkeeper for safekeeping.
Beale then disappeared without a trace. But several months later, Morris the innkeeper received word from his former guest.
There's a letter from St. Louis instructing Morris that if Beale does not return after a certain period of time, 10 years, that Morris is to open this mysterious locked box.
Hart read that Morris waited 23 years before opening the box. Inside, he discovered a stack of papers.
One of which is a letter addressed to him, and in it is this fantastic account of how Thomas Beale came by this vast amount of gold and treasure while he was journeying in the West.
The story goes that in 1817, Beale and a group of companions set out into the West to hunt buffalo. They journeyed from their home in Virginia across country towards the Rocky Mountains of Colorado. Whilst exploring the rugged terrain, some of Beale's men made an amazing discovery.
So he tells the story that as they are hunting these buffalo, they stumble on a gold mine.
The men abandoned the buffalo hunt and began extracting the gleaming ore.
They spend 18 months, the 30 of them, toiling away, pulling out thousands of pounds of gold and silver, and they debate what it is that they want to do with this. How do they want to store it? How do they share it with their families?
Clayton Hart read that Beale and his men had decided to take their wealth back to Virginia. En route, they stopped in St. Louis. There, they traded the ore for gold coins, silver bars, and precious jewels. They then transported their booty back to Virginia in 2 separate trips, one in 1819 and another in 1821. At that time, banks were not considered to be safe, so they stashed their fortune in a top-secret location in Virginia's Blue Ridge Mountains. The pamphlet explained. Beale then encoded the treasure's hidden location in an enciphered message. Hart was captivated. Could this treasure really be buried in the Virginia mountains? Hart read that along with the letter, Morris the innkeeper had found 3 sheets of paper inside the mysterious box. On each was written line after line of what seemed like random numbers. The pamphlet explained that these numbers form 3 enciphered messages written by Beale. Paper 1 contained the exact location of the treasure. Paper 2 was an inventory of the treasure. And paper 3 was a list of to whom the treasure belonged.
This is the moment where it all links together. It's perfect. It's a treasure hunt, and he's on the treasure hunt. It's his treasure.
The question was, could this code be cracked to reveal the treasure's location? Clayton Hart turned the page, searching for more clues. He read that the innkeeper, Morris, spent nearly 20 years trying to crack the codes. But the challenge defeated him. He passed the codes and Beale's letters to an unnamed friend. That friend then wrestled with the problem for years and eventually made a breakthrough on paper 2.
Morris's unnamed friend makes a really good guess that what he's looking at in these ciphers is a dictionary cipher where each number tells you the index of a word in a book or paper or something. And by looking at the first letter of that word, you can decrypt the message. He tries lots of different books. He tries the Declaration of Independence. And wonderfully, marvelously, it comes out.
Starting by consecutively numbering the words of the Declaration, the innkeeper's friend began to decode the second paper. He referenced the code's numbers to the first letters of the numbered Declaration's words, and amazingly, Beale's cipher began to unravel.
So using the Declaration of Independence and going through these numbers, you might end up with the letters from the beginning, I-H-A-V-E-D-E-P. I have deposited, and then the rest of the message comes out in that way.
The pamphlet contained a full transcription of the decoded second paper. It was as though Thomas Beale was speaking to Clayton Hart from beyond the grave.
I have deposited in the county of Bedford, about 4 miles from Beaufort's, in an excavation or vault, the following articles. The first deposit consisted of 1,014 pounds of gold and 3,812 pounds of silver. The second consisted of 1,907 pounds of gold and 1,288 pounds of silver. Also, jewels obtained in St. Louis and valued at $13,000.
Clayton Hart was overwhelmed. Here, in black and white, was not only evidence that the treasure was real, but also what it was worth. A truly phenomenal sum that today would be worth over $60 million. The pamphlet also included one vital clue to its location, that it was buried underground about 4 miles from a place called Beaufort's Tavern.
So, from the perspective of Clayton Hart, this is wonderful news because it means that the codes can actually be cracked.
Hart was stunned. It then occurred to him, if the Declaration of Independence was the key to the second Beale paper, maybe other well-known published texts could unlock the first paper, the one that contained the precise location of the treasure. He was convinced that he was on the verge of becoming rich beyond his wildest dreams. Hart headed back to Roanoke, keen to test his theory. He enlisted the help of his brother, George, a trainee lawyer with dreams of opening offices in Washington, D.C.
Of the two brothers, he's the more rational, more skeptical of the two. And Clayton tells his brother about what he's found, and his brother becomes interested.
Clayton described his discoveries, and the two brothers began trying to trace the vital keys to the cipher-encoded papers. They began to examine paper 1 that contained the treasure's location.
What the Hart brothers try to do now is they try loads of different books and loads of different strategies with books.
They count words in different ways. Perhaps it's every word, perhaps it's every other word, perhaps you start numbering at the end, perhaps you take the second letter. So they try many different methods of trying to solve paper number 1.
The brothers toiled for weeks, hunting for the key text that would unlock the location of Thomas Beale's treasure.
But there are so many books, and you don't have to start on page 1. You don't have to even start in the first word of a page. You can start anywhere. So where do you start? They try all kinds of things, but nothing really bites, nothing really works.
After weeks of effort, the treasure's location was still locked in the code. It was clear the Harts must attack the puzzle from a different angle. So Clayton suggested a fresh and unconventional approach to their problem. He proposed that they could unlock the treasure's location through the power of mesmerism.
Mesmerism is a 19th century and early 20th century science. By a combination of hypnotism and electrical currents, a subject would be rendered into a state of trance where they could cross over into another realm and they would describe what they were seeing.
During the 1890s, Clayton Hart had witnessed these techniques in practice and had subsequently educated himself in the arts of mesmerism and hypnotism. He was convinced that he could mesmerize a medium and guide them back through time to Bedford County in 1819. The subject would see through the eyes of one of Beale's men and identify the location of the buried treasure.
Clayton Hart is not an irrational man. He genuinely believes that this application of a scientific process of mesmerism will uncover the location of this treasure.
One year later, in early 1898, the brothers agreed to conduct a séance. For this, they required a suitable medium. Clayton enlisted the help of a local 18-year-old man who had shown promise as a clairvoyant and crystal ball reader. George Hart sized him up as mild-mannered and seemingly disinterested in what was about to happen. Clayton began the mesmerism process.
A typical mesmerist will sit an individual down in a chair and lay their hand upon the median nerve on the top of their arm and press hard to make a connection. The subject would then be handed into their other hand a mesmerist's coin, a piece of zinc wound with wire, so something like a battery. Then the mesmerist would rub their hands up and down this person's arm towards their head, sending a spasm through the individual, which would render them unconscious, insensible, and they would cross over into another realm where they would describe their visions.
The Harts could see that the mesmerism process was working as the medium gazed into the crystal ball and, as if transfixed, took on an unfamiliar personality.
He begins to speak like this rough-hewn backcountry early 19th century man would have. He's mouthing words through a body and a persona that seems to have really changed into a whole new person from the past.
Believing that the medium was seeing events from the past, Clayton Hart ordered him to journey to Buford's Tavern in November 1819, to the day before the treasure was buried. The medium described that he could see a group of men inside the tavern building. He then followed the man who appeared to be their leader, Thomas Beale, upstairs. According to the medium, Beale placed his saddlebags on the bed and opened one of its pouches. Inside was a fortune in precious jewels.
When he sees the treasure, the boy declares, "I've never seen such a hoard in all my life. It beats any jeweler's show I've ever seen." And the Hart brothers are amazed.
Clayton ordered the medium to go outside the tavern and investigate the party's wagons.
The subject describes looking into the pots that are on these wagons and seeing gold and silver within these pots.
This first-person commentary seems to be just so vivid and so true to them that it provides just another brick in that wall, that foundation that they're building to support this story.
Now convinced that the treasure was real, Clayton Hart focused his medium on identifying its secret location. He ordered him to follow the men's movements the next day when they went out to bury the treasure.
According to the subject in the seance, he is describing that these two men who are out in the woods near Buford's Tavern are digging a hole, and that they are paving it with stones. And on these stones, they are placing pots, placing more stones on top of the pots. And this is matching exactly what is in the Beale papers in terms of what is described about where the treasure has been hidden.
All of a sudden, the medium snapped out of his mesmerized state.
Their mesmerized subject gives them everything they need, except where the treasure is. But he fills out the story so beautifully, so vividly. It's like he was right there with Thomas Beale.
The Hart brothers took stock of what exactly had just occurred.
George is a skeptic. Clayton is a true believer, and they are not sure whether or not this evidence is real evidence or not. The boy has said something. Is it debatable? Is it up for questioning? So they begin to chat with one another about whether or not they should follow this lead.
Then the medium spoke. He told the brothers that he could lead them to the very spot where the treasure was buried.
They think, how can it get any better? And they think, he can lead us to the treasure. The Harts really want this to be true.
In the spring of 1899, George and Clayton Hart headed out into Virginia's Blue Ridge Mountains. Along with their 18-year-old medium, they scrambled through the wooded countryside. They headed for an inn that was once called Buford's Tavern, as the Beale papers had stated that the treasure was buried close by.
They take the subject of the seance, and he's hypnotized again. He then proceeds, hound dog-like, to sniff his way back to the spot where he remembers that this treasure is buried.
The three men tramped 4 miles through overgrown woodland. Suddenly, the medium stopped before darting off into the woods.
He seems to know right where he's going. He jumps across a stream. He goes up a hill down into an area where there's a little depression in the ground, and he acts as though he can see the treasure. Look, there it is. It's right there.
This had to be the spot where Thomas Beale had buried his legendary treasure. For 6 hours, they shoveled load after load of moist Virginia soil.
They're digging. And digging is hard work, but there's always that hope of treasure that keeps them going. And they're getting tired. They've been at it for several hours, and then it's Clayton's turn. And he digs, and clunk. He hits a stone, a big stone.
Tingling with anticipation, the brothers cleared the dirt from the stone's edges.
Treasure hunters live for a moment like this. They've been working so hard for so long, deciphering the codes, mesmerizing young boys. And what they end up finding is a hollow stone, and they think, wow, this is my moment. This is the moment where we're going to uncover Thomas Beale's treasure.
there was nothing underneath. Frustrated, Clayton asked the medium if they had made a mistake. Where was the treasure?
Then he says, no, 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 it's not there. And he points to an area that's underneath an oak tree saying, there, there, can't you see it?
George Hart had lost all faith in their medium. The decision was made to return home. The next morning, Clayton still believed that the treasure was within his grasp.
He's clearly bought into this story lock, stock, and barrel, and has devoted, I think, so much of his own energy to this that he just can't accept that this is the end of the road. So without his brother, he actually then goes back to the spot, to the oak tree. But this time, instead of shovels, he brings dynamite.
In a desperate last attempt, Clayton Hart set the charge, lit the touch paper, and ran. When the air cleared, Clayton frantically started digging. But again, nothing. Thomas Beale's riches had eluded him once again. The next 4 years passed without any progress. But Clayton Hart remained as keen as ever to find Beale's lost treasure.
Clayton Hart is a true believer. He thinks that one new lead is all that it'll take for him to uncover the hidden treasure.
He returned to the Beale papers and focused in on the pamphlet's publisher, James B. Ward.
He decides to go and find out who he is and see what he's got to say, and if he can help find the treasure.
Clayton Hart made inquiries. Who was the mysterious Mr. Ward?
Clayton Hart finds out that James Ward is indeed a real person, and he lives in Lynchburg, not that far from where they are. So he goes to try and find him.
He journeyed to Lynchburg to meet Ward. Hart recounted the brothers' adventures trying to find Beale's lost treasure and asked if Ward had any new leads.
And Ward tells Hart point blank, everything in the pamphlet I published is true. Everything that you read about the expedition and the gold and Robert Morris and the unnamed friend cracking the code, it's all true.
But Ward couldn't provide any further details. Nothing that could help Clayton find the treasure. Clayton returned to Roanoke in despair. The last living connection to the mystery had led nowhere, and the location of Beale's riches remained unknown. It was another 20 years before the Hart brothers got their next lead. George Hart was by this time a qualified lawyer, living in Washington, D.C. In 1924, he read a magazine article about a Colonel George Fabian and the work of American codebreakers during the First World War.
He was the founder of what's effectively an independent code-breaking research facility, a think tank, that was of great use to the American military in the First World War. And Hart thinks, wow, maybe Fabian's crew can crack this code.
With Clayton's blessing, George Hart mailed Colonel Fabian with the story of the brothers' adventures, together with the codes and all the information they knew about the mystery. Intrigued, Fabian wrote back to George Hart.
The problem has my interest, and I am writing in the vain hope that either you or Clayton Hart can give us further information, because the psychology of it is about all we have to go on in picking our point of attack. In the meantime, we will retain the pamphlet and work on it as we can find the time to do so.
Fabian pointed out what the Hart brothers already knew, that in order to crack the ciphers on papers 1 and 3, he first needed to discover the correct keys.
But he said, it's difficult. It's very difficult, if not impossible, to break a code in a vacuum, devoid of all context that we understand. And so in some sense, this response, which Hart hoped would really be sort of a magic key to open this lock, is simply more of what they already understood, which is that until you really know more about how this code was created, cracking it is fiendishly difficult.
Fabian's attempts to decipher the Beale papers went nowhere. He decided to enlist the talents of his 2 top cryptologists. William and Elizabeth Friedman were both accomplished code breakers and pioneers of new cryptographic techniques born out of the First World War.
William and Elizabeth Friedman are 2 probably of the most famous code breakers in the United States. They would often look at some of these unsolved ciphers and sort of crack them for fun.
The Friedmans studied the Beale ciphers and applied their expertise to the problem of breaking them.
Friedmans look at these ciphers and they use their toolbox. But the difference between them and other people is that William Friedman invented the toolbox. And so when he and his wife look at this thing, they look with incredibly piercing vision.
The more the Friedmans looked at the Beale papers, the more they suspected they were not what they claimed to be. In a letter to Clayton Hart written in 1938, Elizabeth Friedman gave their damning verdict.
Such maps, when examined, have almost invariably proved to be forgeries, foisted upon an unsuspecting public which, thanks to the double lure of buried treasure and cryptographic form, have persisted throughout the years since they first appeared in 1885. It is likewise believed that the cryptogram which you forwarded is nothing more or less than a hoax.
In other words, the Friedmans were confident that the Harts had wasted their time on a wild goose chase.
It is perhaps the most crippling sort of blow to the belief of the Harts and other people that this could possibly be an actual story, an actual true story. That the code-breaking experts of the time come to the conclusion that there's no truth in this at all.
The Friedmans had no doubt that the story of Thomas Beale's treasure was a cleverly written hoax, probably created to sell pamphlets. But if it was a hoax, who had perpetrated it? One theory points the finger at a Lynchburg newspaper editor named John William Sherman.
In 1885, John William Sherman purchases the Lynchburg Virginian newspaper. Very quickly, the Lynchburg Virginian gets into financial difficulties, and Sherman, who is known as a famous writer of dime novels, strikes upon an idea that perhaps to reverse the fortunes of the Lynchburg Virginian, he should publish something that sells.
Some researchers now believe that Sherman created the Beale papers as a money spinner.
It makes a lot of sense if you think about it. He certainly had the experience and the background and had the motive in being in a difficult financial position with his newspaper.
There is another piece of evidence that supports this theory. Advertisements for the Beale Papers pamphlet ran a total of 84 times from 1885, and only ever in one newspaper, the Lynchburg Virginian.
Who on earth would publish an advert 84 times? Who could afford to do that? The only person that could really do that would be the owner, John William Sherman.
And there's one more startling connection. Sherman's first cousin was none other than the man Clayton Hart had visited in 1903. The publisher of the Beale Papers, James B. Ward.
John Sherman cannot publish the Beale Papers under his own name. He's well known in Virginia as the editor of this newspaper, and it's known that he's also in financial difficulties. So he enlists his cousin to act as agent, James Ward, finishing the deception and authenticating the texts as true.
In other words, it seems there never was a Beale or a treasure. The whole thing was a fabrication. But Clayton Hart was convinced that the papers were real. He went to his grave, believing that Thomas Beale's treasure was out there somewhere. Despite the evidence that the Beale Papers were a hoax, the mystery still continued to intrigue treasure hunters and code breakers alike. In the 1960s, a computer scientist named Carl Hammer entered the quest to decipher the mysterious Beale codes. He put the number sequences through the most advanced computers of the day. He even identified patterns in the ciphers, but still, he failed to crack the codes. In the 1980s, a historical journal from the 1820s emerged that told of a party closely fitting the description of Beale's. Was this evidence that Thomas Beale and his men really had existed? And if Beale was real, was the treasure also?
We know that Beale and his associates didn't return for the box that they had entrusted with Morris, and that Beale disappears after the 1820s. So, what happened to Thomas Beale? Did something sinister happen? Did he go and dig up the treasure himself? There are many possible outcomes in 19th century America.
One theory is that Beale and his party may have returned to retrieve their precious booty. Another is that before they could do so, they came to an untimely end. If that's the case, then Beale's treasure could still lie undiscovered. Clayton and George Hart spent 50 years of their lives trying to solve the mystery of Beale's treasure. A mystery that continues to captivate treasure hunters and code breakers to this day.
The Beale ciphers, the Beale papers, are a source of incredible interest to people, and they continue to be, even 100 years later. And they will be 200 years later, because, and I speak as a literary critic, they are so well written. I myself don't think there is treasure sitting somewhere in Virginia. I think there is a person who published an absolutely fantastic adventure story.
To those who do believe the legend, there is a fortune in gold, silver, and jewels, buried 6 feet under the Virginia soil. And finding it is simply a matter of cracking the mystery of Thomas Beale's codes.
If people just forget about the legends, if they can just look at the numbers, everything you need to know is in the numbers. For me, the Beale ciphers are crackable, but it's a mystery. It's a great mystery.
According to legend, he was Britain's greatest king.
The name of King Arthur resonates very deeply with the British.
King Arthur led his Knights of the Round Table from Camelot, a vast, spectacular castle built on a hill. But was the legend of Camelot based on reality, or simply a myth?
It's a very fuzzy and vague place. It's glorious and it's glamorous.
If King Arthur really did exist, then the remains of his castle Camelot should lie buried somewhere in Britain. But where? In the 1960s, a team of archaeologists used the latest technology to try to prove the legend was real. They were led by Leslie Alcock, a brilliant, energetic showman who brought modern archaeology into the mainstream.
And in 1966, Leslie Alcock was one of the rock and roll archaeologists of his day.
Alcock identified a hill in Somerset, close to Glastonbury, as the most likely location for Camelot. But could he really prove it was the site of King Arthur's castle? If he succeeded, it would be one of the most important archaeological discoveries of the 20th century. The man who would lay claim to Camelot was born in Manchester in 1925. As a boy, Leslie Alcock was a brilliant student, determined to better himself both mentally and physically.
Dad seems to have been full of energy and drive. I found in his cycling diaries that he used to cycle 30 miles a day before going to school in the mornings. And you see that intellectually as well.
He won a scholarship to Manchester Grammar and then another to Brasenose College, Oxford. But his education was interrupted. During the Second World War, Alcock was posted to India, where he joined the 7th Gurkha Rifles. He became fascinated by the subcontinent's history and archaeology. He learnt that the past isn't just what people write in textbooks, but often something tangible, hidden in the ground. In India, he would eventually go on to work for one of Britain's most flamboyant archaeologists, Sir Mortimer Wheeler.
The story I'm telling you is not fantasy.
Wheeler's role was quite crucial in a way. One of the newspaper reporters said if he hadn't turned into a great archaeologist, he'd have been a matinee idol.
Moreover, we can relate this evidence.
He was an amazingly charismatic character.
Which, it is agreed...
It's towards the end of his active life, but nonetheless, boy, could he still carry it on. And, I mean, terrible old goat still.
Dan was invited by Sir Mortimer Wheeler to work at Mohenjo-Daro, this incredibly important dig into the centre of the Indus civilization. And I think he was taken on for a lot for his language skills, for his ability to get on with the locals, as much for his archaeological skills.
In 1946, Alcock returned to a very different Britain to the one he had left. Post-war, with its empire crumbling, the country was shattered, hungry, and in need of a lift. A country desperate for new heroes. In the early 1950s, morale was boosted by the British expedition's conquest of Everest. And Roger Bannister breaking the 4-minute mile. Reminders that Britain could still be great.
He'd obviously used up his last ounce of energy, but what an achievement for Bannister and Britain.
But there was one hero from the past people turned to more than any other.
The modern growth of Arthur is something that happened after the Second World War, when people were thinking more about national roots, how they came to be so, and so forth.
There was a resurgence of interest in the Arthurian legends, I think primarily because King Arthur was seen as a figure who'd united his country in order to fight off Germanic invaders.
King Arthur was known as the once and future king. Legend said he would rise again and restore Britain to greatness.
Part of the story is that Arthur is not really dead. He's in the Isle of Avalon, or he's in a cave asleep, or somewhere. And the idea grew up that somehow or other Arthur would return and there would be a new golden age in Britain.
Such was the fascination with King Arthur. Post-war historians and archaeologists wanted to prove the legend was based on facts, not just myth, and that Britain's very identity was forged under the blade of the mighty king. King Arthur was supposed to have ruled in the Dark Ages, around 500 AD. He was said to have been born on the Cornish Isle of Tintagel, under the watchful eye of the wizard Merlin. The story goes that Arthur became the true king of the Britons, as only he could draw the sword Excalibur that had been set in stone. He valiantly defeated invaders who came across the sea from Europe, and in one battle, single-handedly killed 960 men.
He unified his country from warring factions. He defended it against invaders. He led a band of knights, the Knights of the Round Table, who were famous for their adventures, for finding the Holy Grail and rescuing damsels in distress.
And at the heart of the legend lies Camelot, Arthur's magnificent castle.
Sometimes it's said to have been built and designed by Merlin the magician. It's impregnable, it never falls to invaders, having several rings of walls around a central keep with great gatehouses and towers on them.
It's got to be a suitable place for a glorious king and his glorious court. So it's rich, it's towering ramparts, it's horses which are clad in marvellous armours and people in beautiful robes, all being very gracious. It's a fabulous place.
But separating the legend of Camelot from real history was almost impossible, because people weren't writing about events in Dark Age Britain. In fact, there were no history books at all. So there's no record of King Arthur or Camelot at the time. The first mention of Arthur was not until the 9th century, 300 years after he was supposed to have lived, in a book called the Historia Brittonum.
Historia Brittonum told a story about a historical Arthur who conducted a series of battles against the Anglo-Saxons and emerged from these battles as the great victor. The Arthur of Historia Brittonum isn't a king. He is given a title, Dux Bellorum, which just means the battle leader or war leader.
However, there is no mention of Camelot in the Historia Brittonum. But academics reasoned that a great war leader must have led from a great castle of some kind. Camelot the castle doesn't appear until the 12th century, when a writer called Geoffrey of Monmouth first mentions it, as well as King Arthur's magnificent Round Table. He depicted Arthur's court as a place of chivalry, where the king treated all knights as equals.
Geoffrey of Monmouth concocted his History of the Kings of Britain. This has its centrepiece, the life and career of King Arthur. It's the first place where, for example, his wife, Queen Guinevere, is mentioned, his fabulous court, his amazing weapons.
Thanks to Geoffrey of Monmouth, the legend of King Arthur and Camelot was born.
The idea that Arthur had a great castle as his court became increasingly inextricable from the legend of Arthur and his knights, who could now be seated around a round table in a magnificent castle.
But because the King Arthur of legend existed in the Dark Ages, not the Middle Ages, when the texts were written, there was no way of proving through recorded history alone that he actually lived. In fact, because recorded history was so scant, it was not until the 20th century that archaeologists began piecing together the story of Dark Age Britain, after the Romans had left, a time of supposed chaos and barbarism. The idea formed that maybe archaeology could offer answers where the history books had failed. And just maybe, the remains of King Arthur's great castle could be found, buried deep beneath the ground. It became one of the century's great quests of popular archaeology. When Leslie Alcock was growing up, one of the first to pioneer the new search for what was now being called Arthur's Britain was archaeologist Raleigh Radford. For 5 years, he excavated around the ruins of Arthur's legendary birthplace and what some believed had been his castle, the Isle of Tintagel in Cornwall. What he found were pottery fragments from half a world away. Fragments that completely contradicted notions of the Dark Ages. Incredibly, these fragments were from storage jars that once contained the luxury goods of their day, like wine and olive oil.
The importance of the Mediterranean pottery is it actually showed links with the late Roman world. To have this material suddenly coming in and recognized as being from dated contexts in the Mediterranean, it was a bolt of light.
Radford's pottery showed that rather than being chaotic, leaderless and isolated, some Dark Age Britons were actually very different.
Raleigh Radford, with these fragments of high-status pottery, was demonstrating that far from a lapse into barbarism, a break with Rome, Roman traditions, Roman civilization and culture had still been continued by the Britons in the face of the invading Saxons.
Radford's discoveries raised the extraordinary question. If Dark Age Britons were trading in luxury goods, who would they have been destined for, if not a king or leader of some kind? Could Tintagel have been a receiving port for a leader in the west of Britain, where King Arthur supposedly reigned? Because of Radford's pioneering work, excitement grew that maybe King Arthur really had existed, and that archaeology might even turn up something with his name on it. Perhaps the mighty sword Excalibur, or the remains of the Round Table, maybe even Camelot itself. Among those profoundly influenced by Radford's discoveries was Leslie Alcock, who in the 1950s was an assistant lecturer in archaeology at Cardiff University. On his first major dig, Alcock stumbled across the Dark Ages, almost by accident.
He started digging at a site called Dinas Powys, just outside Cardiff, and he did that as a thinking that he was going to be dealing essentially with an Iron Age site.
To his great surprise, Alcock was able to prove the Iron Age hill fort at Dinas Powys had been reoccupied in the Dark Ages, 1,000 years later. Alcock's excavation sparked an interest in post-Roman Britain that would define his career. By the 1960s, he became fascinated by new technology and techniques in archaeology that he believed might get to the bottom of the King Arthur myth once and for all. And what better way to start than finding the site of Arthur's legendary castle? But in a country with dozens of claims to be the original site of Camelot, working out where to dig was the biggest challenge of all.
For Dad, archaeology started very much before the digging. And what I always found was he was always looking in what was written. So much is taking the writings, which the historical record, and trying to find out if the historical record is true, or the places talked about in the historical record, can we identify them?
By examining every mention of the castle in the hundreds of stories that had been written about King Arthur, Alcock gradually picked out the main candidates. In the Middle Ages, Geoffrey of Monmouth and the Romance writers had said that Camelot lay in Caerleon, in Wales. But that was thought to be based on the presence of a Roman amphitheatre that looked like a giant round table. Another possible candidate was found in Mallory's Morte d'Arthur, published in 1485.
Sir Thomas Malory tried to ground his version of the Arthurian legends And he's very clear that Camelot isn't Winchester.
Mallory's theory was based on what was thought to be King Arthur's Round Table, which hangs in the Great Hall in Winchester. Carbon dating has in fact shown it was made for King Edward I, 700 years after King Arthur was supposed to have existed. But it was the writings of John Leyland, antiquary to King Henry VIII, that really piqued Alcock's interest. In 1542, Leyland wrote that a hill next to the village of South Cadbury in Somerset was the location of King Arthur's Camelot.
Leyland quite specifically dismisses all other candidates for Camelot except for Cadbury. He picks up the camel name from the local village names, Queen's Camel, places like that. Leyland sees in these very steep slopes and the ramparts there and the material, he gets almost orgiastic about how marvellous and how brilliant it all is.
Leyland said generations of locals had called the hill Camelot, a fact that had even drawn the attention of Alcock's mentor in India, Sir Mortimer Wheeler.
They said that their tradition was, they'd been told by their fathers and their grandfathers that King Arthur used to resort to this place, and it was known as Camelot or Camelot. That's the only real evidence we have, a local tradition. It's quite possible, I won't say more than that there is a little element of truth in this.
Local author Geoffrey Ashe, who had written several books on King Arthur, was so convinced that Cadbury could be Camelot, he approached Raleigh Radford, asking him to dig the site.
Cadbury is big. The enclosure at the top is 18 acres. Raleigh Radford was very much interested in Arthur, but when I asked him, could we excavate Cadbury, his response was, it's too big, I wouldn't know where to start.
But then Radford changed his mind, thanks to the findings of a dog walker on the hill at Cadbury, Mary Harefield.
She would go up there to walk her dog. The dog's name was Caesar, and she would walk about in ploughed-up fields there and poke about with the ferrule of an umbrella, which is the most elementary form of archaeology.
Mary Harefield turned up fragments of pottery that she thought was unusual and presented it to Raleigh Radford.
Mary Harefield's fragments were almost identical to Radford's finds at Tintagel.
Raleigh Radford, who had a vast experience of excavation throughout the West Country, immediately recognised as what he called Tintagelware. High-status tableware, high-status storage jars, fragments from the Eastern Mediterranean.
So oil, wine and other luxuries had been sent up from Tintagel to Cadbury for someone of high status, exactly at the time that King Arthur was supposed to have lived. And these weren't the only clues that made Alcock and Radford want to excavate what could have been King Arthur's castle. Cadbury had clearly been fortified at some time, its banks ridged with earthen ramparts, possibly to protect a large army, just as Arthur was supposed to have led. And it was located just 11 miles from Glastonbury, with its Arthurian associations, and would have been on the front line in battles with invading Anglo-Saxons pushing west. Even the Ordnance Survey map used to call it Camelot. Radford, Alcock, and Wheeler staked their reputations on discovering Camelot at Cadbury. Failure to find it wasn't an option. In 1965, the Camelot Research Committee sat for the first time, tasked with the excavation of South Cadbury. Sir Mortimer Wheeler agreed to be president, offering advice from afar. Wheeler compared their quest to the late 19th century discovery of an ancient city, also thought to be entirely fictitious, until archaeology had proved otherwise.
One of the things which Sir Mortimer Wheeler was very, very keen to stress was that it was possible for archaeologists to discover legendary locations. He said if Heinrich Schliemann could find Troy, then why shouldn't English archaeologists be able to find Camelot?
The man who had started the search for King Arthur at Tintagel, Raleigh Radford, was the committee's chairman. The last surviving member of the committee today is Arthurian author Geoffrey Ashe.
Well, I was co-founder and I was secretary. I was the one who wasn't actually an archaeologist. I kept the minutes and things like that and handled the correspondence.
Leslie Alcock was the final committee member, selected as the outstanding Dark Age archaeologist of the day.
Leslie, because of his reputation as an excavator and his knowledge because of Dinas Powys, as well as his wider archaeological knowledge, was invited to come on board and appointed as Director of Excavations.
Unlike Radford, Alcock was undaunted by the scale of Cadbury.
I think it was the challenge of South Cadbury, which is what appealed to Leslie. It's a time of big projects. The BBC were digging Silbury Hill for the first time, and South Cadbury was going to be, if he got the money, a big project.
But on a hilltop of 18 acres, working out just where to start digging was in many ways more of a challenge than digging itself. Alcock was pioneering in his early use of geophysical surveying in deciding where to excavate.
It's often said that Leslie Alcock was one of the rock and roll archaeologists of his day. He was actually at the cutting edge of the white heat of technology. He used every technological means at his disposal to make sure that when they finally got picks and shovels out, they were digging in the right place.
Di Morgan Evans was a young supervisor on the search for Camelot, who was tasked with using the new technology.
One of the clinches there was the use of what became called the soil anomaly detector, and rather than calling it SAD, it was called the banjo.
17.
It looked like a banjo. It had a round disc at one end and a box at the other, connected by a long metal pole.
25.
What you had to do is you laid out 20-metre grids and you walked along calling out measurements at every few intervals.
31.
These were then written down by somebody. It became really repetitive, boring. It was awful.
But it wasn't just advanced technology Alcock deployed to work out where to dig. He was prepared to humour some of Geoffrey Ashe's New Age beliefs.
I use dowsing, sometimes called water divining, but it needn't be only water. It can detect other things. Leslie very generously allowed me to do it. Now, I think this was brave of him because we were working with the media breathing down our necks, and it could so easily have been made ridiculous to say that they're digging with dowsing rods.
Back at base, Alcock began to analyse the data from his geophysical surveys. He could tell the site was originally Iron Age, but could it have been reoccupied and refortified at the time of King Arthur? The banjo readings seemed to suggest so. There was only one way to know for sure.
When you're faced with a mass of preliminary evidence, there's only one way to resolve the problems and to sort it out, and that's to excavate.
But a dig of this scale needed a lot of money. The Camelot Research Committee had to somehow raise £15,000 to finance the excavation, the equivalent to almost £250,000 today. However, the committee knew just using the very word Camelot was guaranteed to get people's attention. In America, Camelot the Musical had been the biggest show on Broadway. President Kennedy's Inner Circle had been named after Camelot. The name Camelot was on everyone's lips, capturing imaginations on both sides of the Atlantic.
Using the name Camelot was incredibly significant. Leslie Alcock was very keen to popularise archaeology, and the idea of King Arthur and Camelot might lead to an appreciation of history in these dark ages was important to him as a democratic way of explaining to beyond the elite of academia exactly what he was digging up.
With donations from the BBC, the Pilgrims Trust in America, and an exclusive deal with the Observer newspaper, finally the committee raised enough to begin the dig. But none of the archaeologists knew that one of the committee had personally taken a huge financial risk to ensure the excavation could proceed.
We were aware of the money constraints we had to spend. Leslie at times would get very twitchy, which doesn't surprise me because I only learnt later on that he, at one stage, he'd actually put up his house as security.
Leslie Alcock was a brilliant manager, a brilliant organiser, and considering the troubles he was up against, he was a very courageous man.
The dig for Camelot took place on the top of the hill and on the southern side, where a major trench was dug from top to bottom.
It was a time of really quite high tension because there was a need to deliver. It was a funny mixture of excitement, tension, and it used to come away absolutely wrung out and feeling like a wet dishcloth at the end of it.
Alcock's team catalogued all their discoveries. And hopes were dramatically raised when someone found an artifact in the shape of a letter.
All the letters it had to be in the alphabet, it was the letter A, and that, of course, caused huge excitement at the time.
The A had to stand for Arthur, surely proof of Cadbury's claims to Camelot. Alcock was so pleased with the find, he persuaded Sir Mortimer Wheeler to come and see Arthur's brooch. But after careful analysis, the A is discovered to be a Roman brooch, dating from before the Dark Ages. It couldn't possibly be Arthurian. Despite the setback, Alcock's team pressed on, their morale boosted by regular appearances of Sir Mortimer Wheeler.
He said to Leslie Alcock, "Dig there." Alcock dutifully did dig there and found things. Sir Mortimer was quite right, but he had an instinct by then, you know.
Alcock's other great mentor and collaborator, Raleigh Radford, would regularly visit the dig to check on developments.
Radford was sort of almost an amateur archaeologist in his own way, as a gentleman of independent means, although he was taken very seriously in some ways.
Raleigh Radford was an inspiration to a whole succeeding generation of archaeologists, and not surprisingly, Leslie Alcock started digging at a lot of the sites that Raleigh Radford had first drawn people's attention to.
Another regular visitor to the site was Alcock's son, John.
I think South Cadbury was just very special. When you looked at the side of a trench, you're talking layer after layer of history. There's my dad standing beside saying to me, well, that's the medieval layer, that's the Dark Age layer.
The dig for Camelot was getting huge publicity. After 6 weeks of excavations, Alcock appeared on the BBC to explain their progress.
Well, we've now reached the end of our work in 1966, and both the traces of buildings that we found and the finds particularly give us every reason to believe that we've got a good site here of the 6th century AD in particular.
By now, interest in the dig had spread beyond Britain. Alcock needed to raise more money for further excavations and was given a huge boost by an unexpected source.
One evening, I was at home, the telephone rang, I picked it up, and the voice said, "This is Warner Brothers, where was Camelot?"
Camelot, the Broadway musical, was being turned into a major motion picture, starring Richard Harris and Vanessa Redgrave.
They wanted this for the film, you see. They were going to put a map in the film. So I said, it was in Somerset. Well, of course I said that. That's my one contribution to Hollywood.
For Leslie Alcock, Hollywood's interest was another great marketing opportunity.
You're talking about a time when Camelot had come out, when the Arthurian legend was a fascination to everyone, and my dad saw that by pushing that side of it, that this could be Camelot, he would get money to do the serious excavation. And what's more, by going to America, he could tap into a much bigger market with more money.
In the summer of 1967, the search for Camelot started up again. Thanks to the film, the committee raised enough funds, principally from America, to continue digging for another 3 summers.
Well, it's the time when flowers are coming from San Francisco. You've got Sgt. Pepper and Lonely Hearts Club Band. It's sort of the hippie era. It was all high degree of interest, and with the television cameras and the newspapers, and that it was all very, very buzzy.
The dig for Camelot went on for a further 3 years. As it drew to a close in 1970, Alcock made two extraordinary breakthroughs. His team found a late Roman coin of Dark Age origin, buried in the fortifications, that proved that the ramparts dated almost exactly to the time Arthur was supposed to have existed.
The eureka moment, if you like, where they realised that there was some substance to the legends which had got them digging, was discovering that this wasn't only an Iron Age Celtic site that maybe some Saxons had lived on top of, but in the actual Arthurian period had been fortified, had been turned into an actual castle.
And if it was a Dark Age castle, who was to say it couldn't be Camelot? But then Alcock made an even more remarkable discovery: the remains of a great hall. A hall littered with Dark Age pot shards, almost certainly used for banqueting by a great ruler at the time of King Arthur. Maybe even Arthur himself.
At South Cadbury, there was a gigantic hall, a hall at least 20 feet across, that could easily have fitted something of the size and scale of the Round Table at Winchester, for example.
It was proof, surely, that Camelot lay at South Cadbury.
Here was my dad saying, actually, I'm the guy with the physical evidence. I've got the great big hall. You know, I've got something that is far more likely to be Arthur's Camelot than anything anyone else has found.
If the castle was surrounded by Dark Age fortifications and contained a great leader's feasting hall, it seemed King Arthur really could have ruled from Cadbury.
Are you yourself convinced that these were the defences of King Arthur himself?
Well, in my most cautious mood, I would only go this far to say that if it isn't Arthur himself, then it's another great military leader so like him that it doesn't make tons of difference.
Alcock and his team were triumphant. They basked in the knowledge that they had shown the legend of King Arthur and Camelot to be real after all. But, little by little, doubts about the dig at Cadbury started to emerge. Academics began to question Alcock's methods and his evidence.
There's nothing at South Cadbury which would make one believe that there was an Arthur in the 6th century than one did without it. In terms of finding evidence for a historical Arthur, it completely failed.
Every generation of archaeologists challenges those that went before it. They challenge their assumptions and they challenge their findings. That's the discipline of archaeology.
Believing that a war leader called Arthur led the Britons in their heroic defeat of the Anglo-Saxons in the 6th century is akin to believing that an Englishman in a dinner jacket called James Bond defeated the Soviet Union in the late 20th century.
The evidence for King Arthur's Great Hall on Cadbury was highly dubious at best, they said. It wasn't big enough for a round table at all.
It gets called a Great Hall, but to be honest, it's actually quite a small hall. An awful lot is placed on the shoulders of a really rather modest building.
Not only was there no archaeological evidence, even the historical texts, which Alcock had based his research on, were questionable, to say the least. The New Skeptics dismantled the written foundation stone of Alcock's Arthurian claims. Rather than being a history, they said, the Historia Brittonum, which first mentioned Arthur, was a work of 9th century propaganda and had its chronology of the Dark Ages all wrong.
David Dunville's work in the 1970s completely discredited most of the evidence that Alcock and others supporting the idea of a historical Arthur had used. Obviously, this had a pretty negative impact on the credibility of Alcock's work.
Some hinted that Alcock had committed historical heresy. He had tried to give credibility to works of fiction rather than establish the truth. Even the very idea of Arthur, the heroic Briton, battling invading Anglo-Saxons was misconceived, they said.
Since the 1970s, the relationship between the Anglo-Saxons and the Britons has been increasingly reassessed, and we would now tend to think of that relationship as much more complicated and nuanced, if you like. Instead of continuous warfare and hostility, some Britons and some Anglo-Saxons lived peacefully side by side.
By the end of the 1990s, no serious historian dared associate the Dark Ages with a real King Arthur again, including Alcock himself. He had the great sense, rare among myth hunters, to accept that he was probably wrong.
I'm not aware of my dad taking criticisms hard. He always saw there was another argument. He always had some doubts as to whether Arthur existed. He always was prepared to accept there were other sides to the argument.
Despite his mistakes at Cadbury, in 1973, Alcock became the first professor of archaeology at Glasgow University and excavated Dark Age hill forts in Scotland with huge success. Alcock's legacy was not only furthering our understanding of Dark Age Britain, but also the lasting impact he had on the archaeologists he taught.
Without a doubt, Alcock's work encouraged an interest in Dark Age archaeology among a succeeding generation of archaeologists, most of whom are active today.
Leslie was a great teacher, a great academic, and I think he deserves more recognition than probably he gets. And I think in due course his contributions will be fully recognised, not least amongst the hundreds of students that he trained and sent out into the archaeological world.
You can't underestimate Leslie Alcock's contribution to the world of archaeology. This was a remarkable step change in the way that archaeology and the public interacted, and it's a legacy that we're still living under.
As for South Cadbury, the hill fort is now barely even signposted. Home just to cows and walkers, its association with King Arthur, once again, buried deep beneath the ground. And although he may not have found Camelot, Alcock had discovered the fortified remains of a great leader.
We certainly didn't find the Camelot of Romance as you found it in the Middle Ages. We did find that the hill had been a great fortified place at exactly the right time.
And we now know South Cadbury Hill Fort was one of Britain's largest and most significant ancient settlements, occupied for 4,000 years, from Neolithic times until the Middle Ages.
Leslie Alcock's excavation at South Cadbury was, in many ways, a great success. It found an outstandingly useful sequence of occupation from a British hill fort.
And where does that leave the legend of King Arthur? Was he just a myth, after all?
I personally think that Arthur did exist, that as a Dux Bellorum he was a great military leader. Where he was, when he was, I can't be sure.
I think we can say that there was a real person. He is called King of the Britons.
Every nation needs its foundation myth, and Britain's is the legend of King Arthur and Camelot, a legend that lives on. In the early 19th century, stories emerged of mysterious ruins that lay buried and forgotten deep inside the jungles of Central America. But a lost civilization in this region was thought to be impossible in the 1800s. Everyone knew that the continent had only ever been peopled by savages. But they couldn't have created such sophisticated structures. Someone else must have done it.
So Egyptians or Asians had come to Central America and built these ruins and then left again.
But then an American lawyer named John Lloyd Stephens and a British artist, Frederick Catherwood, went to see these ruins for themselves.
An artist and a lawyer go into a jungle. I mean, how more preposterous can it be?
They traveled hundreds of miles through the jungles of Mexico, Guatemala, and Honduras to search for the ruins. Eventually, they uncovered the remains of 44 cities.
It was extraordinarily exciting for them because they knew they'd found something the world had never seen before.
With their astonishing discoveries, the two amateur explorers overturned everything we thought we knew about the history of the New World. This is the amazing story of how Stephens and Catherwood discovered one of the world's greatest civilizations, the Maya. John Lloyd Stephens was born to a prosperous New Jersey family in 1805. He was classically educated, a trained lawyer, and a rising Democratic Party politician. And so he might have remained, but for a chance event. During a mayoral campaign in 1834, Stephens's voice became so hoarse with public speaking that he developed a serious throat infection. His doctor advised an immediate change of climate. Stephens took his doctor at his word. He enjoyed the thrill of traveling around Europe and the Middle East, writing about his adventures amongst the ruins of the old world.
By the mid-1830s, he goes to Egypt and the Holy Land. He travels to Greece and Poland and Russia, and he really takes to it. He seems to have a real talent for travel writing.
On his way back to New York, Stevens stopped off in London in 1836. Here, he met Frederick Catherwood, a well-known British artist.
Catherwood was trained as an architect to begin with, so he understands buildings, he understands structure. And then he goes to the Royal Academy schools in London and trains as an artist.
Catherwood studied under some of the greatest masters of his time. Turner gave him lessons on perspective. Others taught him how to draw buildings, and Catherwood became a highly accomplished architectural painter. Like Stevens, Catherwood had traveled to many of the great ruins of Europe in the Middle East between 1821 and 1832.
Stevens and Catherwood acquired, really, very extensive knowledge, both of them, of the kind of archaeology that was known about at that time in the old world.
While Stevens had written about these ancient worlds, Catherwood had painted their ruins in great detail. But then, Stevens and Catherwood would hear rumors of a new world civilization, which would define the path they would follow for the rest of their lives.
They come together and discuss what is just about on the radar at the time, and this is these curious remnants of some sort of ancient civilization in Central America.
Catherwood showed Stevens an intriguing book called Descriptions of an Ancient City. Published in 1822, it displayed illustrations of ruins with palaces and pyramids covered with characters and symbols in a mysterious place called Palenque in southern Mexico.
Catherwood showed him a series of books. One of them provided quite an avid description of Palenque, but had decided that, like so many scholars of the time, that it couldn't have been the native Indians that had created these ruins.
The idea that there had ever been a Native American civilization deep in the jungles of Central America was unthinkable to many in the 1800s.
Indigenous Indians could not have built these ruins, could not have built such great palaces, and they were magnificent palaces for a culture that never moved beyond stone tools.
Indians, according to historians of the day, were thought to be savage and primitive, and not capable of building such sophisticated cities. The view was that the ruins at Palenque must have been the work of other cultures.
They must have been an ancient culture from across the sea. So Egyptians or Asians had come to Central America and built these ruins and then left again.
The reason for this view was that historians had very fixed ideas. Critically, they believed all civilizations had to conform to a certain set of rules.
In the 1830s, I mean, Stevens and Catherwood, when talking about civilization, would define it in terms of cities and impressive-looking architecture. Evidence of rulers and rule, complex kind of agricultural systems, a writing system,
And then there is time for people to be artists, to sculpt monuments, to study the sciences, travel, trade, have a wealth of goods, have teachers, schools.
Everyone agreed that the primitive nomadic people of Central America couldn't have achieved anything like this. Though they weren't professional historians, Stephens and Catherwood believed that those who held that view were wrong. They could see no evidence that Egyptians and Phoenicians had ever been to Central America, and the images they were looking at were very different to anything they had seen in the Old World. They must have been made by an unknown Native American culture.
Stephens and Catherwood were extraordinarily different people. I mean, that's what makes them so marvellous as a pair. This is a sort of Holmes and Watson, you know, of Maya archaeology. They could see that was evident in the New World was something very, very different.
He and Catherwood together were the first to look at these sites without the filters of thinking about Old World archaeology. Both are very much interested in these being indigenously authored sites.
These illustrations and vague accounts of a lost city aroused Stephens and Catherwood's curiosity. They decided to look further. Two years later, in 1838, Stephens got another lead. A New York bookseller showed him several more works relating to ruins in Central America. One was a large folio based on the personal explorations and illustrations of French archaeologist Jean-Frédéric Waldeck, which had just been published in Paris. These pages showed again the illustrations of the Palenque ruins in Mexico, first made known to Stephens by Catherwood. And there was more. The book also revealed illustrations of another strange ruin in Uxmal, in the Yucatan region of Mexico. Stephens then learned from the bookseller that yet a further set of ruins were said to exist in an area called Copan, in modern-day Honduras.
Stephens had read an account by a man called Juan Galindo, who'd actually been to Copan and written a description of what he'd seen there.
Monstrous figures are found among the ruins. One, a colossal alligator, having in his jaws a figure with a human face, but with the paws of an animal.
Stephens was stunned. He had now heard of three separate ruined cities. Palenque in southern Mexico, Uxmal in the Yucatan, and Copan in Honduras, all in the same region, but hundreds of miles apart. And who knew if there were any more? Stephens began to wonder, could these ruins be evidence that there had once been a great civilization in that region?
He is, among the first of these explorer writers to begin connecting the dots and thinking about this as a coherent civilization.
Stephens could see that there must be some connection between these ruins. And these weren't just one palace here and one palace there, completely different groups. There must have been something between them.
Back at home, Stephens became convinced he was onto something and was determined to find these three ruins he'd learned about: Palenque, Uxmal, and Copan. He began to plan an expedition to Central America. Because Stephens was now earning substantial royalties from his successful travel books, he invited his artist friend, Frederick Catherwood, to go with him. Stevens sent him word to get ready. The deal meant that Catherwood would illustrate any ruins they find in Central America, and Stevens would pay for it. Catherwood packed his brushes, paints, and reams of paper. He also packed machetes and pistols, as there was a real chance of trouble where they were going. British Honduras and Guatemala were in the middle of a violent border dispute, and the area was considered a very dangerous place to visit. Stevens realized that they were going to need all the help they could get. He persuaded the US President, Martin Van Buren, to appoint him as a special ambassador to Central America to help ease their way through the unstable region.
He's even given a special sort of frock coat to wear for the sort of official occasions. So he has that diplomatic mission which runs alongside the artistic and historical mission.
The only problem was, the 4 previous US ambassadors to have held this position had all died in office in Central America. Stevens received a letter from one of their widows, whose husband had died of malaria. It concluded with the ominous words, "May you be more fortunate than any of your predecessors have been." Stevens and Catherwood left New York on the 3rd of October, 1839, determined to locate the 3 ruins buried deep in the jungles of Central America. After a month at sea, the 2 explorers arrived in Belize, on the northeastern coast of Central America. Their plan was to first head towards one of the mysterious lost cities Stevens had heard about in New York. It was called Copan, and it lay in the western region of Honduras, close to the Guatemalan border. In honor of Stevens' diplomatic position, they were guests of the British governor in Belize, Colonel MacDonald, a veteran of the Napoleonic Wars. MacDonald warned them they were entering dangerous country, and his diplomatic pass would hold no sway with any rebel forces they may encounter. MacDonald put Stevens and Catherwood on a government steamboat and told them that if danger did threaten, they were to hang out their flag and send word to him. Then he sent them on their way with a 13-gun salute. Undaunted, they arrived on the coast of eastern Guatemala the following morning. Now the 2 explorers had to climb over the Mico mountain range to reach the Guatemalan border with Honduras. Once there, they would enter Honduras and go on to Copan. Stevens hired a guide who was fluent in Spanish and knew the grueling mountain pass that loomed ahead. Although only just over 4,000 feet, Mico Mountain was a treacherous route to cross. Stevens later described their experience in his book of the expedition, Incidents of Travel in Central America.
For 5 long hours, we were dragged through mud holes, squeezed in gullies, knocked against trees, and tumbled over roots. Every step required care and great physical exertion. I felt that our inglorious epitaph might be tossed over the head of a mule, framed by the trunk of a mahogany tree, and buried in the mud of Meeko Mountain.
Catherwood looked at Stevens and groaned.
If I'd known of this cursed Meeko Mountain before I agreed to come, you would have come to Central America alone.
Here's a guy in a jungle with guns on each hip and a sword, and in all likelihood wearing shades because he suffered from eye problems, inflammation of the iris, and there's a reference to him wearing spectacles. I mean, that picture, when you think about it, I mean, Keith Richards got nothing on that.
Over the next 2 weeks, the party hacked through jungles and traversed perilous ravines.
It was jungle, end-to-end jungle, with no roads or places to stop off for the night. Food was a big issue. It seemed like they lived on chocolate and cigars most of the time.
They passed hillsides with grazing cattle that reminded Stevens of rural England, were hounded by biting insects and tropical fevers. And there was also the ever-present threat of running into ruthless rebels.
People get very nasty in civil wars, and the factions were already known to have committed atrocities and massacres and whatnot, and they had a very real suspicion of foreigners.
One evening, Stevens and Catherwood set up camp in an abandoned church. As they slept, drunken soldiers burst in, brandishing swords and muskets. Stevens recalled this incident in his account of the expedition.
Here we were in the hands of men who would have been turned out of any decent state prison lest they should contaminate the other inmates. Their appearance was ferocious, and doubtless, if we had attempted to escape, they would have been glad of the excuse for murder.
Luckily, the following morning, the soldiers had sobered up. Stevens and Catherwood were allowed to continue their journey to Copan. "14 days after arriving in Belize, the two men finally reached the area of Copan, a remote jungle region, little known by locals and rarely visited by travelers. As the two explorers worked their way through the dense forest, they suddenly came to a bank of a river. Across the water, Stephen's eyes fell on a large stone wall rising out of the undergrowth. It was 100 feet high and covered in thick, constricting vines.
It had more the character of a structure than anything we had ever seen ascribed to the Aborigines of America.
Stevens and Catherwood crossed the river to investigate. Stevens would vividly describe their experience of Copan and how they first set eyes on the ruins in his book of the expedition.
I am entering abruptly a new world. It is impossible to describe the interest with which I explored these ruins. The ground was entirely new. There were no guidebooks or guides. The whole was a virgin soil. We could not see 10 yards before us and never knew what we should stumble upon next.
Stevens realized they had to clear the ruins of its tangle of jungle vines before they could really understand what lay beneath them. Just as they were about to begin, they had an unexpected problem. The local landowner appeared. Stevens explained he wanted to clear and explore the ruins and offered to buy the land.
When his host is sort of balking at the idea, the first thing that Stevens does is he opens up his trunk, pulls out his diplomatic, sort of uniform, and claims that his host was overwhelmed by his shiny, American Eagle buttons.
At last, Stevens' diplomatic status became useful. He was allowed to purchase the Copan land for $50. Now, they could set to work. The following morning, the systematic clearing of the Copan ruins began.
Copan was extraordinarily overgrown at this point, so they were seeing little bits and pieces of Copan at a time.
At one time, we stopped to cut away branches and vines, which concealed the face of a monument, and dig around and bring to light a fragment, a sculptured corner of which protruded from the earth.
It'd be like finding one statue in Egypt and not knowing yet that the pyramids were there.
We go now and we travel there now, and they look very clinical almost, because they're very nicely cut lawns and all of the trees have been taken away. But they would have seen them thoroughly immersed in jungle.
I leaned over with breathless anxiety. An eye, an ear, a foot, or a hand was disentombed. And when the machete rang against the chiseled stone, I cleared out the loose earth with my hands.
As Stevens ran the excavations, Catherwood set up his station in the jungle to record the mysterious structures they were discovering. He used a piece of equipment called a camera lucida to help him detail what he was seeing with great accuracy.
He had with him this apparatus, the camera lucida. The light came through a kind of prism and gave you an image which you could see on a piece of paper, and you could pretty much sketch it or trace it. And it was a great help to Catherwood.
Catherwood, with his incredible knowledge of architecture, must have realized right away that this was something quite unique and that he was in a unique place, qualified to record it.
As Stevens and Catherwood gradually cleared away the jungle vines, they began to unearth evidence of a very sophisticated society.
They saw fantastic little elements of sculpture which intrigued them. And then eventually, as they carried on, they began to see these very large, great big monoliths. Seeing these, which clearly convinced them that this was something, they'd never seen anything like that before.
Working our way through the thick woods, we came upon a square stone column, about 14 feet high and 3 feet on each side from the base to the top. The front was the figure of the man, curiously and richly dressed, and the face evidently a portrait. Our guide called it an idol. And before it was a large block of stone sculptured with figures, which he called an altar. The sight of this unexpected monument gave us the assurance that the objects we were in search of were interesting, not only as the remains of an unknown people, but as works of art, proving that the people who once occupied the continent of America were not savages.
Right away, you can see how open he is, because he doesn't say, oh, that's a monster or a crude representation of the devil or something. He observes that they're very complex, must have been made by very talented people.
As the days passed, Stevens and Catherwood uncovered monumental structures that could have housed hundreds of people, and building blocks that showed all the hallmarks of a great civilization. They found large squares, terraces, and platforms with stepped pyramids, temples, ceremonial buildings, and shrines with altars.
We reached a terrace so overgrown with trees that at first we could not make out its form, but which, on clearing, we ascertained to be a square, and with steps on all the sides, as perfect as those of the Roman amphitheater.
I think they really were kind of astounded once they got to Copan, the extent of the cities.
The beauty of the sculpture, the desolation of the city, and the mystery that hung over it, all created an interest higher, if possible, than I'd ever felt among the ruins of the old world.
What is amazingly sort of human and endearing of him is the way he puts it, is that he says, after a time, looking at these things, it was evident these weren't the monuments of savages. These are sophisticated people.
Now, there could be no doubt. The two amateur men had found what professional historians had said could not exist. Proof that some form of civilization had once thrived in this area. And then came something even more extraordinary. Writing. Standing at the center of the ruins, their eyes fixed on a large stone monument with 16 seated human figures carved around it and 36 blocks of hieroglyphs on its top.
Catherwood knew from seeing all the Egyptian hieroglyphs that he'd drawn over and over again along the Nile that this was a writing system. And that the writing system, they talked together about this, probably had something to do with the images on the front.
As Stevens and Catherwood's eyes examined the hieroglyphs, they were aware that all the great cultures of the past had developed their own writing systems. The people of Copan had clearly done the same. just like the civilizations of the old world.
There were no associations connected with the place. None of those stirring recollections which hallow Rome, Athens, and the world's great mistress on the Egypt plain. But architecture, sculpture, and painting, all the arts which embellish life, had flourished in this overgrown forest. Orators, warriors, and statesmen, beauty, ambition, and glory had lived and passed away.
But it begged the question, who had built this place, and what had become of them?
The city was desolate. It lay before us like a shattered bark amidst the ocean, her masts gone, her name effaced, her crew perished, and none to tell whence she came, to whom she belonged, how long at her voyage, or what caused her destruction. In the ruined cities of Egypt, even in the long-lost Petra, the stranger knows the story of the vestiges around him.
Stephens was convinced the answer to who had built this civilization had to lie in the hieroglyphs. One day, when someone could read them, they would be able to understand the history of those who had lived here.
In regards to the age of this desolate city, I shall not at present offer any conjecture. One thing I believe, that its history is graven on its monuments.
Stephens really believed that these were historical documents, that they weren't simply, say, astronomical observations, that they're the stories of real people's lives.
Spurred on by their amazing discovery at Copan, Stephens and Catherwood continued their trek across Central America in search of other ruins.
They know that somewhere out there there's this Palenque, and they've seen illustrations of that. So they were maybe already considering, well, maybe there's a very large area here. We don't know how it's constructed, whether it's an empire, whether these are kind of city-states. There was something definably similar across a wide area.
Over the next 2 years, they explored a vast region and traveled through Honduras, Guatemala, and the Yucatan in southeastern Mexico. Stephens and Catherwood uncovered, surveyed, and recorded another 43 ruined cities that had lain buried and forgotten for hundreds of years, including Uxmal, Palenque, Chichen Itza, and Tulum. And they found evidence of everything that people believed was needed for a civilization. Vast cities with central areas containing grand plazas, royal courts, and governors' palaces, proof of a sophisticated social hierarchy. Ornate temples, stepped pyramids, and monuments bearing hieroglyphic descriptions, proof of an organized religion. Gymnasiums and ball courts, astronomical observatories, intensive farming land, markets and trading centers, outlying villages, lookout towers and defensive walls with linking roads and causeways. All with a common architectural style that confirmed that there was once a single vast civilization here. Stephens and Catherwood returned to New York in the spring of 1842. they faced a new challenge. They had to convince the world that what they had discovered in Central America was truly groundbreaking. There really was a vast civilization that had once existed and thrived in a place where nobody believed there could be one. Stevens decided the best way to achieve this would be to publish a written, illustrated record of their expeditions. His first book, Incidents of Travel in Central America, came out in 1841 and was quickly followed by Incidents of Travel in Yucatan in 1843. Stevens' books contained over 200 Catherwood engravings and were an instant success, selling more than 20,000 copies within the first 3 months.
His volumes were really within the reach of the middle-class American reading public. And so the ruins reached a far wider audience than they ever had before.
Edgar Allan Poe called Stevens' work perhaps the most thrilling book on travel ever published. Catherwood then released his own volume, Views of Ancient Monuments in Central America, the following year. It documented their spectacular discoveries with 25 stunning hand-colored lithographs, which vividly brought the beautiful carved monuments, temples, and pyramids back to life.
What Catherwood did with his drawings was not so much just make pictures. He used the word draw in its larger sense of pulling. He pulled, basically drew an entire civilization out of the past into the present.
I think that there is a real parallel between Catherwood's painstaking illustration of every inch of a monument and Stevens doing the same thing in prose.
Together, the writings of Stevens and the illustrations of Catherwood would captivate the imagination of their readers.
Stephen had a fantastic rhetoric. His writing style was clear, descriptive, immersive, and he really portrayed a lot of his passion for what he was doing through his writing.
It was a perfect example of how the words and the images complemented one another. And neither one could have pulled this off on their own.
But for all their extraordinary revelations, there was still one question they could not answer. As Stevens wrote,
I now bid farewell to the ruins. I leave them with all mystery around them, and in the feeble hope that these imperfect pages may in some way throw a glimmer of light upon the great and long vainly mooted question: who were the peoplers of America?
Stevens and Catherwood would never know the answer. They both died early in their lives. Stevens from malaria at the age of 47, and Catherwood drowned when his ship sank crossing the Atlantic in 1854. He was 55. But eventually, Stephen's prediction would come true. When someone could read their hieroglyphic descriptions, they would understand who these people were. Over the next 170 years, the secrets of this culture's history were indeed proved to be in their writing.
Stevens is really the first Western explorer in Central America and Mexico, both to believe in indigenous authorship of the ruins and to glean the importance of the glyphs.
Archaeologists, inspired by Stevens and Catherwood's explorations, managed to read the writings and the images. And a picture emerged of the rise and fall of one of the world's greatest civilizations, the Maya. The earliest traces of their existence go back to 1500 BC, and possibly as far as 2500 BC. Their kingdoms stretched across a vast area of Central America, from southern Mexico to the Atlantic and the Caribbean coast of Belize. Stevens and Catherwood's first discovery, Copan, was established in 450 AD and lasted for 400 years. With 20,000 people in an area of 100 square miles, it was the Athens of Central America from the 5th to the 9th centuries AD, at a time when Europe was lost in the Dark Ages. Copan, by any standards, was a highly developed and advanced civilization.
The Maya were a hugely sophisticated society and culture. They had a very complicated mathematics system. They were one of the few ancient groups to use the concept of zero, which is hugely important for mathematics. They had very detailed astronomy. They knew the movements of the planets and stars. They mapped the movement of Venus, for example, with a great amount of detail. Their calendar was very, very accurate, more accurate in many ways than Western calendars of a similar period. They managed to build these temples without the use of metal tools. They had very little metalwork, other than gold and silver for decorative purposes. They never had the wheel. They didn't have pack animals. There was no horses or carts or anything like that. But they were able to create temples as large, if not larger than those in Egypt.
Stevens and Catherwood's revelation that a mighty Maya civilization lay buried in the Central American jungle was one of the greatest discoveries of their age.
An artist and a lawyer go into a jungle. I mean, how more preposterous can it be? But the thing was, the very different personalities with that overlap produced this amazing scope, which would never have happened if they hadn't been that different.
Stevens and Catherwood proved that you didn't need to be a professional academic to be a great historian. What you needed was passion, an attention to detail, and an open mind.
I think, essentially in finally judging their achievement, you had these two people that complement each other wonderfully well, with this extraordinarily vivid text and the marvelous illustrations. And what you do have here, you have two people that have established the study of the Maya.
It was remarkable, not just an intellectual achievement. It was a feat of endurance. These were heroes. They produced a remarkable event under life-threatening circumstances. I think it was one of the great exploratory triumph, absolutely, in history.
With their astonishing discoveries, the two amateur explorers overturned every prejudice we had about the development of cultures in the New World. Stevens and Catherwood had proved beyond doubt Native Americans had constructed a sophisticated civilization that compared to any of the finest ancient civilizations of the Old World. According to legend, a fortune in gold lies buried somewhere in America's Rocky Mountains.
Imagine $33 million of gold bullion just waiting to be found.
The only clue to the treasure's location is a cryptic map drawn by the sole survivor of a doomed expedition. His descendants seek the gold for almost 200 years. But just when it appears to be within their grasp, terrible events unfold.
Rumor has it the treasure is actually cursed, and many people have died trying to find it.
Disease, violence, alleged supernatural forces, all have thwarted treasure-hungry adventurers seeking the hidden bullion.
There are those who believe that this treasure is guarded by some otherworldly force. Something may be trying to keep us from finding that treasure.
This is the story of a glittering fortune, found and then lost in the Rocky Mountains. The story begins in 1993 in Colorado. At that time, Christopher O'Brien was an investigator specializing in unexplained phenomena.
I've been interested in the paranormal and the metaphysical subjects and UFOs. Anything that has an air of mystery about it, I've always been interested in these things. But along the way, I also wanted to uncover some treasure legends and maybe do some follow-up and maybe do some treasure hunting myself.
During the course of his research, O'Brien was contacted by a mysterious man.
This guy approaches me and he kind of hinted around that he had some evidence that involved a fabulous treasure. And he hinted around that he was involved in looking for this treasure, and I was very intrigued by this. And I kept in touch with him and set up a meeting so that we could talk about it more.
O'Brien arranged to meet the man at a local cafe.
I walk into this cafe, and I look around and I see him, and he motions me to the back. He wanted to sit in the corner away from prying eyes, and he sits down and he begins to tell me this story. And he really blew my mind with what he told me.
The mysterious man claimed he'd married into a treasure-hunting family. For generations, they'd searched for caches of gold bullion buried 200 years earlier by a doomed expedition led by one of their ancestors. The man said his family was convinced they were close to uncovering the legendary cursed gold of Treasure Mountain. A mystery that began in the 18th century with an adventure into the untamed Colorado wilderness. 1790, Louisiana. At that time, a vast Spanish-ruled area that stretched from the Gulf of Mexico to the border of present-day Canada. At a small outpost on the Missouri River, a group of Frenchmen prepared for an expedition. Their official mission was to survey the territory's mineral wealth. Unofficially, their plan was to journey to the Rocky Mountains and find fabulous new sources of gold.
Ever since the conquistadors arrived in the New World, there have been stories headed back east of raided Incan temples and looted Mayan cities, and gold dripping out of mountains, and golden masks. And so these tales have been coming back to the East and back to Europe for quite some time at this point.
Among the expedition's number was a journalist. Most versions of the legend give his name as simply LeBlanc.
There's not a lot known about him, but we can speculate. He was the chronicler, he was a historian of some kind, so he was literate, he was educated. And we can also guess that if he came out west looking for gold with a need to increase his fortune, that he would do anything he could and take any risks to find that fortune.
LeBlanc didn't know it, but his lust for gold was about to trigger a chain of events that would secure his place in Colorado folklore forever. The expedition began its long journey westwards. LeBlanc and his men crossed the Great Plains, likely followed the course of the Platte River, and entered the Rocky Mountains. The Frenchmen found themselves alone in a vast, untamed land.
The west of the 1790s it's the frontier to the people who live in the east. They can't even wrap their minds around the enormity of it. They think they know how big it is, but they're not quite sure.
In the 1790s out west, there are no roads. The mountains are huge. There's no stores out here to buy anything. So you're on your own, and there's no support. There's no police force, there's no cavalry at that time. You're totally alone in the wilderness. And they don't even know how big the wilderness is, and it's huge.
LeBlanc and his companions followed local waterways through Wolf Creek Pass